On the third day of the first month, Wu Hao had to bid farewell to his family and return to Anxi with Lin Wei. Although there is some reluctance, there is nothing they can do. They still have a lot of work to do, and they have stayed at home for an extra day. Lin Wei's parents also called and asked when they would return. Her baby daughter followed Wu Hao to go home for Chinese New Year, which made Lin and Lin mothers a little bit appetizing. So on the first day, Lin Wei called Lin Wei. In this regard, Lin Wei also had some difficulties. In this atmosphere of family reunion, she naturally felt more homesick. But this is all with Wu Hao. She can't ask to leave immediately, so she has to comfort her parents and say that she will be back in 2 days. In private, Lin Wei also told Wu Hao's parents to call to urge. Wu Hao understood this, and had to comfort the beauty in front of her and tell her to go back after 2 days. Although he had limited time at home, he took Lin Wei to visit many relatives, including his grandmother's family. Everyone was very enthusiastic about his arrival, and even many relatives who couldn't hit the polls wanted to take the opportunity to build relationships with him. This big new year, he is not good at rejecting it directly, so he has to deal with it bit by bit. The situation at home is also similar. There are many people in the house, all kinds of people. Without it, these are all in Wu Hao. After learning that Wu Hao took Lin Wei out to pay New Year, these people couldn't help disappointing, and had to hit his mind on Wu Jianhua. Wu Jianhua is not the owner of any goodness. He has dealt with these people and the matters mentioned by them in the past. As for these people, when they saw no results, they could only leave in disappointment. Of course, some things can cope with the past, and some things can't cope with it. For example, when someone came to the city, he said that he came to visit him. In fact, he wanted to ask if he had any plans to return to his hometown to invest. Under the leadership of the relevant leaders, Wu Jianhua also moved his heart and became a lobbyist himself. For this kind of thing, Wu Hao was also helpless. He is very disgusted or even disgusted with this kind of fleece and those who want to take advantage of the opportunity to hit him. But this time he was in his hometown, saying that he didn't have any local feelings that were false, and with Wu Jianhua's persuasion, Wu Hao's heart was slightly loose. However, he couldn't promise something like this immediately, so think about it. It also has to be a field trip to see what projects are suitable for this place. You can invest money to build your hometown, but you can't just blindly invest. He doesn't do things at a loss. For Wu Hao, they have to leave, and the family must be reluctant, especially Jiang Xiamen, holding Lin Wei's hand and keeping her playing for a few days. And sister Wu Tong, very attached to this brother who will be away just a few days after going home, actually shed tears. In fact, he mentioned with his father Wu Jianhua and his stepmother Jiang Xiamen, and transferred Wu Tong to Anxi, where education is better. They have donated a lot of money to several primary and secondary schools in Anxi in order to solve the problem of enrolling the children of the company's employees, and some of them are famous schools. At first, my father and stepmother were a little enthusiastic about this proposal, but after thinking about it, they shook their heads and refused. In their words, Wu Hao was so famous in Anxi that it was not good for her adolescent to let Wu Tong adapt to such an environment at such a young age. Let her rest assured that she is studying in her hometown, although the conditions here are not as good as those of the famous schools in Anxi. The city's key points are relatively acceptable. More importantly, the environment in her hometown is relatively calm, which is conducive to her growth and ease of study. However, Wu Jianhua also said, and wait to see it. After 2 years of senior year, if necessary, you can transfer to Anxi. After all, the education level there is still relatively high. For the little girl's tears, Wu Hao had to comfort her, and promised to take her to Anxi to play during the summer vacation, which made the little girl burst into tears. Last summer, I was going to pick her up. As a result, Wu Hao and Lin Wei were busy, so this matter was delayed, and this little girl complained. In the end, with the families waving goodbye, Wu Hao and Lin Wei drove towards Anxi by car. Because it was not the peak period of the return trip, the high speed was relatively smooth, and their party returned to Anxi in less than 4 hours. However, before returning home. They did not take a long time to rest. They received a call from Lin Y's parents asking if they were back. When they learned that they had returned, the voice on the phone was louder, and then they greeted them warmly for dinner. In this regard, not only Wu Hao but even Lin Y also showed a helpless expression. However, it was her parents that she started to clean up and dragged Wu Hao to her parents' home. Mom, Aunt. The mother who opened the door was Lin Mu. She glanced back and forth between Wu Hao and Lin Y, and then she opened the way to let them in. I still know to come back. Lin Y spit out her tongue, and motioned to her mother to please the mother with her hand. Mom, Uncle Wu and Aunt, let me bring you a lot of good things. This is a wild and natural royal jelly for you. This is Sky Nostoma blue tea for my dad. And this is bacon from the countryside, all made from rural pork. Although Mother Lin didn't say anything on her mouth, when she saw her girlfriend and Wu Hao carrying full bags, she couldn't help but take a few and looked up with surprise. Originally, Jiang Xiamen prepared a lot of things, but they were all rejected by Lin Y, leaving only some local products with rich local characteristics. Of course, these things are not worth much in the eyes of rich people, but this is also a will, and more importantly, these things cannot be bought with money. For example, this wild and natural royal jelly was really obtained by the Wu Jianhui trustee from the mountains. They didn't make much of it themselves, and this time split half of them so that Lin Y brought back to honor their parents. Now the so-called royal jelly can be bought on the market. www.mtlnovel.com. Each name is pure natural wild, but it is not known whether it is true or false. And the bacon made from that pork, the red and bright color and the fat and thin distribution, the clear line is undoubtedly telling the quality of the meat. So Lin mother put it down. It's like a chef who has been cooking for many years and found the ideal ingredients. Okay, you two are tired after taking the car for a day. Let's rest. I'll call you after the meal is finished. As Lin went to the kitchen with a humming song, she couldn't remember the fact that she was angry. On the other side, Lin Hongyan, the old man who saw this scene in his eyes, was holding a teapot in one hand and beckoning at him with a smile and beckoning him to pass. Wu Hao smiled when she saw this, and then led Lin Y to the living room. Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Unmodified version. Although the official work is the 7th day, Wu Hao directly delayed the work until the 10th day. But this is the treatment of employees. Wu Hao they do not. They have a lot of work to do before going to work. Some people are going to visit, and some people have also come face to face to condolences. For example, some employees who are still working overtime during the Spring Festival, and workers in the lithium battery factory who are working overtime during the Spring Festival. Because of the strong demand for new batteries, in order to meet the demand for these orders, the factory had to work overtime during the Spring Festival to produce more. At present, with regard to this super battery, they have not released their supply, but have been directly divided up by several companies, or demand has exceeded supply. Even for some production share, these companies quarreled by themselves. Although the 4 lithium battery factories have been put into operation, they still cannot meet the needs of these companies. At present, most of the cell phones they produce are covered by H, and with the blessing of this battery, the sales of the new cell phones they released are very good. So the order volume has gone up. Not only mobile phones, but also some micro batteries, such as smart watches and Bluetooth headsets, are also provided by Wu Hao's lithium battery factory. Despite the impact of Wu Hao's smart voice assistant and smart health bracelet, the major mobile phone manufacturers' business in this area has been more or less affected. But still relying on cheap strategies, these manufacturers still occupy the low-end product market. In addition, It is their cooperation with Dejiang. The drone's battery life is very dependent on the battery. Wu Hao's new battery technology can be said to greatly increase the drone's battery life. So when this new battery technology was released, Dejiang actively sought Wu Hao for their cooperation. Relying on the deep cooperation in the past, the two parties quickly reached a relevant cooperation agreement in this regard. The specific cooperation agreement reached is unknown to the outside world, which undoubtedly casts a layer of mystery on this cooperation and even the relationship between the two parties. In fact, the cooperation with Dejiang was nothing. It was just a license to use related patents held by Dejiang. This is nothing in itself, but it clears the way for Wu Hao to enter the market with their related products. Then there is the related cooperation with BAC. Naturally, this super battery BAC is also very interested. It is just that Wu Hao is very dead in technology and there is no room for negotiation. So in the end the two parties can only reach relevant supply contracts. After some testing, this new battery has excellent performance on new energy electric vehicles. Therefore, Tang Fuxing flew to Anxi in person, and after a discussion with Wu Hao, he finally reached a relevant cooperation agreement. Wu Hao did not want to reject Tang Fuxing's investment in the shareholding, and then the other party proposed an exclusive supply contract, which was also rejected by Wu Hao. In the end, Tang Fuxing directly proposed that Wu Hao had produced the batteries they produced, and how much they needed, and asked Wu Hao to give them priority. Wu Hao of the other party naturally knew that nothing more than to use this method to achieve the monopoly purpose of this battery in the automotive industry. In this regard, Wu Hao also agreed, who made the other party's price very high. And the agreement is clearly marked on the agreement to give them priority when the conditions are the same. This means that other auto companies still have the opportunity to cooperate, and they are willing to pay the cost. What's more, the factory will also be expanded and the output will continue to increase. It is impossible to swallow all of them only by the buyer. Moreover, Wu Hao will not allow this to happen for a long time, which is not in his interest. Of course, Wu Hao will not lose these workers. During the Spring Festival, they will work in full and repeat at the triple wage rate, and some overtime hours will follow this. Therefore, many workers have taken the initiative to stay with this kind of treatment. In addition, Wu Hao went to condolences to these workers. It is not possible to leave empty-handed. In addition to improving food and meals in the factory restaurant, he also distributed some fruits and desserts to workers who work during the Spring Festival. As for those who visited, these will not be said, mainly to contact the feelings. By the way, thank them for their care in the past. Although he hates but is not good at this kind of human nature, but who makes this a human society, it is necessary to adapt. In addition to the people he visits, there will also be some people visiting him. Among them are friends, partners, company affiliates, and a large number of people he doesn't know. He naturally welcomes friends to visit. As for partners, they are also polite. As for the subordinates, he was sent away. As for those who don't know him, he didn't answer. These people came to visit him, more or less with other thoughts, and some potential purposes. It's just that he has different coping strategies for different people. It's better to say that other people are more or less related to him. But those who don't know, are all for the purpose. He has no leisure to deal with these people. Finally, in the quarrel, the year finally passed. With the end of the annual leave, employees returned to work and everything returned to normal. Just like the employees of all companies, everyone has not awakened from the joy of the new year, and needs a time to adapt. And in our traditional culture, it is generally not completed after the 15th Lantern Festival. And this year, Wu Hao did not force everyone, but let employees fully enjoy this leisure time and prepare for the next work. According to relevant plans and arrangements, the company has a lot of things this year, and a large number of important projects have been launched, so it will be very busy. Once you are busy, I am afraid that many employees will have their holidays on the go, so let's keep up your mind first. Near the Lantern Festival, Li Wenming returned and brought back a girl. After his introduction, everyone knew that this was his blind date. Everyone was a little dumbfounded to get this answer. Said it was a blind date. But it is not possible to be so fast. It was only a few days before this guy turned the girl back. This girl is 2 years younger than Li Wenming and graduated from medical university. She worked as a community doctor at the community hospital where Li Wenming's hometown www.mtlnovel.com. Both parents knew each other and lived very close. At first, the girl's family didn't like Li Wenming as a veteran. I felt that my girl was a college student, so I had to find a slightly similar condition. However, after learning about Li Wenming's work, especially his salary, the girl's parents were a little loose. In addition, the girl's impression of Li Wenming is very good, so the total of the two families is considered to be a success. Considering that the working relationship between the two parties must be separated, it is not conducive to the development of feelings. Finally, after some discussion, under the inflammatory persuasion of Li Wenming, the girl followed Li Wenming stupidly to Anxi. This made a lot of people, especially a group of veterans, vague, stunned. While lamenting that Wenming Li had run away with shit, he was also annoyed how such a good thing could not be turned on his own. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The new year has just passed and the chill is still alive. The so-called one-year plan lies in the spring, and all the people who re-enter the workforce are vigorous. Located in the development zone of Heio Science and Technology Company Park 200 meters away, a 4-story villa-style office building in the same style as Heio Technology Park is extremely lively. I saw the gate full of flower baskets, red carpets on the ground, and some falling ribbons. Inside the gate, facing the gate was a security gate, and a security X-ray machine. At the door stood 2 tall and mighty security personnel in black security uniforms watching everyone coming in. Behind the security gate is a table with empty baskets. 2 girls in security uniforms are assisting people who come in to store some prohibited items. An elderly man in a grey suit and grey hair, probably in his 60s. After finishing all this work, the chief breathed a sigh of relief while carrying a bag and a work permit. Although he has been here for a few days, such strict security and access control measures really made him feel inconvenient. Lao Qin, you are also here. As he was preparing to go upstairs, a loud voice suddenly came from behind. Huh? He stopped, then turned to look at the vocalist. It was found that there was a fat old man not far away from him. This was a somewhat short and fat old man. Like him, he was probably in his 60s. The difference is that this fat old man is very spirited and has a loud voice. Lajing, why are you here? He hesitated and wondered. The fat old man reluctantly said, You Qin Yongchuan, why can't I Zheng Kexiang come? No, I mean why I didn't see you before. Qin Yongchuan quickly shook his head and explained. Haha, I just arrived today. Zheng Kexiang hung his work permit around his neck and said, There are so many rules here, and it's not a national security unit. Does a company need to be so strict? Oh, just get used to it. Qin Yongchuan smiled and asked at the other side, I heard that you weren't at Jiangqing Medical College. Why did you come here? Hey, it's hard to say a word. Zheng Kexiang sighed. Last year, my kid failed to start a business and owed a debt. The house car was confiscated and auctioned by the court. Now his wife is divorcing him with his child. Yet, you say that I, as a Lao Tzu, can't ignore it. But you also know that my heart has been on research projects over the years, and I haven't saved any money. So I discussed with my wife, sold the house I lived in, and made a deposit of 4 million yuan. It was temporarily repaid part of the debt he owed, and the court only postponed it. It's so serious. Why didn't you listen to me? Some of our old guys still have a little money. Before Qin Yongchuan's words were finished, Zheng Kexiang waved his hand and interrupted. You old guys don't have a lot of money, And that's all your old age money. Can I feel good about it? There is no such thing as a perfect road, and this is how Heot Technology found me, and invited me to continue my research. The benefits are very generous, and they also help us solve the problem of housing children. The bunch my kid made in Jiangqing has a great impact on children. So as soon as we combined, we moved directly here, which is a new beginning. Qin Yongchuan nodded when he heard the words, which is also the relevant condition promised by Heot Technology when he asked him. He is well paid. According to his level, he is paid about 5 million yuan a year, and he is also provided with housing and child enrollment. His children naturally grew up and their grandsons didn't have to worry about it, but this 5 million a year salary made him very tempted. As Zheng Kexiang said, people should always leave something for their children when they are old. The working and living conditions of his 3 children are relatively ordinary. Before buying a house or car, he would sponsor some. It can be said that he became the pillar or backbone of the family. Ever since he was diagnosed with a heart attack last year, he has been thinking about what to do if one day he is away and the children are in trouble. With this idea in mind, he wanted to quit his job and find some business research institutes, and save some money for the children just in case. But there is nothing suitable. Until one day, the Human Resources Department of Heot Technology came to him with a copy of the information. The conditional treatment is very generous, and what is more important that touches him is this document. Although only half, he was surprised by some of the theories and related topics and data. If the topics in this document are completed, it will be enough to be on the cover of the top journals in the international biology community, and it is even expected to win the Nobel Prize. So after some serious consideration, he and his wife came to Anxi after the new year. In the first few days, even though there was a lot of maladjustment, especially the dry and cold environment here, and the huge temperature difference between indoor and outdoor, there was some bad air. However, it is not without surprises. For example, the temporary housing conditions prepared by Heot Technology are very good, and everyone is satisfied. In order to house these experts, Heot Technology can rent a commercial apartment building. There are all kinds of facilities inside, and there are also dedicated staff to provide 24-hour service. The largest one is 140 square meters, and the smallest one is 80 square meters. It is mainly to house these excellent experts who have been dug from various places. Of course, the salaries to these experts are not low, and part of the salary is paid in advance after signing the contract. Although Anxi's housing prices have risen rapidly in the past 2 years, buying a house is still fine. So many people plan to buy a house directly here. But before the house is ready, www.mtlnovel.com, live in the apartment first. Some people have even extinguished their plans to buy a house because the conditions in the apartment are really good. For those engaged in scientific research and living conditions are more important. But this is not the most important thing, and the most important thing they worry about is whether the project funding can be guaranteed. For the vast majority of scientific researchers, funding is the problem that most headaches them, and basically everyone is troubled in this regard. Therefore, many people are more worried. The welfare benefits of Heot Technology are very good, and the scientific research environment is also very good. That is, whether this funding can be guaranteed. Don't promise well, you can't cash it out later. Or for some reason, the project was abruptly suspended, and their previous efforts were all in vain. For experts who are generally in their 50s and 60s, their research careers are limited. If you can't make some achievements at this stage, after 7 or 8 years of delay, even if you have another chance, you will not be able to keep up. So they are generally worried that a private enterprise like Heot Technology is unreliable. It is no wonder that these people are worried, mainly because private enterprises have relatively poor ability to resist risks and unstable operations. Many projects are very good at the beginning, but later, because of difficulties encountered in the operation of the enterprise, the capital chain was troubled, and eventually the company had to cut off related research and development projects. For the research of life and biology subjects such as Qin Yongchuan and Zheng Kaixiang, it is difficult to see results in a short time. Under normal circumstances, a project is as short as 2 or 3 years and as long as more than 10 years. Few companies can support the development of this project, except for some international giants in medicine and biology, or projects supported by the government. These technology companies, such as Heao Technology, which have only been established for a few years, want to get involved in the field of life and biology, which makes these people somewhat worried. Of course, the Human Resources Department staff also promised them when recruiting them, that is, as long as the project is running normally and the required funds are reasonable and not wasted, then there is no problem. Despite making such a promise, before we saw Heao Technology as a family member, that is, Wu Hao, everyone was still at a loss. Qin Yongchuan was the first to report here, so in the past few days, he had a general understanding of the newly opened office building and the people who came to report. This building is newly opened and all the facilities in it are brand new. It is said that there are still a lot of office buildings like this, which are all furnished and arranged in advance by Heao Technology for some projects. In addition to these, there are some simple scientific research facilities. Relevant personnel in charge here told them that other required equipment and instruments and other items will be declared by various scientific research project teams according to the project requirements. The company will then have special personnel to review the contents of these declarations. After the review is passed, the personnel will be organized to make purchases and be placed as quickly as possible without delaying the research work of each project team. These days, he has also seen many people. In addition to today's experts and professors who have achieved some results in the relevant fields and have some influence, Zheng Kaixiang is familiar with them, and some experts he has not met but have heard of. Scholar. In addition to these heavyweight experts and professors, there are a large number of young researchers. These people are from major universities at home and abroad, and almost all have master's degrees or above, of which doctors account for more than 40%. Of course, there will also be some fresh graduates of undergraduate, but these people are admitted through a very strict interview, and their abilities are very solid. Qin Yongchuan didn't know why Heao Technology and the genius inventor Wu Hao, who had not yet disappeared, brought them together, but he had an intuition that Wu Hao gathered them together by no means playing gimmicks or saying earn the attention of the people and the media, but what projects are really being planned. After chatting with Zheng Kaixiang for a while, they talked about the old, and then they went to the front row of multifunctional hall on the second floor. There are already more than 70 people in this multi-purpose hall. Except for a dozen experts and professors similar to them, all of them are young people. Unlike the old faces of these old people, these young people all looked very excited. Although the biology and life sciences have been hot in recent years, the employment environment for this discipline, especially the graduates in this discipline, is still severe. Large biological companies, research institutes can't get in, small ones are not reliable, and many people choose to continue to study, take a master's degree, a college degree, a postgraduate, and then postdoctoral students, or they can stay in the university to teach. This also makes the competition in this area more intense. It can be said that the degree is much higher than other majors. This road doesn't work, and some people start to try other roads, such as those who have a civil service entrance examination and some who have changed jobs. Others do some side effects, such as working as a technician in a pig farm or chicken farm, or as a farmer in a farm orchard. Therefore, students in these majors often joked with each other, one called each other as a veterinarian, and the other called a farmer. As a result, the professional names in this area sound very tall, but the actual employment is really unbearable to look at directly, which also makes these experts relatively unpopular. So when Heao Technology started to recruit talents in this area, it also made many people see hope and came to try it out to see if there was this opportunity. In just 1 week of relevant job postings, There are more than 3,000 cover letters, and they are growing rapidly. Among them, 60% of fresh graduates with no heads and flies like water test and widespread net fishing deducted, and 40% of high-quality talents. After several rounds of interviews and practical tests, the Human Resources Department and related experts finally selected more than 50 young talents. These people will be the backbone of the scientific research work of various project teams in the future, and assist experts and professors in related fields to carry out related scientific research projects. Of course, Wu Hao's generous salary and benefits to these experts and professors and these young talents are naturally not to support them, but to really create value. Although this is a bit utilitarian, it is also a reality. They are not charitable organizations. They are companies. They must be profitable, so their scientific research projects are actually for profit. Therefore, although the thermal company has given them a generous salary and benefits, it has also given them an excellent research environment and advanced research equipment. But they are also required www.mtlnovel.com to get their true skills, and then create relevant results and achievements. In other words, these people are worried that Wu Hao's concerns about delays in funding are completely unnecessary. What they should worry about is whether their research projects can make progress and achievements. Because of the funding for their related projects, it all depends on their project intensiveness and related results and achievements. The faster the progress, the richer the results, and the better the results, the more natural the funding for the project, and the higher their salary, bonuses, and benefits. Correspondingly, if the related projects they have carried out have not progressed for a long time and have not achieved results, then the funds will be less and less until the funds are cut off, or the project will be cut off directly. This is also in line with the company culture of Hao Technology, which is to eat on its own. How much you want to get, how much you have to pay first. There is no totally free lunch in this world, except for charity. Book guest reading URL. Finally, in the enthusiastic applause of the young people in the back row, Wu Hao was surrounded by a crowd of people and walked into the multifunctional hall. Qin Yongchuan and Zheng Keixiang, the elderly experts and professors, looked at him with curiosity, and then applauded separately. Everyone is a 50 or 60-year-old expert professor, who has already achieved some results in related fields and has a certain influence. Now, for the sake of just meal, I have to cater to this young man who is younger than his children, or even a few years older than his grandson. This makes them feel a little hot. However, in the face of the warm applause of the young people, they still applauded, but they patted it a few times, and then quickly put it down. Wu Hao, who was seated, looked at the people sitting under the stands, and then revealed a faint laugh. Hello everyone, I'm glad I can meet everyone here. To be honest, I didn't want to say anything to you before I entered this door. Those in the front row are some influential old professors and experts who have achieved results in related fields. Those sitting in the back row are masters and doctors coming out of major universities, as well as some outstanding graduates. This made me a young man who had read only college. Suddenly, in the face of everyone's profound knowledge, I was even a little nervous. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when he heard what he said, including the old experts and professors in the front row, and their faces also smiled. For Wu Hao, he was a little worried and didn't know what to say, but he didn't feel nervous as he said. The reason for saying this is actually the tension of the crowd under the stage, so that everyone can relax. In the field of professional knowledge, I can't compare with you. You are standing in the first echelon of the field of biology and life sciences at home and even in the world. Of course, there are also gaps in this first echelon. We must also clearly see that we still have a big gap with those front runners. I said this is not for everyone to compare with them, but for everyone to understand that we still have a lot of room for improvement. Back in the field of biology and life sciences, we humans have a very poor understanding of this field. Although we have achieved good results in this field these years, it is like we humans have just landed in space, just touch at the edge of the universe, We still have a long way to go to understand this huge universe, and we set up HAO Science and Technology Biological and Life Science Research Center. We want to explore the secrets of biological individuals and life with everyone. In this regard, you all know better than I do, regarding the value and role of this field. You are all here more clearly than we are. So I won't say those big words that are so inspiring. What I want to say is, we put so much effort into bringing everyone here, not for you to drink tea and chat, nor for you to verse. Instead, let everyone make the most of your talents to carry out research on related projects, overcome those scientific research difficulties that hinder our exploration, and contribute to human exploration and research in this field. Glancing at the crowd, Wu Hao said slowly, some things are too grandiose. So let's say the practical point is to create value for the company. Maybe this sounds a bit coppery and vulgar, but it is practical, and no one can get rid of it. Just the salaries of everyone present here are not a small number each year. This does not include the purchase of related research equipment, the operation of this research center, and other expenses. The total of 0 and 0 always adds up, which is not something anyone can afford. Even if we want to spend this amount of money, we must think carefully about the plan. It's not that we can't get the money, but that we have to figure out the value of the money. Sorry, our company is not a charity or a charity fund. Every penny we put in will eventually turn into a profit. Please don't blame us for being too utilitarian, because a considerable part of these benefits will become your salary bonus, benefits, and research funding for your project. Yes, we will provide you with the best scientific research environment at home and in fact, international cutting-edge scientific research equipment, no problem, as long as it is within our range, as long as it is reasonable and practical, as long as you can buy it. The report came up and we immediately approved the purchase. Funding, this problem that you all have headaches in the past, is not here. We are fair here and come up with your strength. The better the results, the richer the results, and the better the funding. Naturally, your treatment and your salary will go up. As for those scientific research groups that haven't made progress for a long time, we don't need to worry. We will not do everything across the board, withholding or suspending your funding if your results are not good, or even dissolving your project team immediately. We will fully respect the fruits of your labor and organize relevant experts to investigate and discuss your project and your research work. What is the problem? What problem do we actually solve? If the equipment is not working, then we will change the equipment. If there is no funding, we will continue to increase the investment. If the researcher is weak, then we will continue to attract talents. Speaking of this, Wu Hao said, if it is not human, then we will make a decisive substitution. Those who are capable, those who are equal, and those who are not, are the same principles that have remained the same throughout the ages. In our company, we don't talk about seniority. Everything is based on strength. Therefore, when the company inspects and appoints leading cadres, the first priority is personal ability. So in the company www.mtlnovel.com, it is not unusual for young people to be company executives. I am a young person myself, and there are many young people around me, and I also like to use those capable and ambitious young people. Of course, competence is one aspect, as is personal conduct. If this person is more capable and not capable, then we are sorry, we do not need such a person. Within our company, fair competition between each other is allowed and we encourage it. But none of this can touch the bottom line of law, the bottom line of moral behavior. The company has a special supervision and audit office, and everyone is welcome to report such misconduct. We will keep the information of the reporters strictly confidential, and we will give you a satisfactory answer. Of course, if you encounter any problems, you can always send your questions and concerns or any suggestions and requirements, even the dissatisfaction in your heart, or the trivial troubles in life can be sent to me via email. I will take your letters seriously and respond to them one by one. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Of course, Wu Hao's internal personal email address is open to all employees within the company, and anyone who has opinions can suggest it to him. Although he said that he would check and respond one by one, in fact, these emails will be processed by his personal artificial intelligence assistant Coco. Coco receives and reads these emails, and then identifies the contents of the emails. The grouping of the group, the archive of the archive, can be processed autonomously by it, and select some of the more important information content, timely report to WuHao, and then deal with according to WuHao's meaning. There are other things that will be handled by the Secretariat or other relevant departments, and these processing results will be returned by various departments, and then handed over to Coco to respond to all employees. Originally WuHao was worried that opening this mailbox would face two extremes, or it would be abused, and everything came to him. Either it is left unused and it is offered up high. But after opening, especially after dealing with some things, this mailbox hotline has been affirmed and supported by many employees. Some employees will also respond to him with some of the things they encounter, although some are trivial. However, under the treatment of Coco, it was successfully resolved, so the credibility of this mailbox hotline is very high. As for the Office of Supervision and Audit, it is an independent investigation agency set up by WuHao directly under the board of directors. In addition to monitoring all departments and personnel of the company, as well as auditing related projects, this office has great power and can be said to be a sharp sword hanging above all employees. However, it has only the power of prosecution. After discovering some issues and problems, it does not have the right of independent disposal. After encountering problems, the Office of Supervision and Audit will cooperate with the corresponding departments to carry out investigations according to relevant circumstances, such as the General Department of Human Resources, Finance, Security, Administration, Marketing, etc. If problems occur in these departments, they will also report to WuHao in time, and WuHao will select the relevant personnel to conduct an independent investigation. This is also WuHao's measures to restrict the rights of this department and prevent it from becoming a problem. Of course, the power of this department was actually granted by the board of directors, which is WuHao. Since it can be granted to nature, it can be recovered. To put it plainly, he is a sharp sword in WuHao's hands. The sword is not talking. Just throw it away and replace it. Since the establishment of this department, many internal cases have been dealt with, and it can be said that very rich results have been achieved. Although these results were not what he wanted to see, they were also what he had to face. The company is big, and naturally everyone has it. The responsibility of this department is to get rid of these maggots hiding in every corner. Now, this department has become the two departments that the company employees are most afraid of. One is it, the other is the confidential office. No matter which one of these two departments finds, that person is enough to close the pot. So much, I want to tell you. We provide a fair and comfortable research environment for everyone, where you can fully display your talents and ambitions. Jealousy, some careful thinking, these will be for anyone, there will be there. But what we can guarantee here is that no one of you can take it away. Don't be afraid of anything, I will support you. Having said that, WuHao glanced at the crowd and said slightly, I also want to remind you in good faith that you are hired by us with great effort. The projects you are carrying out are supported by our heavy funds. It should be that your project ownership will belong to the company. Of course, we will not deprive you of copyright, nor will we rob you of their reputation and honor. Moreover, the projects you develop are also directly linked to your salary and benefits. We will give you corresponding bonuses based on the results of your research and development projects. We are willing to spend money on this. Some people may ask why we don't measure bonuses based on the market value of these results. What I want to say is that this is too unfair. Not every project developed by each team can get the market recognize, or be sought after by the market. If that is the case, then everyone will study those hot areas that have market prospects. What should be done in other areas? Who will do the research? Some projects may seem ordinary, but they are an important support for the results of other projects. Speaking of this, Some people may worry that if this standard is not determined by the market, then how can we ensure fairness and ensure everyone's interests? After a pause and a glance at your reactions, Wu Hao continued to say, in this regard, please also keep your heart in your stomach. We will organize experts and related professionals to conduct an acceptance assessment of the success you have created. According to the results of the assessment, the relevant bonuses are issued. The specific process and related standards are all open and transparent, and you can conduct real-time query tracking. If there is any objection to the relevant assessment results, you can also apply for reconsideration or directly report to the company's technical and expert committee for arbitration. For companies like us, we will not do such hurtful things. We are not only facing you as a team, but facing the R&D institutions of the entire company and all project R&D personnel. As a research and development technology company, we know what is the most important thing, and we can rest assured that www.mtlnovel.com at this point. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he talked so much about himself tired. Although somewhat reluctant, what should be said must be said. Some things he said to others have two meanings, and it is better to say these things in advance. Although it was clear when signing the contract with these experts and young talents, the contract was clearly marked as such. However, he still wanted to emphasize that it is important to know that this kind of incident between the scientific researcher and the scientific research team and the company did not happen rarely, and in the end they all broke up. And now internet opinion is generally unfriendly to the strong, or the strong has its own aura of original sin. Therefore, under the pressure of public opinion, even if they are right, these companies will choose to take care of themselves in order to eliminate the impact and suffer a dumb loss. There are many such things now, and they are almost becoming a profession. For example, the famous occupational medical trouble is an act of relying on public opinion to abduct a hospital. Therefore, strengthening management in this area is also a problem that Wu Hao must face. Book guest reading URL. Finally, in applause, Wu Hao ended his speech. In fact, he didn't say much, just thinking about the future development direction of the Biological and Life Science Research Center with everyone, and encouraging everyone's morale. As for the others, he did not elaborate. In fact, the establishment of this Biological and Life Science Research Center is also very low-key. There is not even a ribbon-cutting ceremony. It is just such an inaugural meeting. The reason why this is done is to reduce the outside world's attention to this. Although it can't hide the people who care about it, it can at least reduce the excessive understanding of the outside people. The other thing is to keep a low profile. As a newcomer who has just entered this field, it is not necessary for everyone to know so much. Let's talk about it. After making some achievements. In fact, he had long thought about the establishment of a Biological and Life Science Research Center, but he has been hesitant. On the one hand, the current time for the establishment of the company is relatively short, and the expansion is relatively fast. At this stage, it is not appropriate to enter some industries that are not good at or understand. On the other hand, Wu Hao also knows that in the future, biology and life sciences will be the focus and hot areas of human research. After all, for human beings with better and better living standards, nothing is more important than health. Therefore, future life science research and development of practical medical technology will be hot areas. Without saying anything else, let's talk about a new medicine. Although the investment is relatively large, the returns are also very amazing. Some cancer drugs are extremely expensive, and some even reach tens of thousands of dollars in a box, which is not the only other treatments that have emerged endlessly. And in this part, our country has been in a backward stage in the world. Such key drugs and medical technologies are monopolized by foreign biomedical giants, and every year we spend a lot of foreign exchange imports. However, the high cost of medicine is not affordable by anyone. Although many efforts have been made by the country and society, many problems have been solved. But like some long-term medications, the price is still very expensive. Even if medical insurance solves a part of it, Some patients can't afford it. Not to mention drugs that are too expensive to be included in health insurance. Not because you don't want to include it, but you can't. The prices of these drugs are too expensive. If included, this will make the medical insurance funds that are not enough to make ends meet even worse. In fact, the cost of manufacturing the drug itself is very low. The real reason for its high price is not its production and raw material costs, but its research and development costs. The cost of research and development of a drug is very high, which not only takes a lot of manpower and material resources, but also a lot of time. A drug has a short R&D cycle of 3 or 4 years and a long period of more than 10 years. This is not a field experiment. The series itself is an astronomical figure. Companies spend such a large amount of money to develop a drug. Naturally, they also have to use this drug to gain revenue and fill the cost of research and development. Therefore, it is actually very difficult for drug research and development companies. On the one hand, they must bear high drug research and development costs, and on the other hand, they must also bear the condemnation and irrational attacks of public opinion. In theory, companies invent drugs to save patients' lives, and patients should be grateful. But before life, before a strong desire to survive, these become worthless. Even these companies have become the targets of attacks by patients, and have become condemned by public opinion. Of course, drug R&D companies are also companies. The significance of a company's existence is to make a profit. The product that I've worked hard to develop and sell is self-explanatory. It is the freedom of the company to sell and sell at any price. Of course, consumers can choose to buy or not. But who makes these products related to human life? Once human life is involved, there is no reason to talk about humans. Having said so much, I don't want to reverse the case for drug R&D and production enterprises. Some companies really rely on the technology patents they have at hand. He has even committed numerous crimes, and I am afraid that even how many blood and tears and lives are buried in them. So when he first wanted to get involved in the field, he was very tangled. He will be scolded whether this matter is done well or badly. When you can't develop it, you can't get things out. Everyone will scold you for being useless and eating dry food. Why can't you get it out of a foreign company? It's useless, to put it plainly. When you develop them, these people will turn around and scold you. Why a domestic medicine? Why do you sell so expensive? Eat steamed buns. But the enterprise is the enterprise, not a charitable organization. Drugs that are developed at a large price cannot be lost at a loss. Although the country has strengthened its support for such biopharmaceutical companies in recent years, it is only a waste of money. Compared with the huge research cost, it is only a fraction of a dollar, and it does not play a big role. So this is actually a very complicated problem, and there is still a long way to go to solve it. But if he didn't get involved in this field, he would be a little reconciled, and would he just leave these knowledge data in his mind in vain? I watched as those suffering from the illness died away in despair, or watched as the foreign biopharmaceutical oligarchs wielded the sticks of sky-high drugs in the country to do their best. Everyone has an old day, but in terms of money, he is now in short supply. Even if he doesn't work now, his money is enough for him to squander for many lives. But making so much money, www.mentalnovel.com, if he finally falls in bed and waits to die, he is unwilling and unwilling. The other is his parents. He returned home during the Spring Festival in the past 2 years. He is the witness of his father and stepmother. In addition to buying more nutritional products, what else can he do? This is the question he is thinking about. Then there is the person around him, Jang Jun. This is also regarded as his best friend brother. The weight of this product is growing too fast. At the beginning of this year, the company had been warned by doctors during the physical examination. Severe fatty liver and sinus arrhythmia. In the words of a doctor, his weight will continue to grow so that the heart will not be able to bear it in the end, which will evolve into obese heart disease. The human heart will not increase with the increase in body weight and volume after it grows, so when the human body becomes obese, the heart will not be able to bear it. It's like a small horse-drawn cart that is destined to be exhausted. So many obese people eventually die of heart disease. When Wu Hao knew the news, he thought, what if one of his relatives and friends had an accident in front of himself? What should he do? Add bookmarks for easy reading. With such misinformation and handing fate to others, can he do nothing? No. He doesn't want to do this. He wants to control his own destiny. He wants to be able to deal with it when all this happens. This is one of the important factors that led him to want to establish such a biological and life science research center. Of course, but also to help more people by the way. Yes, by the way, it sounds selfish. But in front of life, how many people can really be noble? He is just a vulgar. In fact, there are many things you can do besides biopharmaceuticals, such as zoology, botany, microbiology, biochemistry, cell biology and so on, or molecular biology, biological evolution, modern biotechnology, etc. Seems to be very high vocabulary, but in fact these are very closely related to our lives. For example, in zoology, in addition to the study of the human body, there are also studies of other animals, including even meat and poultry that we eat on a daily basis. There are also many aspects of botany. I am afraid that it is closely related to human beings of various high-tech crops, such as genetically modified crops, hybrid rice, or some highly disease-resistant crops. In addition, it is a new and popular technology applied to animals and plants, such as cloning, genetic modification, gene editing and so on. These technologies seem far away from us, but if they break through, they will have a huge impact on human society. For example, cloning technology. We are no stranger to this technology. The earliest research on cloning technology can be traced back to the 1950s, and it is the people who know and understand this technology that came from the July 5, 1996 clone sheep Dolly, and the whole world was uproar. Later, this technology was researched by various countries and developed rapidly. However, the related controversies surrounding cloning technology has always existed. Among them, the ethical and moral hazard is the most feared or criticized by the people. People are worried that if this technology is abused, it may bring fatal dangers to society and even subvert the social ethics and moral system established by the entire human race in the past millennium. Regardless, at present, this technology is being thrown at research projects that are regarded as key research projects by major biological giants in various countries and are being promoted step by step. And the reason why major biological giants in various countries are obsessed with research in this field is mainly the broad application prospects of this technology. Even if the unethical part is eliminated, there are still huge market prospects in other aspects, such as the use of this technology to breed excellent livestock and production of experimental animals, production of genetically modified animals, production of human embryonic stem cells for cell and tissue replacement therapy, replication of endangered animal species, preservation and dissemination of animal species resources, etc. Another example is the technology of gene editing, which is the technology that is closest to the Creator and God. We know that the characteristics of all living things, such as life forms, shapes, and even functions, are controlled by genes. If you master this technology, you are free to control the characteristics of living things. For example, if it is a plant, after gene editing, this plant may have the growth rate of Phyllostochys edulis, the height of the almond eucalyptus. Note 1, the cold resistance of the cactus camel thorn or Populus eupratica, and the hardness of the iron sword tree. For example, through gene editing, wheat ears can grow to corn. Wheat grows on the tree, peaches and watermelons grow, watermelons are pulled by carts, and so on. If used as an animal, pigs can be bigger than cattle, and cattle can be bigger than elephants through gene editing, or create a new species with your own will, such as the legendary dragon. The dragon itself is an image created by the ancient people who brought together the images of different animals. Usually the image of a dragon is horn like deer, head like camel, eyes like rabbit, item like snake, belly like magpie, scale like fish, claw-like eagle, palm-like tiger, ear-like cow. In gene editing technology, genes that control characteristics in these animals can be extracted. Then through specific rehearsal combinations, they come together to form a new biological genome. This genome is then injected into a special embryo, replacing the genomic structure of the original embryo. Incubate this embryo, then you can get the dragon you want. Of course, this may be a bit too far-fetched and too far away from human beings, but this is the goal that many scientists engaged in this field want. However, like cloning technology, this technology also faces great ethical pressures. But in the face of exploration, in the face of benefits, these current constraints will eventually be broken. It's like a wall. There is always someone who wants to get over it and see the scenery on the other side. So what will happen in this respect in the future is not clear to Wu Hao. In general, this is a double-edged sword. Where it is seen and in what hands. Although Wu Hao wants to engage in research in this area, although he has a lot of selfishness, he also hopes that this technology can truly benefit humanity. Perhaps in the future, Wu Hao will be able to develop and cultivate such super drought-resistant plants, turning the entire northwestern desert into an oasis. Maybe in the future, they have overcome the technical difficulties in cloning and successfully cloned many cherished animals that have become extinct or are in the state of extinction. Perhaps one day, giant pandas will enter millions of households as pets, and white-finned dolphins, extinct, will be able to swim across the Yangtze River again. Although these are only imagination, they may not be far away. Not to mention that the knowledge and technical data in Wu Hao's mind are promoting. It is said that the current research progress in this area is actually not slow. In fact, compared to these, he paid more attention to the research on human life sciences. I hope he can really help those in need through his research, and hope that everyone can overcome the disease. In his memory, the pale face of his mother lying on the hospital bed cannot be forgotten for a long time. www.mentalnovel.com. I hope this tragedy will not repeat itself. Of course, research in this area is also related to national security and even affects the direction of future wars. Biological weapons, which is also the field that military powers in the world are currently studying. Some countries have even achieved some results in this regard. And according to some data, Mi-Jun has launched a super warrior program with genetic engineering as its core, trying to use genetic technology to strengthen the soldier's body, so as to enhance the soldier's individual combat effectiveness and so on. The so-called defense is indispensable. Although we will not take such an extreme path, we should take precautions in advance. This is the only way to be prepared. When enemies use biological weapons against us, we can respond and defeat each other. Note 1, almond eucalyptus, the tallest tree in the world, grows a tall tree in the grasslands of Australia. Generally it is more than 100 meters high, and the highest is 156 meters, which is equivalent to the height of 50 floors. Book guest reading URL. As the weather gradually warmed up, those branches that had endured a cold winter, seemingly without any vitality, were all dark and bare, and a little new sprouts appeared. For Wu Hao, they are not only greeted by this quiet spring, but also have good news. That is, Hao Technologies Lingwu new headquarters park design plan has finally passed the review of the relevant departments, and has been truly determined. After several rounds of modification of the entire design plan, the final plan was finally determined. The entire park has a total area of 2,700 acres, of which the building area has increased from 830,000 square meters originally designed to 950,000 square meters. The initial design is generally unchanged, but some details have been re-optimized. For example, the height and area of the 7 main buildings in the middle have been added as a whole, and the 28 sub-buildings in the surrounding area also have detailed design plans. Then there is the planning of the entire park. The project design team also invited experts in this area to participate. It can be said that it has become a park-like park. Once the entire design plan was announced, it received extra attention from the outside world. Of course, Praise and criticism are equally divided. Some praised the beautiful science fiction of this park, and others criticized them for their arrogance and pleasure. For Wu Hao, these criticisms have little effect. Now their most important job is to hurry up and establish the final project contractor. Such a huge project is too short for the 3-year construction cycle he has set up. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the project starts as soon as possible so as not to delay subsequent follow-up work. For their project, many domestic and foreign construction giants are very interested. In total, hundreds of companies have contacted them directly or indirectly, and required relevant information. After the subsequent contact and communication and the design plan was basically determined, many interested companies also withdrew, leaving only some relatively strong companies. Among them are domestic and international famous building contractors. But now everyone in the world knows that our country's infrastructure capacity is in several positions ahead of other international contractors, and this time the project is located in China. Therefore, although there are international contractors in the bidding project, the main competition is still a few giants with national prefixes. After careful screening, a total of 17 construction contractors entered the final tendering process. Being able to enter the bidding process means that these building contractors themselves have very strong strengths and have had many successful excellent construction contracting cases, and the related construction plans submitted by them were approved by Wu Hao and their related experts. So now what these 17 companies are competing at the bidding fair. In addition to the overall construction cycle, there is another quotation. Among them, there are 3 companies that are favored by everyone, and the most famous one should be China State Construction Engineering. The strength of this company is undoubtedly not to be questioned. As for the construction plan and related planning materials, it is also fully prepared. In order to win this project, China State Construction Engineering also set up a team of experts to provide a very specific research solution on the relevant construction plans, construction processes, construction cycles, and quality assurance. They proposed the completion of the overall construction of the 7 main buildings of the center in 16 months, the construction of all the building facilities in the park in 23 months, and the construction plan delivered in 32 months. Approval. In terms of the overall project quotation, they initially give a huge quotation of 11.15 billion. To be honest, this price is still a bit high, but compared to the construction prices of other giant companies' headquarters in the world, it is still relatively cheap. The second one is also China Railway Construction, which is very competitive with China Construction. This construction giant also has a long history and has strong strength and brilliant achievements. The predecessor of this company itself came from the Railway Engineering Corps. It can be said that the tough and arduous struggle of the generals has been passed down to this day. In order to achieve the modernization of the army and the goal of 1 million disarmament goals, after receiving the order, all officers and men of the Railway Engineering Corps resolutely took off their military uniforms and invested in social infrastructure. Being forced to change jobs and returning to the place did not obliterate the flame in their hearts, but became more prosperous. It only took a few years for the officers and soldiers. No, it should be said that China Railway Construction Corporation stood up with a completely new look and undertook a series of major projects. They proposed to complete the overall construction of the 7 main buildings of the center in 17 months, complete the construction of all the building facilities in the park in 25 months, and complete the delivery plan in 33 months. The total report was 9.75 billion yuan, which is 1 billion lower than that of CSC. The third company is from China State Construction Co., Limited. Although this company is not as old as the first 2, it is also a domestic and international construction giant. Its predecessor, China State Construction Corporation, was established in 1982 and is a key state-owned enterprise, with the core business of housing construction contracting, international engineering contracting, real estate development, infrastructure construction and municipal survey and design. it has grown into a leading player in China's construction industry and real estate enterprises and the largest international contractor. It is a state-owned enterprise that does not own a large amount of funds, resources and patents of the country and has grown to engage in a completely competitive industry. www.mtlnovel.com. It is also the only construction enterprise in China with 3 super qualified construction companies. Compared with the first 2 traditional construction companies, this China Construction Co. Limited is younger and more enthusiastic, and has a lot of ideas on many projects, especially major projects. Some innovative construction technologies and construction schemes have also reached the international leading level. And this time, they brought a brand new construction plan. According to their plan, the overall construction of the 7 main buildings of the center will be completed in the most restrictive 14 months, 20 months to complete the construction of all construction facilities in the park, and 32 months to complete the construction plan for the overall delivery. The total report is 10 billion yuan, which is lower than that of China Construction, and higher than that of China Railway Construction. The construction time of several companies is almost the same, except that the construction plans and technologies and the order of emphasis are different. To be honest, they couldn't decide for a moment about choosing that company Wuhao. Fortunately, such a major project cannot be determined immediately, and this is just their initial plan. After Wuhao, they still need to communicate with these companies' bidding teams, discuss, and come up with a final bidding plan. Book guest reading URL. In fact, such a large-scale project is difficult to be fair and just and open. The communication on the bright side is one part, and the various operations in the secret are another part. To put it plainly, everyone is using various methods to fight for this project. For example, recently Wuhao, Jiang Jun, and even a number of company executives, including Dong Yiming, Lin Jianlian, Zixia Dong, and even Yang Fan, have become the guests of these people. Wuhao and Jiang Jun are the heads of the company. It is not necessary to say that their attitude directly determines the final bidding result. Therefore, the 2 of them are also the targets of the major bidding enterprise teams, with various invitations, telephone calls, and even some pervasive influence. Just like Wuhao can't answer more than 100 calls these days, there are all kinds of people, you sing me on stage. These people find them through various relationships, and there are various people to intercede for them. Some even found his father, some found Lin's mother, Lin Wai, and some found elder leaders who are closely related to Wuhao. Wuhao like this, let alone others. As 2 other shareholders of the company, Zixia Dong and Yang Fan, have also become hot recently. Although everyone knows that the 2 of them are irrelevant, they still want to rely on their shareholders to speak for themselves or influence Wuhao's decision. Wuhao also laughed at the complaints of the 2, which is also conceivable. However, the final result is still based on which is most beneficial to them, which everyone agrees. If you follow the normal progress, this process must be very slow. Generally, it will take several months for the skin to engage in confrontation to work. Wuhao did not give them such a long time, but asked to determine the results within 2 weeks. After a series of communication operations, the final bidding process was conducted in the conference hall of a business hotel in Anxi, and the entire process was in the form of a hidden mark. 17 companies stuffed their own plans and related bids into portfolios, and then put them into bid boxes. Finally, Wuhao and the expert team conducted a comprehensive evaluation to determine the final winner. Okay, the representatives of the 17 companies are asked to put your completed tenders and proposals into a file bag and seal them, and then put them in the tender box. The on-site host directed at the crowd. Seeing the representatives of 17 companies stuffed the envelopes with tenders into the mailboxes, some staff put the mailboxes on the seals and sent them to the small conference room of the hotel under everyone's eyes. Here, there will be professionals to open the package, and then put it together to the expert group for review and evaluation. And the final evaluation result will be determined by Wuhao. Wuhao will not talk about it, but will collect the opinions of Jiang Jun and Yang Fan and several leading cadres of the company to determine the result. Of course, as the head of the company, everyone will take his opinions as the main. In order to ensure that the entire audit assessment result is not affected by external influences, all electronic devices on all persons are turned over for storage during the entire audit assessment period, and cannot be contacted by external personnel. Even the waiters who come in and out for meals are guarded by female security staff from the Ministry of Security to ensure that these people are isolated from the outside world. In fact, doing this is just doing it. It's not very useful. Relevant experts of the expert group have been affected by these companies before, so there is basically a subjective bias in the audit product. Concentrating multiple experts just wants to get a more uniform result. As for how to determine it finally, it still depends on Wu Hao's decision. After reviewing and appraising all 17 bids and related schemes, the expert group finally came up with a bid ranking, of which China Railway Construction Group received the most votes. This result tells the truth that Wu Hao and their estimates are different. Originally, they thought it was China State Construction Engineering. However, China Railway Construction Co., Limited won the victory in the end. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect China Railway Construction to break out from it. So, are we sure it was it? Jiang Jun took the expert group's review and evaluation results and said to Wu Hao unexpectedly, "At present, the quotations and related construction plans it has have significant advantages over other companies. Of course, the final quotation of China Construction is also good. But from this result, they have not spent much energy." Wu Hao smiled and turned to Yang Fan, Zhu Xiadong and Dong Yiming. They asked, "What do you guys think?" The crowd shook their heads when they heard the words. Zhu Xiadong said, "At this time, we have no opinion on this result, but I am more worried about whether the quality of the project can be guaranteed under such a quotation and such rapid construction progress. This is about our company has big plans for the future. At this point, you can rest assured that this construction plan has been proven by the expert group as a whole, and there will definitely be no problem in terms of construction quality. In addition, we will also hire an internationally renowned engineering consulting company during the construction process. The company conducts full process control to ensure project quality. At present, we are already negotiating with Leago Ryuiko, Limited, Helen Bailey, and Infant Smo. They are very interested in entering the country to take over the project, and should have results soon without delaying normal startup. Jiang Jun explained to Zhu Xiadong with a smile. It is Wu Hao's idea to hire a foreign engineering consulting company. Not to say that domestic companies are worse than foreign companies, but to avoid being affected. Compared with domestic companies, these foreign companies will be less affected. Then I will have no problem. Zhu Xiadong nodded after hearing the words. How about you? Wu Hao turned to look at Dong Yiming. Although they are not shareholders, they are also executives of the company, so they must follow their procedures carefully. And Dong Yiming naturally knew that Wu Hao asked them for their opinions to respect them and to go through a process. So everyone shook their heads and had no objection. In fact, they also agree with such a result, and naturally have no opinion. Despite these days, there are not a few people looking for them, but they still know where they are. In this case, they will not be stupid enough to speak out for other companies. That's okay, that's it. Wu Hao nodded, and then settled down. It also made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he was under a lot of pressure during this time. China Railway Construction came out of the army and has a close relationship with the army itself. And Wu Hao and they are the same. So are the elder leaders who have interceded for China Railway Construction during this time are no longer a minority. It was finally determined to be it, which also gave Wu Hao an account of these elder leaders. Well, under you reading www.yuukanzu.com, we have asked Mr. Wu Hao, Chairman and CEO of Anxi Hao Technology Co., Limited, to announce the results of the bidding for us. At the same time, we also asked Anxi Tan law firms, the team of lawyers and notaries from the notary office, performed our on-site notarization. With sparse applause, Wu Hao stepped onto the stage and opened it to read it. After our comprehensive assessment, congratulations to China Railway Construction Group for winning this bid with a price of 9.55 billion yuan. Congratulations. Yeah, Wu Hao's words just dropped, and members of the China Railway Construction bidding team sitting up and cheering and celebrating. And the representatives of other companies that were disappointed also applauded politely. Don't be discouraged by the unsuccessful company representatives. We will have many other projects in the future, and everyone is welcome to participate. We changed the reception party in the restaurant next to you. Please move the. Wu Hao, who watched it all, laughed at everyone. After establishing the project contractor, Wu Hao urged the other party to start construction as soon as possible. Originally, he hoped to work low-key, but Du Yongyue did not agree. In his words, this project is also a key project exceeding 10 billion yuan, so it should be publicized. In addition, this is also an important project in the city. Now that it can finally land, how can we not celebrate it? This is their work performance. Wu Hao was very helpless, but he agreed. Although Anxi's spring is coming later, the overall temperature has also come up. Even the continuous warming up these days has made everyone feel a little hot, and some people can't wait to change into thin clothes. There were also some girls on the street who had been lingering for a winter and couldn't wait to have beautiful legs. Then Wu Hao's foundation stone laying ceremony of their Lingwu company headquarters park was chosen to be held in such a beautiful day. Wu Hao listened to Du Yongyue's suggestion, and specially prepared people to seriously prepare for the foundation laying ceremony. In addition to inviting Du Yongyue and other leaders, the company's external advocacy office also specially invited a number of provincial and municipal media reporters to participate. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Hao accompanied Du Yongyue, Shi Jinsong and other leaders and guests into the scene in a cheerful concierge. Under the applause of everyone, Wu Hao, who wore a red corsage, came to the stage to speak. He hasn't encountered this occasion once or twice, but today he still seems a little excited. After all, it is also a great joy for him. The headquarters campus, which has been preparing for such a long time, is finally about to start construction, which means that they will soon be able to move into their new home. Although it is fast here, it will take almost 3 years. Dear leaders, guests, comrades and friends, welcome everyone to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony of the new headquarters of Lingwu International Business District of Haihao Technology Co., Limited. Thank you. On behalf of all the employees of Haihao Technology, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to leaders at all levels who have long supported and cared for this project, and to all guests and friends who have supported and helped this project. Haihao Science and Technology Lingwu New Headquarters Park is a large-scale infrastructure construction project we have chosen to settle in Anxi. The park covers a total area of about 2,700 acres, with a total construction area of about 1.13 million square meters and a total investment of 9.55 billion yuan. The entire project is located in the east of Lingwu International Business District, close to the Lingwu Ecological Reserve, with excellent natural ecological environment and convenient transportation facilities. After many investigations and discussions, we finally chose the headquarters location here. On the one hand, it is optimistic about the excellent natural environment here, and on the other hand, it is optimistic about the future development prospects of the place. After determining the site selection plan, we received the strong support and help from the leaders of the city and the management committee. It is also with such strong support and concern that we can quickly complete the land acquisition project and complete the project bidding in such a short period of time. Haihao Technology is a very young company, but also a very dynamic company. We hope to be able to base ourselves here and turn Haihao Technology into a large multinational corporation facing the global market. I also hope that through our efforts, we will be able to benefit local folks and contribute to the economic construction of Lingwu International Business District and even Anxi. With applause, Wu Hao ended his speech. In fact, The speech prepared by the secretariat was very long, and Wu Hao chose some of them to read. To be honest, he is not very used to such a formal speech, so I picked out some of the more important ones and crossed out all others. That's why this speech seems so coherent, completely unlike his previous style. Many people present could naturally hear it, but who made him the host here today, so there was no problem in speaking. Next it was the leader's turn to speak, and the most qualified leader among them was Du Yongyue. I saw Du Yongyue walked to the stage with a smile, and spoke to the crowd with a smile. Xu really is the leader. This eloquence, this aura is not comparable to him. In talking about laughter, Du Yongyue talked about a lot of content. For example, their expectations and hopes for this project, their affirmation for this project, and related increased support. Finally, in a burst of applause more than Wu Hao's speech, Du Yongyue ended his speech. In this regard, Wu Hao could not help but groan for a moment. This is really different treatment. Next is the core of today's groundbreaking ceremony. I saw the crowd led by the Miss Etiquette on the spot in front of a foundation stone stele surrounded by red silk flowers. Subsequently, Miss Hao Yi gave Wu Hao, Du Yongyue and all the guests wearing red corsages a shovel with red silk flowers. I announced that the groundbreaking ceremony of Hao Technology Co. Limited's new headquarters in Lingwu International Business District has officially started. With a few muffled sounds, colorful ribbons were sprayed out, and at the same time, there were some gorgeous fireworks and balloons flying around. Wu Hao stood with Du Yongyue holding a shovel with a smile on his face and said, "Secretary Du, please come first." "Come, you come first, you are the master." Du Yongyue smiled and gave way. "You are an elder. www.mentalnovel.com. This is the first. You will come first." Wu Hao persuaded again. "Ha ha ha ha, let's go together." As Du Yongyue picked up a shovel and shoveled half of the shovel, Wu Hao saw and also shoveled some of the soil. When Du Yongyue dropped, he also threw it toward the monument. Du Yongyue's smile was even better. And then he beckoned everyone to do it. With the smiles of everyone gave a few more times each, and then in applause, the entire foundation laying ceremony was successfully concluded. Wu Hao also finally breathed a sigh of relief, and attending such a ceremony was really more tiring than doing scientific research for several days in a row. The foundation laying ceremony was over. Du Yongyue did not leave, but accompanied by Wu Hao, began to visit the whole park with interest. "How about the demolition and resettlement work of the villagers here?" Du Yongyue asked Wu Hao, looking at the level wasteland. Wu Hao did not expect that Du Yongyue was the first one to ask this question. Also, housing prices are getting higher and higher, making land acquisition prices soaring. Moreover, the demolition work is very difficult to do, and various problems often occur in the process. Of course, the most headache for everyone is naturally the nail households who are unwilling to relocate. Especially now that the internet and self-media are so developed, the public is also aware of the power of the internet and self-media, so the demolition work is even more difficult. If you dare to forcibly tear down, the entire internet will be out the next day. Some did not make a mistake, but in the mouth of the media, they turned into another look. Du Yongyue had previously encountered difficulties in this area in hosting the Shantytown reconstruction project over the development zone. It has all been completed, and a total of nearly 200 households have been demolished and resettled, with a total cost of nearly 200 million yuan. Wu Hao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the demolition and resettlement would be so troublesome and cost so much. Fortunately, an experienced old river like Dong Yiming is in charge, otherwise he will have a headache. Ahahaha, this is a small amount. Do you know the urban village reconstruction project over the development zone? The compensation for the demolition alone has already spent 4 billion yuan. There are still some people who are dissatisfied with it. Now they are living as nails. Du Yongyue laughed loudly, then said to Wu Hao, "So much." Wu Hao was surprised. Seeing his surprised expression, Du Yongyue waved his hand and said, this is not enough. The whole is estimated to reach 5 billion. This time we are very determined to complete the demolition work here, free up the place so that attract more high-tech enterprises to settle in Anxi. Of course, the opening and construction of the Linghu International Business District must also be accelerated. Our positioning here is the International Science and Technology Innovation Port, which means that in the future, a large number of powerful technology companies will be concentrated here and settled here. Here will also be a good supplement over the development zone. Some powerful large-scale technology companies over there will also gradually guide them to settle down. So, you can say that it is a benchmark and a role model. This requires you to really make some achievements and set a goal for these companies. Xiao, we have high expectations for you and your HAO technology. Please rest assured that we will continue to make persistent efforts and reward our leaders and the expectations of Anxi's millions of fellow villagers with our achievements. Wu Hao immediately stated. Well, I'll wait for your good news. Du Yongyue baited Wu Hao's shoulders. Luke Xin comforted. Wu Hao also grew up under his testimony, and naturally, his care and support are also indispensable. Therefore, Wu Hao or Haoyu's performance can also be regarded as his performance. The so-called Maximu is easy to find, but Bowl is hard to find. Du Yongyue, who is in a good mood, thinks that the busy engineering equipment has been started not far away, and then smiles at Wu Hao. I heard that your spring new product conference this year has been postponed. Have you encountered any difficulties? Wu Hao nodded and said, during the development of new products, we encountered some difficulties in technology, but we are actively solving them, and the progress is currently going smoothly. Du Yongyue nodded slightly when he heard the words, the R&D of high-tech has never been smooth, and we can't help you in this regard. So everything depends on you. We made mistakes in our previous estimation work, which greatly underestimated the technical difficulty of new product development. In addition, we were too good and wanted to come up with an epoch-making product all at once, but did not expect to encounter a problem. Don't worry, we will actively learn the lesson and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Wu Hao promised. Du Yongyue glanced at him, then nodded and smiled. It's true to learn from teaching and sum up experience, but it can't hurt the spirit. You are still young, so there is nothing wrong with it, and it will be more beneficial to your growth. Speaking of this, Du Yongyue suddenly became interested. Can you talk about your new product? I'm curious what the problem is that bothers you. Ha ha ha. The kind of people behind them laughed. After seeing this situation, Wu Hao thought for a moment, and then smiled at Du Yongyue. In fact, it is not a new product. Everyone has heard of it. It is R and VR products. It just makes a lot of innovations in the existing technology to make it can reach a level of popularity. R and VR have all heard of this. This is not unusual, but what makes everyone curious is what innovation Wu Hao did. To know that several of their previous products are amazing the whole world, then the new generation of products is certainly not as simple as Wu Hao said. But Du Yongyue caught the last word in Wu Hao's words and its popularity. When he thought of it, he brightened his face. It's similar to a cell phone. Wu Hao naturally knew what Du Yongyue was saying. He once said that a new generation of personal information interaction equipment would completely replace mobile phones and become the next generation of communication products. I wanted to come to Du Yongyue because I had paid attention to it, so I caught the meaning in his words so quickly. So thinking of this, he glanced at Du Yongyue, then nodded with a smile. It's almost, but it's not mature yet, and we need to continue research and optimization. And you also know that the whole process is not calm. To be honest, I am a little hesitant now. Hesitating? Du Yongyue asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, yes, hesitate. Although we have achieved rapid development in recent years, it is still a bit inferior to those of the tech giants. We have limited capabilities and may not be opponents when confronted with real competition. In addition, we are facing a huge market of interests, and we also face difficult choices on how to proceed. You're right, this is really a serious consideration. Do not be too anxious. Speaking of this, There was no sweat on De Jong Ui's forehead. He can now imagine what kind of product Wu Hao has developed. Once this product is released, it will have a huge impact on the current market. Correspondingly, Wu Hao and they will also be under tremendous pressure. www.mentalnovel.com. Those who are not willing to fail will definitely try to fight against new products and Wu Hao. This kind of competition is about life and death. It is certainly no less than a fierce war. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at the young handsome boy in front of him, and didn't know what kind of pressure was behind his overflowing smile. Can he do it? De Jong Ui couldn't help but put a big question mark in his heart. Wu Hao naturally knew the meaning of De Jong Ui's words, so he smiled and said, "You can rest assured that I am not a reckless person. The bigger the company, the more timid I am. So I will definitely choose a relatively stable method, minimize the stimulus and influence on the market, and do it in a more peaceful way." "This is just fine." De Jong Ui nodded, then patted Wu Hao's shoulder again, and sighed, "The future is bright, the road is bumpy. I have no problem despite telling us that we and the thousands of fellow villagers in Anxi will always be the strong backing behind you." "Thank you, Secretary," Wu Hao said with a bright smile. "Oh ha ha." De Jong Ui waved his hand, and then smiled at him. "Let's go and take a look at it. I heard that a Tang Dynasty royal palace site was also dug out. How about archaeological excavation work?" "Yes, your side please." Wu Hao nodded and introduced to the crowd now. "This royal court site in the Tang Dynasty is just in front. I didn't believe it at the beginning. Why did we come across this so coincidentally, later? As for the new products, it's not just Wu Hao who is anxious. The general public, especially those who have purchased Wu Hao's related products, are also anxious. Everyone is asking when their new products will be released. Many users even call customer service or contact the after-sales service to inquire about the release of related new products. However, Wu Hao's related customer service and after-sales are all responsible for the intelligent voice system. There is no difference in speech and use of live dialogue. But the answer answered by the intelligent voice system must have been authorized by Wu Hao, and the answer without the authorization cannot be answered by the intelligent voice system. It can only reply to some vague words such as working hard, as soon as possible and recently. Some people are dissatisfied with this answer, and leave message directly on their personal Weibo such as the company's official blog and Wu Hao to ask about the relevant situation. Even when Wu Hao posts a new Weibo, a group of people are asking below, "Don't slip, just send a new product. I've thanked the flowers, and when will the new product be released? What exactly is your new product? Can you announce it?" And so on. Every time there are tens of thousands of comments and comments. It is like he bought a hot search. Not only that, there are also some media and gossip tabloids. Since the media blogger is also in various rhythms, he has produced articles that make him laugh. I'm also weird. There are some people who are really new to these statements, and even said that they are sensible. As if he really knew it. What's wrong? My son-in-law's aunt's daughter-in-law's aunt's niece's son's son works at Hao Technology. I heard that Hao owed a lot of money, and that Wu Hao was arrested, and now it's going to close. Wait a minute. In the face of this situation, Wu Hao had to make a simple response. Sometimes he was quite helpless, knowing that these were some jokes and rumors. But you can't ignore them, otherwise you really thought that something had happened to you. Everybody's imagination is really rich, and they are in favor. The new product is still under development, and the specific release time will be notified separately. Our aim is to use the best products to serve users, without polishing the perfect product. We are not will make it available. Regarding new products, many people are guessing that they have everything. However, in order to maintain the mystery, I also hope that everyone will wait patiently for a while. I dare to say that the new product released this time can absolutely stunning the whole world and open a new era for everyone. By the way, many people talk about how their products are good, what leads the new era, new trends, and so on. Obviously I have a hard time saying such words, But what I can assure you is that this time our products are really sci-fi advanced. Even now, our company's senior management and market operations are worried that after the launch of our two products, it may cause a strong reaction in the market and cause market turbulence. So how to release these two products and put them on the market smoothly without causing strong market turbulence is a problem we have a headache now. Does anyone have any good opinions? I am rewarded heavily. Good products take time to polish, and good products are worth everyone's weight. Please be patient. By the way, we will hold a small product launch conference next Friday afternoon to release some products originally intended to be released at this year's new product launch conference. At that time, the network will be broadcast live simultaneously, so stay tuned. Sure enough, Wu Hao's Weibo post was like throwing a stone in a calm water pond, and it immediately caused a violent wave. This Weibo was also quickly reposted by major media and Big V, and all the way up the hot search list. The interpretation of his Weibo has also become a topic of interest for many bloggers and big versus. For example, the well-known technology blogger StarWatcher reposted Wu Hao's Weibo and commented, "In terms of the quality of the products previously released by Haolt Technology, I am afraid that this new product will really be like Wu Hao said, and it will make the whole world amazing." I also agree with their attitude that they only make fine products. At present, the home has followed Hao's intelligent home system, and the experience is very good. But I don't quite understand what he said will start a new era, or I am just curious. What kind of product can open a new era? Let's combine what Wu Hao said on related occasions before, especially after the new product launch conference last spring, when he answered a reporter's question and said, "Smartphone development should change for more than 10 years, and about us for the next generation products. We have already had preliminary ideas and are actively carrying out related research and development. This process will not take too long, and it is estimated that we can meet you soon. If this shows that they should have started the research and development of the next generation products very early. I preliminary estimate that they should be no later than the development of the second generation intelligent voice products they released last year. In other words, the product released last year is just an optimized transition product for the previous generation product www.metalnovel.com, not a new product that they are really developing in secret. This can also explain why Wu Hao was so confident in answering reporters' questions regarding what exactly the next generation of new products are. Hao's confidentiality work is very strict. So far, no details have been disclosed. However, we can also see the clue from the series of actions of Haolt Technology. For example, Wu Hao had acquired an LCD display panel production factory in Suzhou a long time ago. After the acquisition of this plant, it did not resume production immediately, but maintained at a very small output. There has been a new action, which is very counterintuitive. In order to find out exactly what this production job is doing, I checked Hao's recruitment plan in recent years and found clues. Haolt Technology has been recruiting display panel technicians and experts in recent years, and its working place is in Suzhou. This also explains why the company has not resumed mass production. It is waiting for new display panel technology to be developed. As we all know, it is difficult to develop a new display technology. Haolt Technology did not start a new stove, but directly purchased such a production plant for such a large price, indicating that they are prepared for new technologies. As for why there has been no movement, I think there should be a problem in the mass production process. There are several production plants that Wu Hao bought and rebuilt, especially those lithium battery production jobs, and the super battery they developed. I think all of this is not accidental, but it is carefully laid out to lay the foundation for the development and production of their new generation of products. In addition, we should also note that a film and television media company Y Media, which was invested and established by Haolt Technology last year, the general manager of this company is Wu Hao's girlfriend. Of course, this news has not been confirmed. However, After the establishment of Y Media, it began to buy film and television and related game rights. But after the acquisition of these movies and some copyrights, they have not been launched. I think they should be preparing for their new products. Let's combine what Wu Hao said when responding to the reporter after the new product launch last year. He said, "The communication industry has a bright future and the market is active. Many technology companies will have ideas in this regard. Of course, we are no exception. Regarding the new generation of mobile phones, I don't think it can be called a mobile phone anymore, but a portable personal network information interconnection terminal. In fact, not only us, major mobile phone manufacturers are also thinking about and researching and developing next-generation products. The development of smartphones has now entered a bottleneck. What everyone is chasing from the phone itself has also become an endless competition for data stacking. I think soon, this situation will be broken. As for whoever breaks this first, it depends on the comprehensive strength of all parties in R&D. Wu Hao's words are very implicit, but we can also summarize some news from them, that is, they intend to enter the communications product market. In addition, regarding the new generation of communication products, which is what Wu Hao called the personal network information interconnection terminal, they are already in development. Smartphones have been in development for more than a decade, and now they have encountered a bottleneck, which should be broken. Let's contact what Wu Hao said in this Weibo post to start a new era. So can we understand this? Wu Hao, they have broken this bottleneck and developed a new generation of mobile phones, or just as Wu Hao said, a new generation of personal network information interconnection terminals. Only in this way can explain what Wu Hao Weibo said about the new product launch. Companies' senior management and market departments are more worried, fearing to cause strong market turbulence. I think this kind of turmoil should not refer to public user turbulence, but to these existing mobile phone manufacturers. If my guess is correct, once this new product is released, it will definitely have an impact on the existing mobile phone market. This is like the rise of smartphones that swept the entire traditional mobile phone market. I can understand the anxiety in Wu Hao's words. Of course, for an average user, I still look forward to the release of these two new products. To be honest, I can't wait any longer and eager to see what these two new products are. And I just guessed that a new product came out, and I don't know what the other is. This analysis article by the well-known technology blogger StarWatcher was also quickly reposted and recognized by many people, and even its fans rose by hundreds of thousands overnight. This also makes everyone more curious about these two new products in Wu Hao, and more guesses. Regarding the new generation of mobile phones, everyone is not unrealized. Based on the speculation of the Stargazer, everyone gave a lot of answers, and some even designed and drawn the so-called new product rendering pictures. To be honest, Wu Hao was shocked after seeing this article. This is a real big bull in the internet. With some words in his words and some information on the internet, it can really be inferred. This is definitely a personal talent. I admire him. He also secretly likes this article. But I didn't expect it to be picked up quickly and exposed on the internet, which made everyone more excited. And this Stargazer also took a screenshot, and then thanked excitedly. It seems I'm right. The next generation of products must be related to the new generation of mobile phones. When will the new products be released? Everyone is waiting. And Wu Hao also rarely responded. The research and development of new products has been basically completed and is actively being tested. The article is well written. Thank you for your enthusiasm for our attention. When all testing procedures are over, new products, if it meets our ideal requirements, it will be published. Many netizens who were watching the crowd, after seeing his reply, jumped up and cheered. The research and development work has been basically completed and testing is in progress, which means that new products will be released soon. And everyone can be sure now, One of the new products that WuHao is developing is the next generation mobile phone. Such a high topical interest naturally attracts many practitioners or big brothers in the mobile phone and even the communications industry. However, in everyone's view, these people can't sit still rather than attract, so one by one they all speak out. Sanhua, the deputy general manager of a well-known mobile phone brand, wrote, "Smartphones have been developed for more than 10 years. And no one says that they are surpassed. We are also developing the next generation of mobile phone products, and we have also achieved very good results. Please pay attention to our new product launch next month." In this regard, some netizens directly commented on his Weibo and said, "Is there a research and development of this mobile phone brand?" It was quickly liked by many netizens www.mtlnovel.com, and the result of waiting for this netizen was directly blackened, which can't hide the clear eyes of other netizens. So a group of people started to swipe the screen under his Weibo, and finally caused him to delete the Weibo directly. Xun the product manager of another mobile phone brand, followed suit. But this article is a bit confusing. He wrote on Weibo, "With regard to the development of the next generation of mobile phones, major manufacturers are nervous. Whoever takes the lead in launching a product is equal to who seizes the opportunity first and seizes the market. There is much debate about what the next generation of mobile phones will look like. But one thing, as President Wu Hao and Wu Wu said, is no longer limited to mobile phones, but personal portable mobile network terminals." And what exactly this terminal looks like? The answers given by the major manufacturers are also different. I am very glad that we can see the answer given by Haolt Technology, and also allow us to have the first glimpse into the true face of the next generation of mobile phone products. I hope that Mr. Wu can come out quickly. I can't wait like many people. In addition, we also gave a very surprising answer about the next generation of mobile phones. This is definitely a very amazing product. Everyone can look forward to it. But before such a new product comes out, everyone pays attention to our new movie release conference this month. This Xun is very smart. He appeared on Weibo to praise WuHao's new products. Then they mentioned their own products by the way, and finally ran an advertisement by the way. I can say that I am out of the realm, playing tricks. Compared to the 3-watt Weibo is a bit uncomfortable. The enthusiastic response of the internet and the performance of their peers WuHao naturally looked at them. To be honest, they are also very anxious. Zhang Jun and Huang Ziwa, the director of the marketing department, are urging when the new product will be released. The research and development of these two new products have been basically completed, and they are still under continuous optimization. If in accordance with the standards of other technology companies, such products should be enough to launch. But for WuHao, this is not enough, because these two new products have many shortcomings. Their success or failure is related to their future development strategy. To be practical, they are actually funding sources for their future large-scale projects, so they cannot afford to lose. Zhang Jun and Huang Ziwu are anxious. Naturally they want the two products to be launched as soon as possible. What exactly are these two products? They have seen, and naturally know the massive benefits brought into the market once released. For WuHao, the head of Haolt Technology, he is not only considering revenue, but also other aspects. How to bring these two products to the market smoothly without bringing too much stimulus to other industries and also not to suffer too much resistance is the issue he is considering. VR products, he is not worried, he is really worried about our products. Once this product appears, it means that it will threaten the current mobile phone products on the market, which will definitely bring a huge blow to mobile phone manufacturers. And this is bound to move a lot of people's cake, and the pressure on them is also conceivable. If you want to withstand this kind of pressure, you will definitely need to bring in some people to fight against. But in the end, who will join the group? This is what they have to consider now. The current best choice is naturally the three major operators. The three major operators are also very interested in this, and the two sides are discussing closely. In addition, there are naturally other partners. Only if the layout is sufficient in the early stage, can you have the confidence to fight in the back. and you will not be pinched by your neck. Otherwise, if it is released in such a hurry, it will be easy for people to feel the weakness and extortion, thereby falling into a passive situation. This kind of thing hasn't happened before. There have been many painful lessons before, so he can't help but be cautious regarding this small new product launch on Friday. In fact, it should have been their large spring new product launch as planned. Only the release of the two main new products has been postponed, so the size of the conference will be reduced accordingly. And the location of this year's press conference was not chosen in Shanghai, but placed in front of their home in Anxi. The host of the original press conference should be Wu Hao, but he was too lazy to meet such a small conference, so he gave it directly to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was naturally reluctant to do so, so he and Wu Hao shied away from each other. I don't care. Anyway, I don't want to go. Whoever I want to go to, don't call me. Zhang Jun went into his office fiercely, and then sat on the sofa with a sulking air on him. Wu Hao, who was immersed in her office, stood up with a smile, then stretched her waist and said, "It's so hot that it's time to drink Qdingcha to lower the fire. I heard that this thing is better for obese people. It can lower blood pressure and blood fat, but also help to lose weight. Don't mention weight loss for me. I'm about to collapse these days." Zhang Jun glanced at him with a bad breath. Since the illness was found out in the physical examination, this guy has also started to feel a little scared. Now he has invited a private teacher to actively lose weight. Different from the previous 3-day fishing and 2-day drying nets, the weight loss method is different. This time it seems that it is really determined. It's not. I have lost 20 pounds in just over a month. If it weren't for the slowness of his heart, it would have been thinner. In order to maintain the hard-won weight loss results, this guy is now strictly following the weight loss recipes given to him by private teachers, picking up broccoli carrots. They didn't dare to call this guy when they got dinner now. Keep on, it's almost reduced to 178. Wu Hao smiled at him and comforted him. In response, Zhang Jun waved his hand again and again. Okay, talk less about this, and talk about the press conference. In the past, you were on the stage. What happened this time? You have to throw two things to me. What happened to you? Aren't you from the company? Don't forget that this company still has your share, so you should also contribute. Wu Hao asked back at him. Why didn't I do anything? I didn't do all the things here and outside. You have to say that Dong Tsai and Yang Fan have a share. Why don't you find them? Zhang Jun was not angry. What do you say? Wu Hao glanced at him, then sat down and poured him a cup of tea, then poured a cup himself, and then laughed. This time it's you, it's their turn next time. Everyone exercise. This I can't always be the showy thing. Besides, this press conference is in our Anxi. We only invited some media reporters and guests, not many people. You come to the stage and talk about it, just introduce our products and let you do nothing. You said lightly, your press conference was not exhausting and half-dead. www.mentalnovel.com. Zhang Jun was unhappy at him. Wu Hao was even more unhappy when he heard his words, and stared at him directly. You know, that won't let me rest. Ha ha ha, I'm not inexperienced. Zhang Jun smiled guilty. Wu Hao shook his head and said, whoever is born with experience in this area is not trained. It is good to be born twice. I have appeared several times, and the audience is a little tired of aesthetics. In addition, I also want to use this conference to warm up our new products in advance, and plan to release a product in the summer. Huh? Zhang Jun showed a surprised expression. Releasing a product first, aren't they together? Wu Hao shook his head. The two products are moving too much together, so let's separate them. I plan to release our VR glasses first and then release our glasses in the fall. In this way, the stimulus for the industry and the market will be smaller and more conducive. Let's focus on promotion. You are a bit too careful. There are so many VR products on the market, and you don't see anything happening. Zhang Jun couldn't help it. He has seen new products, even if it is amazing, but it is not necessary to be so careful. Wu Hao sighed. be prepared. Our current anti-risk ability is too poor. The success of these two products is related to our subsequent series of projects, and we cannot afford to lose. You also know that all aspects of the company now need to use money. It is difficult to support the profit of these products alone. There are those ongoing R&D projects, which one does not require money. To be honest, I feel that there is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of funds. Hearing his words, Jiang Jun nodded, and then became silent. Indeed, the pressure to control such a large company can be imagined. Although the scenery is beautiful, how much hard work is behind it. Even the pressure on his second-hander has made him a little overwhelmed, not to mention Wu Hao, standing on the cusp of the wind. As soon as he thought about it, Jiang Jun looked at Wu Haoing and said, "Well, I will go up this press conference. But if you mess it up, you can't blame me. Be confident in yourself. I believe in you." Wu Hao encouraged and sipped the tea carefully. Jiang Jun took a sip of his teacup, and then he was a little puzzled. Since the new product is to be released separately, why not release it at this opportunity? You have to wait until summer. Wu Hao shook her head and said, 2 reasons, or 1 reason, are not ready. VR glasses. The test is still going on. In addition, it is necessary to report to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and the related patent application process has not yet been implemented, which will take time. Also, you know that this product requires specific content. Especially the VR Virtual City is under development and construction. These also take time. So combining these factors, I chose summer, which is more suitable for June and July. Jiang Jun nodded after hearing what he said. This product needs more content support, which is also their intention to set up Micromedia. But this project can be said to be boundless and will not be completed in a short time. Then speaking back to this press conference, I have no opinion on most of the products that need to be released this time. But I still have some objections to the release of this intelligent voice chip. In this way, our huge advantages will be broken. Jiang Jun worried. Among the products released this time, the more important thing is that they will release a smart voice chip. Simply put, their intelligent voice system is soldered to the chip and launched in the form of a physical chip. This product will be used for the development of a series of intelligent voice products in the future, such as intelligent voice control systems in cars, intelligent voice home systems, and intelligent voice public service systems for public services. Originally, they had an absolute advantage in these areas, but once this intelligent voice chip was launched, it would undoubtedly destroy their own advantages, which made Jiang Jun somewhat unclear. Wu Hao said with a smile, "This market is big enough that we can never eat it alone." In the past, in order to ensure our sufficient advantages in this area, we refused a lot of cooperation, which undoubtedly offended many people. Now that our new product is on the market, we have to show some sincerity to some people. Besides, if we eat meat, we must allow some people to drink soup. At present, in terms of intelligent voice products, our main advantages are in 2 areas. One is a wearable intelligent voice assistant, and the other is a smart home terminal. Smart voice assistants will gradually be replaced by our glasses in the future, and smart home terminals. We have now formed a system. Even if we release this new intelligent voice product and other manufacturers use it to launch their own smart home terminals, it will not affect us. Do you know why? Jiang Jun frowned when he heard his question, and then tried to ask, "You mean we have a mature personal account system?" Hee. Wu Hao smiled. This set of personal account system will also be used in our new products in the future, as personal identity credentials to log into them. With the strong appeal of new products, would you still be afraid that these users would be taken away by other companies? I glanced at Jiang Jun and Wu Hao said, "They also know this. If we don't have anything to rely on, how can we sell them the core technology?" So in the future smart home terminals, they will definitely enter. However, what is being snatched is either some high-end luxury custom markets or the low-end cheap product market. They will not face us directly and generate too much marketing for our products. In addition, There are some industries that we are not good at or have no intention of entering, such as the field of public voice services, intelligent vehicle voice control systems, and other application areas. Don't underestimate this part. Even if we only sell these chips, the rewards are very generous. Finally, I want to use this chip to relax some relationships and pave the way for our launch and promotion of new products. The way to be willing is to have it. Don't worry, the core technology is in our hands. It's not up to us to decide what we want. Hee. Jiang Jun laughed, then threw a cigarette at Wu Hao, and he lighted a road. This is the best, but you have to go back and send an internal email to explain that many people are not. I understand. Is it right now that I know it from the outside, or after the press conference? It is worthwhile for employees to think about our company, but they have to broaden their horizons. Don't worry about the gains and losses in front of them. Wu Hao spit out a smoke ring and laughed. In addition to this chip, www.intelnovel.com, there are new battery products. I do not understand. This battery has been in production for so long. Do you need to release it? Jiang Jun looked at him and asked. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. This time you will be released at the press conference with some finished products. We previously released technology in addition to new products. This time we will also release a battery cluster array management system. This large-scale battery pack has a very wide range of applications, and domestic technical research in this area is still relatively weak. You also know that we have been a leader in cluster array management and control. So many people hope that we can develop such a technology. I don't care if it is just a general enterprise, but the key is that there are some scientific research institutions and enterprises in the military industry system. Now that the technology has come out, we can't send them directly to the door. It is better to wait for them to come, so that we can take the initiative in negotiations. You just come out and talk about it this time. Don't talk too much. Let everyone know that we have already developed this technology. Sometimes it's good to maintain a sense of mystery, at least we can make the other person unsure. Others waited for these people to come to the house. Then I asked Huang Ziwa to talk. I see. Jiang Jun nodded. He has not intervened in technical research and development, and Wu Hao is directly responsible for this. There is also the connection with the military and the military industry system, and Wu Hao is solely responsible for this. This kind of communication and cooperation has always been a top secret project of the company, and most people have no right to know. After coming down to be the host of this small conference, Jiang Jun was particularly concerned about the matter, not only chasing Wu Hao to inquire about some stage propaganda skills and experience, but also invited relevant trainers to give him simple guidance and training. I even did rehearsals several times, much more seriously than Wu Hao. Even though Wu Hao has stated that this is a small conference and will not release the new product they are focusing on this year, it still attracts many media reporters. Some media reporters who did not get the invitation letter also called one after another to apply for relevant admission places to participate in the press conference. Wu Hao and Jiang Jun did not expect that this small conference could attract so many reporters. It seems that everyone is very interested in their development. Wu Hao thought about it for a moment. Simply let them in, and more media participation was also helpful for their propaganda. In fact, the reason why such multimedia is enthusiastic about participating in their press conference, or that they are interested in their news, this is mainly because the public is very interested in Wu Hao, a young genius inventor, genius entrepreneur, and young rich. The industry is also very interested in the development of Hao technology, because Wu Hao and Hao technology can make a big noise with every vocalization, especially the amazing products in the previous conferences. Everyone also looks forward to this small conference. Again, this is also a rare opportunity for these media reporters to get close to Hao technology, company executives and even Wu Hao. Except for Wu Hao's appearance at the press conference or some other occasions, Wu Hao was very low-key at other times, and rarely accepted interviews by media reporters. Wu Hao is more disgusted with this and does not like to expose too much of his private life in the camera. This will cause some unsafe factors and will also cause harm to the people around. For example, he used to go to a noodle restaurant for noodles. The beef jerky noodles in this noodle restaurant are very authentic, and the noodles are very strong handmade stick noodles, while the beef noodles are stewed with large pieces of beef and the taste is springy. Although a bowl of noodles sells at a high price of 45, those who come to eat are happy. As he went more often, many people knew him. At first it was nothing, everyone was just curious. But then someone made a special trip here to wait for him to talk. So Li Wenming did not let him go again, and asked him not to go to the same place twice a week. In addition, he is required to minimize drinking and eating outside. Even if he wants to eat, he should not come in person as much as possible, and have someone buy it back. Although helpless, Li Wenming was also for his safety, so he had to obey. There is another thing. The internet is very developed since the media. Once he was recognized, someone took out his mobile phone and took a picture, and then some video pictures quickly spread across the network and even used by others. For example, Wu Hao went to a tea house to talk to people. This was secretly photographed by the people in the tea house and then posted on the internet to be watched by a large number of people. What's more, the tea house also enlarged the photo and hung it on the wall, and then came to promote it under his name. If the owner of this tea house tells him, take a photo with him, and hang up for publicity, but he couldn't take a photo while he was talking to someone, let alone send a photo to the internet without saying a word. Then there are some people who deliberately look for opportunities to come forward with you for an enthusiastic talk or shake hands or something. If you think that it is just some fans or interested friends who just communicate with you simply to meet you, these people will arrange photographers in advance to specifically capture these instant photos, and then cheat under various guise. Although he hasn't encountered such a thing, he has also heard of many industry leaders. For example, the old horse was approached and shook hands, so that people took the opportunity to capture some intimate photos. Then this person used these photos to pretend to be scammers of old horse's relatives and subordinates, and it was really speechless that many people were deceived. In the end, I had to report to the police, and the old horse let people clarify the matter overnight. There are still some people who make use of the opportunity to meet with these celebrities to create topics and get out of the way. So although he hates these restrictions of daily life, he doesn't like to be followed. But for personal safety and in order to reduce these incidents, he can only endure. And this is the reason why he is unwilling to expose his personal life too much, because he is afraid that too much exposure will be easily used by others to cause some troubles. And then there is unnecessary trouble for the family and friends around him. The strong concern of the people naturally represents a huge heat flow, which is undoubtedly a fatal temptation for journalists seeking news. Heat flow. So these people are trying to find something related to hot people or targets. But Wu Hao usually lives in a relatively authentic way without too much news and materials, which makes these people anxious to scratch their heads. www.mtlnovel.com now finally has such an opportunity, even if Wu Hao said in a small press conference, but also attracted a large number of media reporters to come to attend. In this regard, Wu Hao, including everyone in the company, liked to hear that only one person was unhappy, and that was Jiang Jun, who was about to preach on stage. He said in his words that it should have been nothing but some pressure but should be able to cope. But now that there are so many people and so much attention, he feels a lot of pressure. What to do if he messes up? In this regard, everyone cheered him up, but the more so, this guy seems more nervous. Wu Hao naturally knows Jiang Jun's mood at the moment, and also knows that this is a pass he must cross. Sometimes we find things difficult, but when you actually step over, you find that is the case. Most of our fear comes from the unknown, because the unknown is the fear, so the best way to overcome it is to try it bravely. Of course, he also told Jiang Jun, but in return was the fat man's swearing. don't you stand and talk without back pain. And it's not that you're on your own and say it's easier. Hey, how do you catch anyone who bites? You belong to the Tibetan Mastiff. Don't be ignorant of people's hearts. I'm helping you to relieve stress. Wu Hao wasn't angry at this. TLS. If you really want me to reduce the pressure, then you will go up for me. Zhang Jun grumbled at him with a look on his face. It's all here, and I want to stop halfway. No way. Wu Hao waved with a smile. I won't go on the spot. I will be more nervous when you go. I will wait for your good news at the company. When you come back, I will you celebrate. Let's eat something good. Get off. Although Wu Hao refused to go to the scene, he was very concerned about the performance of this conference, especially Zhang Jun. So sit in front of the screen early and watch the live video of the entire conference. Boss. With the sound, Zhang Jun and Zuxia Donghan came in with a smile. Come, sit down. The press conference will start immediately. Wu Hao greeted with a smile. This is also Zhang Jun's first show in front of the screen, so he deliberately called Yang Fan and Zuxia Dong to watch the live broadcast together. Zuxia Dong has been staying in a lithium battery production factory before. This time it is rare to come back, so Wu Hao also wants to pull him over to get together. In the end, they are their own, and the relationship between them cannot be too rigid. In addition, Zuxia Dong did a good job at the lithium battery production plant during this time, which made him somewhat relieved. Drinking tea? Wu Hao picked up the teapot and asked the two of them. Zuxia Dong nodded when he saw this, but Yang Fan looked disappointed and said, "Don't have any good tea, I'll drink Coke." He said. This product took out a can of cola from the freezer on the side, and then opened it and drank. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head, then poured a cup of tea for Zuxia Dong, and then said, I just called the fat man, and he is making the final preparation for the playing money. Judging from his full tone, there shouldn't be much of a problem. He. Both of them laughed when they heard the words. The fat people were full of gas, so they usually had a loud voice, a few degrees higher than others. And before this occasion, Zhang Jun was able to maintain this state, indicating that his mentality was well adjusted, which also made the two somewhat relieved. It started. Yang Fan reminded. Immediately after the TV screen began to appear in front of the press conference, Wu Hao and Zuxia Dong turned around and looked up. On the side of the press conference, Zhang Jun was already standing under the stage, and a staff member was helping him to adjust the headset. Mr. Zhang, ready to go on stage? The live guide reminded in the headset. Okay. Zhang Jun nodded, sorted out his large custom-made suit, and walked slowly to the stage. When he came to the middle and stood up, the lights turned on, and his tall and mighty figure was displayed in front of everyone. For Zhang Jun, everyone at the scene knew that this was the second leader of Heol Technology and the co-founder with Wu Hao. Although it was a little unexpected, it was a bit disappointing to the reporters that he was on the stage instead of Wu Hao. Hello, everyone, I'm Zhang Jun. I'm glad you can sing our Heol Technology 2022 Spring Product Launch Conference. In the face of not too enthusiastic applause and some dazzling lights, although Zhang Jun was flustered, he quickly settled down and said slowly to the crowd, maybe everyone is a bit disappointed, because it is not the handsome Wu Hao who met me on stage, but I am a big fat man. To be honest, if I sit down at the moment, I will also be disappointed. So-called beauty after all, who wants to stare at a fat man? Alas, ha 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 ha. Everyone at the scene laughed, and Wu Hao, who was watching the live broadcast, laughed as well. This guy really joke or hacked himself, but this way is also very good, it can instantly close the distance between him and everyone. Seeing a good response, Zhang Jun continued with a smile and said, but Wu Hao's was lazy, and raised me on the stage under the banner of training newcomers. The guy was sitting in front of the screen and drinking tea like many people watching the broadcast. Sigh. In the face of Zhang Jun's words and the ridicule of the audience, Wu Hao is full of black lines. This guy is clearly revenge on him. Although I'm upset, who will let him be the leader? The so-called government university crushes people, and I have to submit to his way. At the same time, Zhang Junlai showed the face of the victim, as if this product really received the same as his P-Harm boss. He is disgusted with you, revenge you to let him go to power. Yang Fan gloated, and Xiaodong also smiled. Wait for him to come back and see how I clean up him. But before that, see how he behaves. The performance is not good. When the new account and the old account are counted together, Wu Haoyu said, this is of course a joke, and he will not take it seriously, at most, just say a few words. So today's press conference, everyone would make me feel awkward for me. Please let me know if there are any disadvantages. After all, this is also the first time Huang Wu entered the cave. No, come on. Crackling. Everyone on the stage applauded. The applause was much warmer than the beginning. Thank you. Thanks. Zhang Jun began to speak. I believe you already know that because we have some technical problems in product development, we have to postpone the release of our new product this year. Originally, we were not planning to hold this press conference, but we took into account your concern and support for us. And we do have some products to share with you. So we decided to continue to hold this press conference. www.intelnovel.com. We originally planned to do it on a small scale. Many people. To be honest, I'm still a bit nervous standing on the stage. Crackling. I don't know who started it first. Everyone on the stage actually applauded again, and it was very warm. It seems that the image of Zhang Jun is really flattering. Waiting for the applause to fall, he continued. Although the main product is missing, don't worry about it, because at this press conference, we will also come up with a series of sincere works. I even think some are heavy products, enough to hold a special press conference. But you also know that the development of the conference is too expensive, and in the principle of diligence and thrift, we will put it together. Hee. Everyone laughed again. For everyone, they are also the first to hear from a company executive that the development conference will cost money. In their impressions, it seems that the major companies convened a press conference after scrambling, and they were embarrassed to call themselves a large company after more than a dozen games a year. In order to hold several press conferences, some companies directly held the products and models that were originally put together and held a separate one. And there are many patterns. You can sing all kinds of characters on the stage. It is a joy to play. How about Haoyu technology? But it is extremely low-key in this regard. This kind of new product launch conference is held only once a year, at most twice in spring and autumn. This is undoubtedly a heterogeneity among many technology companies. The outside world has speculated why this is, but now suddenly got the answer from Zhang Jun's mouth. Because it is costly to develop the cloth, which makes everyone laugh. However, Zhang Jun did not talk about how much time the audience, including the people who were watching the live broadcast, and then continued to preach. A series of products we released last year were warmly welcomed by users, and all aspects gave high praise. This makes us feel relieved, and at the same time, we feel a lot of pressure. How can we live up to the expectations of consumers and users? This is what we have been thinking about. I was also afraid to live up to everyone's expectations, so we have been slow to release our flagship new product. The purpose is to better polish these two products so that they can be amazing and conquer when they meet you. I am honored to be the head of the company, and I have become one of the few people who can see the new product lineup in advance. Everyone knows that our company's research and development has been under the responsibility of Wu Hao. Even company executives struggle to get into R&D labs. It seems that this is not human, but it is also a last resort, because in the past few years, we have been able to detect dozens of commercial espionage cases almost every year. Because of our losses, we attach great importance to this area and have adopted very strict confidentiality measures. There are only a handful of people in the company who have the right to release the secrets of core technology and information. Even me, I often run into obstacles. So I was the first to experience the new product we are developing and testing. This definitely belongs to that day. Wu Hao was in a good mood, and he was very benevolent under our begging. Ha 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 ha. The crowd on the stage laughed again, followed by another round of warm applause. In Zhang Jun's words, Wu Hao was shaped as a villain. Of course, this is a kind of witty joking behavior, which also shows the active and harmonious atmosphere inside the company from the side. Wu Hao, who is watching the live broadcast, is also full of black lines. When did he do this? Obviously he was lazy, and it was right to throw all the research and development things to him. Of course, Zhang Jun's words have other meanings, such as an understatement of security theft for commercial spies, and strict confidentiality measures initiated in response to this situation. Earlier on the internet, rumors said that Hao's confidentiality system is too strict. The so-called internal staff spoke anonymously, saying that what he was most afraid of was meeting people in the confidential office. What Zhang Jun said at the moment was a kind of self-spitting and an external explanation. Take away my identity. As a breakthrough user, I think the new product is great. To be honest, this is even more amazing than when I first experienced the intelligent voice assistant. Not only me, but all these two products I saw people and I feel the same. Although we feel that such a product is good enough, it can be launched to meet everyone. But Wu Hao, a paranoid, firmly disagreed that such a product was not perfect. Of course we don't agree with his paranoid behavior, but who makes him a big BSS? In the end, we have to submit to him. In this regard, everyone in the audience naturally laughed for a while. Everyone laughed and looked forward to these two new products in the mouth of Wu Hao and Zhang Jun. These two new products, Wu Hao, have satiated everyone's appetite, but what they have always kept secret, which makes everyone very curious. After a while of laughter, Zhang Jun went on to say, "Okay, let's not talk about these sad things. Please wait patiently for a few months. I promise to release these two products as soon as possible. Let's enter the release today meeting." I said. Zhang Jun changed to PPT, and then talked. Having said so much before the press conference is actually to pre-warm publicity for these two new products, which is also one of the major purposes of this press conference. Last year we launched an artificial intelligence butler based on a smart home terminal. This virtual character image has been loved by a large number of users. This system has received a lot of praise from us and a lot of warm and touching letters. For example, Miss Zhao from Hongdu sent us an email. This is a recorded video. In the video, her 1-year-old son is being carefully taught by the AI housekeeper. The AI housekeeper taught it over and over again. This cute baby learns little by little, and the scene is very warm. Now more than half a year has passed. This 1.5-year-old child has been able to speak a lot of long and complicated words, and has even been able to recite some short verses. At the same time as Zhang Jun was speaking, a large 1.5-year-old boy was shown on the big screen behind him. He was tempted by his mother to recite some short verses. Goose goose, fun items to sweet pigeons, white cat, because the little bite is not light, but it is also a bit childish. Everyone who saw this scene also showed a smiling smile. And Mr. from Binching, his 7-year-old daughter Guogo suffers from autism and is unwilling to communicate with people. In order to treat his daughter, he sought medical treatments everywhere, but nothing worked. Both of them are ordinary office workers. They usually leave their children at home when they go to work. In order to accompany the children, they specially installed our smart home terminal and smart camera in order to check the status of the child in real time. www.intelnovel.com. Once he was watching the monitor and was surprised to see his daughter actually talk to the AI housekeeper. He was amazed, and quickly went back to look at the monitoring closely. After hearing the recorded conversation, the couple burst into tears. When I saw this video, I was very touched, to tell the truth, and even tears were dropped. Sorry, I can't express this process in words. Let's watch the video for yourself, he said. Zhang Jun stepped back, the lights were dim, and a short video was played on the big screen. This is the monitoring picture captured by the smart camera, and the voice dialogue recorded in the smart home terminal is dubbed. At the beginning, the picture showed that the 7-year-old girl Guogo was a little dumb. She walked in an empty room, hiding her fingers or dazing in various corners, looking very lonely. Once, The little girl suddenly stood in front of the TV, then tilted her head and stared at the TV, revealing a look of interest. And then came a greeting with temperature. Hello. The little girl tilted her head and stared at the TV screen for a while, then ran away, and after a while ran back to stare at the TV screen. Similarly, this time there was another kind greeting in the stereo. Although there is only hello, it is very interesting for little girls. This way back and forth many times. The little girl finally tried to talk. You, hello, Gyogo, I am your artificial intelligence steward Dowdo. I am glad to serve you. Do you have any needs? Beanie, fruit? In the video, the little girl shouted again and again, and her voice became louder and louder, and the AI housekeeper answered patiently over and over again. The screen looks a bit monotonous, but both the people sitting under the stage and the audience watching the live broadcast are undoubtedly moved by this picture, and some even shed tears. At this time, the lights turned on, Jang Jun returned to the stage, and watched everyone laugh. Sometimes, we can always be moved by such simple things, simple moments. This is not because we are too vulnerable, it's because such a moment is really warm. There are many more stories like this, many, and they can't be told for 3 days and nights. When we wanted to collect stories and videos in this area, users were very active and shared us many stories that happened around them. Even, someone sent us a banner, everyone. Immediately, a lot of photos appeared on the big screen. The photos were taken with the pennants, and the last photo was even more shocking. I saw a wall full of pennants. This is not over yet, followed by various submission screenshots and some video covers, etc., and gradually filled the entire big screen. To be honest, at the beginning I received such a banner, I was a bit disgusted. This is too old-fashioned. I don't know. What do we think is the Holy Hand God? But when you really calm down and understand the story behind, you will feel very touched. Those who send pennants do not know how to thank us, so they chose to use this simple way. I'm glad that our products can help these people. I am also proud that our product is not just a product, it has also become a member of many families. This is a picture drawn by a few children, which was photographed by parents and teachers and posted to Weibo and @. In the picture is a family of 4, including father and mother. There is him, and one is actually our artificial intelligence steward. At the beginning, everyone may feel a little funny, how did this machine program become their family? But in the children's dim understanding, this is their family, because they have it in their eyes. I think a product can achieve such a point that it is already a success. We should be happy and proud. But in our opinion, this just makes us feel panicked and scared. Fear the people for our praises and preferences, and we fear that we live up to their expectations. So we have to work harder and do better. Once, my dream or ambition was to want to do something big and develop our company into a global giant and a great enterprise. What is great? I have different understanding of this word at different stages. Once I thought greatness should be considered powerful, but later I felt greatness changed the world. And now, I think a great company doesn't care how powerful it is, whether it can change the world, but can help more people in need and provide quality services to more people. For this reason, I will also inject it into the development philosophy and development goals of our company, and provide services and help for more people in the future. Crackling. Everyone present burst into deafening applause. For nothing else, they moved Jang Jun just now without any skill or modification. Thank you. Jang Jun bowed deeply to the audience and smiled again. This little girl is now slowly recovering and can also have some simple communication and interaction with people. Mr. Wu and his wife this is very confident, they believe that their daughter will completely return to normal, and can go to school and play like other children. We also provided help for Mr. and Mrs. and Xiao Gyogo, and invited our domestic experts on autism to check and treat them for the recovery of Xiaogogo. The experts are very confident. We also hope and wish Xiaogogo to recover health as soon as possible. Crackling. After the applause, Jang Jun continued, in this year, we also received a lot of good suggestions. For example, Some people think that our virtual image of the AI housekeeper is too single. Why should we limit it to people? Any other animal or cartoon characters? This is indeed a good proposal, so this year we deliberately added a series of animals and cartoon characters, including pandas, golden monkeys, sloths, and parrots. On the cartoon image side, we are also actively communicating with some copyright owners of cartoon images, and buying related image copyrights. And in order to fit the sounds of these images and character images, we purposely collected voice samples of voice actors who voiced these characters and edited them again. I made every cartoon image have a dubbing and language style that matched his image, such as Liu Xiaohai, Nez, Sun Monkey, Xiaobai, Dabai, Mickey Mouse and so on. To be honest, this job is difficult and expensive. Some of the character images are expensive to use, but we still bought them with teeth. We don't know if the money can be recovered. www.mentalnovel.com. There are some characters too long. Director, character design teacher, voice actor can't be found or passed away. We can only do a little bit of simulation debugging through the image in everyone's mind, and finally reach the expected image. These new images will be launched in the near future, and you can buy them in our virtual mall. We hope that these character images will not only bring joy to the children, but also find good childhood memories for the big friends. Zhang Jun's words came to an end, and there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Indeed, such animals and cartoon characters are even more pleasing, which surprises both big and small children alike. Bringing cartoon characters into your daily life is also a very good experience. Xu Jing waited for the audience to calm down. Zhang Jun said with a smile, "At the same time, we will also make a major upgrade to our smart home terminal system. In addition to solving and optimizing some known issues in this upgrade, we have also improved the intelligence of the entire system. After the upgrade, the functions of your smart home terminal will be richer and more intelligent, and your AI housekeeper will be more intelligent. It can make some independent thinking and judgment even to the extent you allow it. For example, when you fall asleep while watching TV on the sofa, it will wake you up according to your settings and prevent you from catching cold. Or turn down the TV sound or turn off the TV directly. Then increase the temperature of the air conditioner and instruct our intelligent robot to cover you with a blanket." After giving the audience a little reaction time, Zhang Jun went on to say, "In fact, in this big update, we also added a lot of rich features and services. I won't introduce more here, everyone will go back and explore for themselves. When introducing the next product, I will report the information security and confidentiality of our product in the past year. I can proudly announce to you that our smart home system has not been compromised by hackers so far. Although we are subject to many cyber attacks every day, there has not yet been a single case of cyber leaks caused by vulnerabilities and defects in our system. Of course, there is still some information leakage of users. In the past year, we have received a total of 11 related user information leakage incidents. After our joint investigation with relevant departments, we discovered that all of these user information leakage incidents were caused by improper user operations. Among them, home computer networks are under attack and monitoring, there are malicious attacks by third-party software and programs, and so on. In this major update, we have also strengthened the protection in this regard, and implanted related security protection functions in the AI housekeeper. It monitors and reminds users in real time based on the status of the home device network and usage, or clean up these abnormal accesses and some malicious programs and software under the authorization of the user, thereby further protecting the security of personal household information data. After a short burst of applause, Zhang Jun continued, "If the smart home terminal, the AI housekeeper is the brain, then our smart home robot HS_1 is its hands and feet. After we launched the HS_1 robot last year, it was loved by a large number of usernames, and even once out of stock. The introduction of robots into home life is nothing new. Humans had such illusions a century ago. In the past, many companies have launched many home robots in their imagination, but in the end, they did not really put them into mass commercial use. Our HS_1 robot is the first robot to be widely praised since its launch. This praise makes us happy and feels pressure at the same time. How to improve the performance of this HS_1 robot and make it better for the family is also a question we have been thinking about for a long time. After soliciting the opinions of customers, combining our existing technical reserves and relevant expert opinions, we will introduce the HS Robot version 2.0 to everyone. The new HS_2 robot has been greatly improved over the previous generation. This improvement is not only in hardware, but also in software. Simply put, it's smarter, more flexible, and can do more. The biggest difference from the previous generation is that it has been upgraded from a single robot to a dual robot like ours. In the past, many users spit out, a single robot used a single function, and often needed another robot to cooperate. But this means the need to buy another robot, which undoubtedly increases the cost of use for users. We followed everyone's suggestions, upgraded and optimized the original technology, and launched the HS_2 of this dual robot. Last year we showed you a video showing how our robots perform embroidery. The reason we demonstrate this video is mainly to show you how flexible and lightweight our robots are, but afterwards some users asked our after-sales customers how to make their robots learn to embroider, which is really difficult for us. After a chuckle, Jang Jun continued to say with a smile, "This time we have added this function to our dual robot HS_2, which means that it is not just us now, all users buy back this product. After that, you can use such functions at home. As for what to embroider, it is entirely up to you to decide whether it is embroidery or cross-stitch, whether it is embroidered dragon or phoenix, or you can choose these as you like. It's like a printer that can embroider your selected pattern. You only need to prepare relevant materials for it. If you think that it only has such a function, then it is too underestimated. It can also cut apples, play the piano, or help you with some daily housework like us. According to our preliminary statistics, it will be able to independently perform more than 80% of daily household chores. In other words, except for some particularly troublesome and creative housework, other tasks can be left to this HS_2 robot. Crackling. Jang Jun's words just fell, and the applause from the audience suddenly sounded, and it was very warm. Being able to replace 80% of household chores is definitely a pioneering work. It can be said that people are freed from daily tedious chores. Some girls and housewives watched the robotic arm in the video shine, and then turned around to glance at their boyfriend or husband intentionally or unintentionally. How could a boyfriend or husband beside him not know what the other party meant? In fact, they also had some emotions, because his girlfriend or wife complained to him every time he finished the housework, and even many housework was done by them. If you have this HS_2 robot, then you won't have to worry about who will do housework and quarrel in the future. I must buy one, but it's not expensive. Jang Jun squinted and smiled at the audience. What can't it do? www.mentalnovel.com. That is some creative things, such as cooking and cooking, or flower arrangement, decoration, painting. Others said, I think what you are most concerned about and most puzzled about is that since this HS_2 robot is so powerful, why can't we cook? In fact, we originally wanted to develop this function, and we also made some progress. The things that can be cooked are standard dishes made strictly according to the proportions in the recipe. To be honest, the taste is not bad, and it can be imported, but it is not much better. Although this kind of food can fill your stomach, it can't please your mood and bring people the kind of surprise when enjoying food. What is home is a harbor of affection. When you are aggrieved and frustrated abroad, when you come back and have a good meal prepared by your mother, father, wife or husband, these worries will be swept away. But if all these tasks are replaced by machines, and the meals are made according to the standard, then the rich and diverse home flavors in everyone's memory may disappear. Then the home may not be a home, and the weight of the home will be greatly reduced. Another cooking thing is the special talent of the affluent human beings in heaven, and we do not want to use the machine to destroy this ability in the future. I may say something serious, but we don't want to do this role, and we will never do things in this regard, which is against our original intention. Because there are things that machines can replace. There are things that machines can never replace. Reading book guest URL. Indeed, many young technicians who participated in the development of this project initially proposed the development of cooking technology. I think it will be very convenient for users and help some young people who don't cook or have poor cooking skills. For many young people, cooking is really difficult. So these people either go out to eat or they can only cook instant noodles such as instant noodles. So for this group of people, such a function is definitely more attractive. However, this has been opposed by some older researchers, who believe that this function, although apparently helping these people, is actually harming them. If we rely too much on machines, humans may lose the most basic viability. And as Jang Jun said before, if it is all such standardized meals, what is the difference between it and the outside? And what is the difference between eating outside and eating at home? Why go home? What is the taste of the home? What is the taste of the mother? These flavors are not necessarily delicious, but they are the most familiar flavors, from snacks to large ones. When you leave the house, you think you have finally gotten rid of these flavors. But it won't be long before you miss the flavor. Although you have tasted many people's cooking in many places, you don't have the taste at home. These flavors are by no means standardized cooking dishes. They are life experiences accumulated by mothers, fathers, husbands, or wives over many years. The taste is sweet and bitter. If it is really replaced with a machine, it will not be a good thing for people and families. There is a lot of disputes and differences in this regard. So how to make a choice finally falls to Wu Hao. In the past, he was more favored by young people, but eventually stood by the older R&D personnel, because he also agrees with these people's point of view, that is, you cannot lose the taste of home and the warmth that belongs to home. Jang Jun's explanation is still going on. He also introduced the products to the audience and the audience who are watching the live broadcast. However, due to limited time, he also speeded up with the reminder of the background director. Some less important products are also rushed past and do not stop too much. After introducing this series of products, Jang Jun finally sighed. Taking advantage of the short film time, he returned to the stage to take a sip of water and rested slightly. Don't look so hot on the stage, but it is actually a tiring job. With his huge body, he felt like sweating in the gym on the stage. Basically, the clothes are sweaty. If it is not covered by this suit, I am afraid that it will be cold. He rested for a while, then returned to the stage. Faced with some tired audiences below the stage, Jang Jun smiled again with a bright smile on his face and said, I know that everyone is very tired at this time of the press conference, and I am the same. Please stick to it. I will try to finish the next few products in the shortest possible time. Well, the next few products we are going to release are mainly not for consumers, but for corporate users. Yes, it's business users. In fact, our cooperation with major companies has been very close, and from the very beginning we started with this business. In the past few years, we have had very frequent business contacts with a large number of domestic and foreign companies, many of which are technical cooperation. Some of the technological achievements we have developed, as well as some of the patented technologies we have applied for, are also glowing in various fields, and have won praises from users of major enterprises. In the past, for the sake of confidentiality, we have always been very low-key in this regard, and many technical cooperations have been actively approached by others. Today, we will break this situation and proactively release some of our latest scientific research results to the majority of enterprise users. First of all, we introduced the new lithium-ion battery technology we developed, which is commonly known as super battery. This battery is currently available and has been used by many companies with very good results. In the past, production was limited, so we rejected many companies' cooperation requests and purchase orders. With the full commissioning of our lithium battery production plant and the continuous expansion of production capacity, we have decided to further increase the external supply to meet the needs of many technology companies and products for new high-performance batteries. In order to meet your needs, we will provide you with a series of new lithium battery products. From basic 18,650 batteries to miniature button batteries, to small and medium-sized modular batteries, and large lithium battery packs, we can produce and provide them. In addition, for large lithium battery packs, especially ultra-large scale battery packs, we will also come up with related large-scale lithium battery pack cluster array management technology. Everyone knows that we are born of cluster array management technology. In this area, our technology is very mature and belongs to the world's leading. This is also our confidence. This time, we successfully applied this technology to a large battery pack management system and achieved very satisfactory results. Here, I can responsibly say that our technology is definitely ahead of the current similar products on the market. www.metalnovel.com Related information about this technology, interested companies can report to We Ask for It. Sorry, because it involves some industry information, we cannot temporarily release it to the public. Did not give everyone a chance to breathe. Zhang Jun went on to say, the second product we released today for enterprise users is the Lark-1 intelligent voice chip developed based on our intelligent voice technology. Yeah, this technology was originally our trump card. Today, we are open to everyone. Therefore, companies interested in this technology can come to contact us. We are willing to give this technology to everyone to use, so as to play its greater functions. This chip is used in a wide range of applications, whether it is a smart home, a smart car system, or a public intelligent voice service system. Moreover, we also encourage everyone to innovate, thereby tapping into its greater potential. As a technology company, we know the importance of innovation, and we are small in the face of science and technology. So we are willing to work together with the majority of technology companies to create a better science and technology life in the future society. I heard here, both the guest reporters and the industry colleagues who were following the live broadcast were startled by the news. When was Haoe Technology or Wuhao so grand? You have to know that they used to be very tight about this technology in the past, for fear of others stealing the society. And today they actually announced that they will supply this technology to everyone. Wuhao Technology, Wuhao? What are you paying attention to? As a colleague, pay attention to the dynamics of the industry, especially the dynamics of other companies. This is something that every company leader and even executives must do, especially with the fast-changing and highly competitive technology industry. Some big and small things in the industry have also become a dynamic that everyone must keep in mind, let alone a big company conference like Haoe Technology. Although in Wuhoku, this is an ordinary small-scale press conference, and he did not attend the venue to personally host it. But the industry's attention to this press conference has not abated, especially every time Haoe Technology releases some dry goods, and these dry goods are enough to affect the industry dynamics. For example, Haoe Technology and Wuhao became famous, and the rapid rise of intelligent voice assistants. Since the introduction of this intelligent voice assistant, it has swept the industry like a tsunami. No matter what kind of intelligent voice products, all of them were defeated under the impact of it. And the once popular smart speakers are also in front of it, secretly overshadowing. This also allows Haoe Technology to occupy the 50% share of the intelligent voice home equipment industry in one fell swoop. And this proportion is still increasing. Wuhao's wearable intelligent voice assistant has also replaced the embedded intelligent voice system in various mobile phones, and has become the target of the majority of users. The major companies are not without thinking about and using the means for this sudden spoiler, but they all collapse under the powerful technical advantages of Haoe Technology. The so-called 1-10-10,000 down meeting is all useless in the face of absolute strength. What is easy to use and not easy to use, consumers and users have the most say. It is not that they have not experienced WuHao's intelligent voice products. Although they do not want to admit it, they have to admit that other people's things are easy to use and that they are more advanced than their similar products. Originally, they thought, or everyone thought, Haolt technology would end here. It is nothing more than a few young people who have come up with a new technology. There is nothing to be afraid of. After this burst of heat, it naturally comes down. But when they got to detailed investigation report about Haolt technology and WuHao, they were a little bit calm. This intelligent voice technology is not the first technology that Haolt technology came out with. The first thing they came up with was the drone cluster array control technology that once shocked the whole world. Everyone is in the industry, naturally knows the difficulty of this technology, and also knows the development prospects of this technology. It is said that WuHao and they have cooperated with the military on this technology and have a very close relationship. Haolt technology now hangs a sign on its door of the company, Military Civilian Demonstration Enterprise. This is precisely because of this relationship and this brand, which saves Haolt technology and WuHao a lot of trouble. And it can be said that it has laid a stable development environment. This is not over yet. Later, Haolt technology strengthened its cooperation with the military industry system and achieved very fruitful results in multiple projects together. The specific results are unknown to the outside world, but according to some internal information, it should be about image recognition and driverless technology. In addition, they have also worked closely with a large number of large enterprises, such as the cooperation with about Intelligent Unmanned Storage System in A, and the Intelligent Unmanned Farm Project in West Xinjiang, and even the two sides have jointly established a company. It also has cooperation with BAC on driverless aspects, as well as cooperation on automotive intelligent voice control and new energy batteries. When it comes to batteries, I have to say that Haolt technology has launched another heavy product, that is, new lithium-ion batteries, but the outside world prefers to call them super batteries. This super battery is very sci-fi color. Who would have thought that Haolt technology could open up such a new type of lithium-ion battery? At first everyone thought it was bragging or playing gimmicks, but as more and more test results were announced, everyone was undoubtedly shocked. Before everyone responded, Haolt technology successively acquired several large-scale lithium battery production plants, which even shocked the entire lithium battery industry and even created a fear atmosphere. Fortunately, Haolt technology stopped behind and publicized that they only entered the high-end lithium battery market. Today, this super battery has been used in the products of Haolt technology and some companies that have worked closely with them. For example, H's new flagship mobile phone, because of this super battery, made it once ranked #1 in the world's annual best-selling mobile phone list. What's more crazy for a lot of mobile phone brand companies is when they are carrying money to go to WuHao to discuss cooperation. However, he was told that the current capacity of the factory was limited and could not provide more products. So he temporarily suspended the supply of products to other companies. This makes a lot of mobile phone manufacturers have the urge to spit blood and die. Everyone is wondering why Haolt technology is not making money from home delivery. He was also curious about what benefits WuHao had promised them, and WuHao agreed to give them exclusive supplies. In the industry, the cooperation between enterprises is difficult to keep secret, so everyone soon knew the content of the cooperation. It is nothing more than that H will provide related chip products to Haolt technology and promised to develop new chip products together with Haolt technology. Everyone understands all of this www.intelnovel.com, but they all smile bitterly. There are only a few mobile phone manufacturers in the world that can independently develop chips, and there is only one such company in China. So even if you know the content of the cooperation between them, there is no way for everyone. The only hope is to pull Fruit and S-Star to join. But is this possible? People also have their own mobile phone business. And I heard that Haolt Technologies' negotiations with Fruit and S-Star were not smooth, and WuHao didn't let up. Neither of them made progress, let alone take care of them. In this year, representatives of major manufacturers have not rushed to Anxi. Some have even set up long-term rooms directly at business hotels near Hayo Technology, so that they can communicate with Hayo Technology for a long time. Because I have been running for a long time, it can be said that the representatives have been mixed. It is even said that a girl in the Korn Company's business team fell in love with a boy in the V Company team. Now the relationship between them is heating up and they have plans to get married. Now, Jang Jun, the second leader of Hayo Technology, actually announced at the press conference that the external supply of new batteries will be expanded, which undoubtedly affects the hearts of all colleagues. What makes these people ecstatic even more is that Wu Hao didn't know what was going crazy, and actually allowed to sell their intelligent bot and voice technology. Although it is available for sale in the form of chips, this is undoubtedly a breakthrough and an opportunity. So now these people are eager to know more about this, and on the other hand they are urging the business representative teams to rush to Anxi to seize the opportunity. Reading book guest URL. On the other side, the conference ended in applause. Although the press conference lasted for almost 3 hours, everyone on and off stage was exhausted, but couldn't bear to release today. Especially the news released in the second half was too amazing. Therefore, a group of reporters could not afford to take a break, and they drove to find a quiet corner to organize and send the front reports to grab the news headlines. For Jang Jun, he has finally completed today's main task. After returning to the lounge and changing his clothes, he sat down and rested for a while. I couldn't believe it. During the 3-hour press conference, he actually persisted. Although there are still some problems with the rhythm and some errors during the period, it is still very good overall. Wu Hao just called to praise him just now, and said that he would be responsible for future press conferences. In response, Jang Jun could not help yelling. If it wasn't because there were still things to do, he would have to rush back to slap Wu Hao fiercely. This breaking conference was really not done by anyone. Rested for nearly half an hour, Jang Jun returned to the scene under the support of the staff. The reporters who were visiting the exhibition area had long been waiting for this opportunity. When they saw him, they flocked to each other. Then a staff member came to maintain order. After the crowd was quiet, this interview and Q&A session was officially started. Immediately there were reporters who could not wait to ask, and the first question was a heavy question. Excuse me, Mr. Jang, what is the purpose of your company to start selling intelligent voice systems? Once this intelligent voice system is sold to peers, will it affect your company's current business? I faced the first problem like this, and Jang Jun was a little uncomfortable. But I thought about it quickly, and then smiled at many media reporters and the camera. For what purpose are you asking this tricky question? But I can tell you clearly that we have no purpose and are completely normal business practices. In addition, we are selling chips equipped with intelligent voice systems, not simply intelligent voice systems. Therefore, interested industry colleagues and manufacturers can communicate with us, and we are willing to share the most advanced technology in this field to everyone. As for whether our company's business will be affected, I think it will not. These companies that cooperate with us will make self-adjustment and will not be stupid enough to hold our products to compete with us. And we have confidence in our technology and products. And we have more confidence in ourselves. Mr. Jang, that is to say, you will set a threshold on cooperation to prevent these companies from competing with you? This quickly asked. Jang Jun heard a glance at her, then shook his head and said, always, we have always cooperated with major enterprises in the principles of fairness, justice, mutual benefits and win-win. And this aspect has also been recognized and praised by many of our partners. However, it is our right to cooperate with whom, in what way and in what way. We have the right to choose a sincere partner to cooperate in a fair and mutually beneficial way. After speaking, Jang Jun did not give this reporter a chance to ask questions again, but looked elsewhere. The reporter he watched quickly noticed, and immediately asked, Mr. Jang, for a while, there have been news about your company's new products. At this time, You announced that you will supply your smart voice chip to the industry and are confident that you will not be afraid of competition. Does this mean that your company's new products will be released shortly? Jang Jun heard what the reporter said and stared at him for a while. I thought that this person's imagination was really powerful, so I can get to the standard answer so soon. However, he still shook his head and said, "We are confident because of our huge scientific research team and strong innovation and research and development capabilities. This is the foundation of our existence and the source of our confidence. Cooperation with the industry, common development and the benefit of society. It is also the dream we have been yearning for and pursuing. As for our new product, this intelligent voice chip, or something that is different from our original product, has no competition. Products of different dimensions." Not only this reporter, all the reporters present were curious and flashed light for a while. Jang Jun nodded confidently, "Yes, it is something of a different dimension. As for what you will know in a few months, I will not spoil it." "Mr. Jang, the smart manipulators introduced by your company are becoming more flexible and capable. More and more things are happening now. Some people are worried. Is this smart manipulator safe and will it hurt humans? In addition, will there be hackers or criminals carry out cyber attacks on them, thereby controlling these intelligent robots to remotely harm users or family members?" I heard the problem, and the scene of the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. This is a very sensitive issue. The core issue of you reading www.uukanzu.com is also very popular in recent years, that is, how to prevent virtual network attacks from being converted into physical attacks. Simply put, the main paralysis of previous virtual network attacks is that the program is the system network. Now, with the popularity of the Internet of Things technology, especially 5G high-speed low-latency networks, will this virtual attack be converted to a physical method for attack? For example, hacking into the control system of these remote control devices, remotely controlling these devices to attack the target. Unmanned cars, unmanned speedboats, or drones, and unmanned engineering equipment are often cited as examples. There is also the use of 5G high-speed low-latency networks for telemedicine and even remote surgery. How to ensure the absolute safety of the surgical process and not be hacked to harm the patient? The core of the question now asked by this reporter is how Wuhao can prevent such virtual attacks and protect the personal safety of users. In the face of this problem, Jang Jun was a little flustered, to be honest, but he knew that he couldn't show it in front of so many cameras and reporters, otherwise it would be a real disaster for them. Staring at the reporter quickly sorted out his thoughts, he shook his head with a smile and said, "We have full confidence in our products. So far, our system has not been successfully invaded. In the future, we will continue to strengthen research and development and supervision in this regard to stop the possibility of such things." In addition, at the beginning of the development of our intelligent equipment and intelligent systems, we strictly adhered to the 3 laws of robots, and based on this, extended a series of basic laws to protect human safety. These laws are physically recorded in the required product, so all the behaviors of the operation of these devices cannot bypass these laws, nor touch them. And we also set multiple firewalls and security locks on this basis, and even set up an insurance mechanism to hinder outside intrusion and malicious tampering. We can also enumerate a very extreme hypothesis. If all of our protective measures and insurance measures have failed, our users can also manually operate and turn off related equipment in time to ensure user safety. After answering these questions, Jang Jun was finally relieved. He didn't expect that he could perform so well in this crisis, and he was slightly proud. However, this small joy did not last long, and was interrupted by the next question. "Mr. Jang, since your company is willing to analyze this intelligent voice system with other companies, why not go straight to it, but choose this method of bundling chips for sale?" "Nonsense. Of course, to make money, otherwise, when we are doing charity," Jang Jun said in his MMP. His face still smiled. "We also thought about it directly, but this application system is very complicated. To realize its maximum potential, It needs hardware support and software perfect engagement of hardware. If you only provide application systems and lack optimization work for application chips, then the performance of this system cannot be truly released. Therefore, in response to this situation, we provide this chip to other companies. These companies only need to take this chip back, install it on the corresponding equipment, and then dock the system to use it. No special optimization and improvement work is needed. In addition, it is our freedom to choose which way to cooperate with other companies, as long as it does not violate laws and regulations and does not touch the bottom line of ethics. The outside world has no right to influence and accuse us or interfere with our normal business practices. Although as a corporate manager, I am not humble enough to say such things at this time, but I still tell you very confidently, we did not force anyone to cooperate with us. All cooperation is yours. Everyone is not a fool. Only the cooperation that is beneficial to oneself can accept it. In other words, we are looking forward to achieving some results in this area, but whether it is successful or not, it will not affect the normal operation of our company, nor will it affect our main business. Zhang Jun's tone was a bit heavy, which made the atmosphere a bit stiff. The staff responsible for maintaining order immediately spoke out. Reporters, time is limited. The last question. As soon as I heard what the organizer said, the reporters immediately became turbulent, and began to raise their hands to speak for the last opportunity to ask questions. In the end, Zhang Jun swept around, and then gave up the opportunity to ask a question to a female journalist who stood desperately raising her hand in the back row. Other reporters were frustrated at seeing this, but still waited for the question raised by this young female reporter. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. My problem is that AI technology has developed rapidly in recent years and has achieved very good results in a range of fields. However, it seems that your company has never announced your revenue status. The financial and tax information of your company has not been released to the public. Even some internal organization personnel and other project contents are very mysterious. What is the purpose? In addition, some people now question whether your company's financial tax is transparent and whether it is relevant. Violations. Lawyers said that your company should actively disclose this information to the outside world and accept public supervision. How can you respond to these questions? When I heard this series of questions, Zhang Jun couldn't help feeling a big head. He thought he had ordered a journalist who looked young and inexperienced. He didn't expect Zhang Ku to smell such a sharp problem. After hearing the reporter's question, other reporters could not help but open their mouths, and then stared at Zhang Jun, trying to capture the change in expression on his face. Sure enough, Zhang Jun's face turned dark. He took a deep look at the reporter, and then spoke loudly to the crowd. First of all, we are not a listed company, so we have not announced relevant revenue to the outside world, and financial status reporting obligations in this regard. All revenue and financial profits and losses are borne by us. We have no relationship with others, and we do not need to be responsible to others. We have no obligation in this regard. 22. We are a large-scale science and technology enterprise with good faith, and our success has grown up with the support and concern of the local government in Anxi. So we dare not forget the book, and we will not commit any illegal acts. Since the establishment of the company, we have been actively paying taxes, and we have never hesitated in this respect. We pay all taxes payable on time and in full, without any arrears. About this www.mtlnovel.com you can consult the relevant tax department. I think no one has more say than them. 23. I would like to emphasize that with such a large enterprise and broad prospects for development, we do not need to be disdainful or be ashamed of the self-destructive illegal acts in this regard. As far as our corporate shareholders are concerned, the money we make now is enough for us to spend our lives comfortably, so why should we take risks in this regard? Finally, we are very busy. We have a lot of things to do every day. Those who are busy have no time to spend money. We have not had a long vacation since the company was established for several years. If we have made enough money, why do we continue to work so hard? because we still have dreams in our hearts. The rest of my life is short, and our general manager Wu gives us a very ambitious development goal and ultimate ideal. So we are fortunate and honored to follow him to achieve this ambitious development goal and ultimate ideal. As for money, it's not something we want to keep pursuing. Finally, Jang Jun also deliberately said something. It was like an old horse said in an interview that he was not interested in money. This caused many reporters at the scene to roll their eyes, and also caused some viewers who were watching the live broadcast of the interview to start vomiting. There is a new big man in the Outfit 13 world today. The big man said that money is no longer what he wants to pursue. Wu Hao, who was watching the live broadcast, also had a toothache for this, and the words made him and Yang Fanzik Xiaodong laughed. It won't cause another storm. Sure enough, as Wu Hao expected, Jang Jun's remarks quickly caused disturbances on the internet. Netizens watched Yu Kao one after another. For a while, all kinds of funny words and emoticons were freshly released and quickly swiped the screen. 6666. On costume 13. Besides the old horse, I have new admiration objects today. Money is not your goal. Then what is your goal? Since it's not the case, donate the money, even if it's given me millions. Millions? I don't want much. Hundreds of thousands will do. Or rich people, just give me tens of thousands of dollars to be satisfied. Tens of thousands. It seems that upstairs is a rich man who can eat instant noodles and mustard. I only need a few $1,000. And I can afford bread. Several thousand pieces. I just need dozens of pieces. Buddy, I can drink water. Drinking water is so extravagant. Don't you know that many street writers eat soil? Can you still afford the soil? I checked, and authentic Loess from the Loess Plateau is more than $100 fast on each side. Not to mention nutritious soil, kaolin, and composite soil, etc. 23,333. I only admire you on the misery. There isn't much pursuit of money. Is there a lot of money? You have the ability to buy an aircraft carrier. What kind of aircraft carrier do you buy? Go and buy the White Temple of Migo. Buy him back. You are great. You can do it. No one in the world can do it. Of course, in addition to crazy talk, there are also many netizens' discussions about Jang Jun's great goal and ultimate ideal about Wu Hao. Want me to say that Wu Hao is the one who can do the most? What ambitious goals are ultimately ideal? It might as well be said to achieve the ultimate peace of mankind. Maybe this is the goal of others. Shit, I think it's Huo, pulling a group of people. Huo, those big guys are better than one. Huo, either they are big brothers, or if you can flicker. It's not necessarily true. I don't think this is flickering. Everyone is not a fool. They can be so easily flickered. And as Jang Jun has said, they haven't taken a vacation in recent years. You really mean this kind of crap? Who knows if they have a vacation? I don't know if they have ever taken a long vacation, but it is certain that in the past few years, Wu Hao and Jang Jun, their original co-founders, have been very low-key. Except for some business occasions, it is difficult for us to see relevant information. Wu Hao also has Jang Jun's gossip news about their raw edges. If you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean you haven't. Maybe people are doing a good job of keeping secrets. Do you use your brain upstairs? Now that the media is so developed, everything is being uploaded to the internet. Even the big brothers like them are often photographed. Is their confidentiality job bad? Yes, this is undeniable. Wu Hao and Jang Jun are really low-key. I just searched the internet. Except for some public occasions, I only found videos and pictures of Wu Hao going to the noodle shop for dinner and shopping in the supermarket. Photos. 666. A big guy went to the supermarket to buy food in person. This is also no one. Is there an aunt? Maybe it's a show. These big guys have a purpose every time they appear. Who is going to the supermarket to buy food for the show? And with Wu Hao's character and the performance of these 2 years, does he need to go to the supermarket for the show? For what purpose? Listening to the employees inside Hayo Technology, Wu Hao is a workaholic. Every day he either processes documents in the office or is a drilling laboratory. And it is said that Wu Hao also has a personal laboratory with a high degree of confidentiality. No one except Wu Hao go in. I also heard that Wu Hao has such a private laboratory, and many new technologies of Hao technology are transmitted from this laboratory. I'm going. There should be no aliens in this lab. Upstairs, we are talking about science. Isn't this scientific? Otherwise, how can we explain Hao technology's endless stream of new technologies and new products? Why does Wu Hao keep this laboratory so secret that no outsiders can enter it? I want to say that there must be a great secret in this laboratory. Nobody knows. The building is biased. We are talking about the ambitious goals and ultimate ideals. In Zhang Hao's Wu Hao's office, Zhang Jun, who came back from the conference site, was sitting on the sofa, gloomily brushing the tablet in his hand. The more he brushed his face, the more gloomy. Finally he threw the tablet onto the ground, and then cursed bitterly. What is this all? Mess, don't look at it, look upset. You are angry and angry. Don't throw my tablet. Thousands of them. Wu Hao teased when he saw this. Zhang Jun didn't feel good about this. Get out of the way. If you hadn't asked Lao Tzu to host this conference, I wouldn't have encountered such a tricky problem. Now that you're done, blame me. Don't talk, the road is up. Ha 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 ha. Who heard Zhang Jun's complaints? Wu Hao laughed at each other with a glance. Wu Hao waved his hand and laughed. Who blame you? We are all praising you. The performance is good, showing the confidence of our company. It's strange in this yin and yang, I tell you. Don't look for me in the future. Zhang Jun glared at him, then opened a can of ice cola and mumbled and drank it. He couldn't remember his determination to lose weight. He waited until this can of cola was drunk, and then stared at the can for a while, then quickly screwed the can into the trash basket. As for himself, he turned his head to sulking. A few people laughed when they saw this. www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Hao smiled at him and comforted, okay, we didn't blame you, they did really well. If I change it, maybe what I said it's even more intense than you, and you're pretty good at it. Wu Hao's remarks. Xiaodong also said, yes, I think the response is good. Blind smiles greet them. They really treat us as a bully. Don't be angry. These reporters are like this. How's it did not go? They naturally want to find some hot issues to catch the eye. I heard Zhang Jun's expression eased a little. Wu Hao threw a cigarette at him, and then he lighted it up. These reporters can't find the answer here, and they will definitely ask the relevant tax department afterwards. I have nothing to worry about in terms of paying taxes. I'll check with them. However, there are some sensitive information and data that are not suitable for disclosure to the outside world, such as some of our scientific research project investment and our cooperation with the military and the military industry system. These data all need to be processed, on the one hand, for the sake of confidentiality, and on the other hand, to reduce the stimulus to the outside world. In particular, the relevant cooperation information with the military and the military industry system can be easily used by foreign media with ulterior motives to hype, thereby affecting our international business. In this way, you and King can communicate with the tax department and do some processing. Zhang Jun nodded slightly when he heard what he said, then put the cigarette he had just inhaled into the ashtray and crushed it, then got up and hurried out. Wu Hao and Yang Fan Xiaodong looked at each other and finally couldn't help it, and then laughed recklessly. As expected by Wu Hao, this press conference, whether it is the outside public or colleagues in the industry, and even the majority of the media will focus on the content of the second half of the conference, especially about Zhang Jun's announcement that they will increase the output of new lithium batteries, as well as the introduction of the large battery cluster control technology they developed, as well as the supply of intelligent voice chips, which undoubtedly affect the hearts of countless industry colleagues. First of all, this is definitely an opportunity for many enterprises. Whoever can seize this opportunity can obtain very great benefits. For example, expanding the output of new type lithium batteries will mean expanding the external supply, which gives many companies that have been struggling to wait and see hope. First of all, mobile phone manufacturers. If they can get this super battery this time, it means that they will break the monopoly of H in this respect, so as to regain their occupied market share, and may even further increase market share. In the past year, it has been no harm to watch H attacking and forging around with this super battery technology. These mobile phone manufacturers are bleeding in their hearts. This could have been their market. So these people also strengthened their negotiations with Wuhao, hoping that Wuhao could supply their batteries soon. But the answer is always that the output is limited and cannot meet the external supply conditions. Everyone was naturally reconciled and ran back and forth many times. But Hayo Technology said that they would not relax, which made everyone very desperate. Now it's okay. Hayo Technology actually announced to actively expand production, which undoubtedly made everyone see hope. Equally happy are car manufacturers, especially the large-scale battery pack cluster array control technology introduced by Zhang Jun at this press conference. It can be said that these auto manufacturers are jealous. Now the country and society are vigorously promoting new energy vehicles. Among new energy vehicles, battery-powered electric vehicles are the main force. And to measure the quality of an electric car, the most basic is its power system. In the power system, one depends on its engine or electric motor, while the other depends on the battery pack that powers the electric motor. Electric motor technology, the technology of the major car manufacturers, is actually similar. There is not much difference. So now everyone is comparing battery technology, or the mileage of electric cars. In battery technology, it is also divided into two aspects. One is the most basic battery, and the other is the system program that controls and manages the battery. Tesla is unique among all electric vehicles because it has excellent battery pack management technology. Now, Wuhao supplies these two things. One is a new type of high-efficiency lithium battery, and the other is a large battery cluster management technology. It can be said that having these two technologies is equivalent to owning the core of electric vehicle technology. They can completely manufacture electric vehicles with strong market competitiveness. But Wuhao and they don't seem to have much interest in this, but directly released these two technologies, which made a lot of manufacturers want to cry. In fact, for Wuhao's decision, one person or a company is not happy. That is, Tang Fuxing. As the first PAC to cooperate with Wuhao, the relationship between the two parties is very close. The intelligent self-driving technology jointly developed by the two parties can be said to have achieved initial results. It made a stunning appearance at the auto show last summer and received a lot of praise, which made buyer automobile taste sweet. In addition, Wuhao's super battery technology has made Tang Fuxing very surprised. Although it was not ideal in terms of technology transfer, buyer still paid a large price to obtain a supple leak contract for this super battery. With their self-driving technology and this super battery, their new electric car is arguably welcomed by the market. In just 2 months after listing, 350,000 units were sold, which can be said to have set a record for domestic new energy vehicles. But now, Wuhao didn't even say hello. They directly announced to expand the output to other manufacturers, and also introduced the industry-leading technology such as large battery pack cluster array management technology. No doubt it made Tang Fuxing feel a little bit angry while they were angry. And they didn't offend Wuhao. Why did they make such a decision suddenly without even greeting them? I said all right at the beginning, how much of this battery production they have all-inclusive. Now why is it different? In the face of Tang Fuxing's questioning, Wuhao smiled calmly. They only agreed to give priority to the buyer order under the same conditions, and did not agree to supply only their batteries. Moreover, as a company, Wuhao didn't want to supply only back, which is not in their interests. Tang Fuxing naturally knew this, and he did not want to blame Wuhao directly. The reason he still asked him so eagerly was not to pursue this large battery pack cluster array management technology. However, for the technology buyout and patent transfer plan proposed by Tang Fuxing www.intelnovel.com, Wuhao shook his head and rejected all. he can only provide relevant technology and patent licenses. Of course, as a technology provider, Wu Hao is obliged to help these manufacturers' customers to complete relevant technology optimization and upgrades, and they will continue to track after-sales services. In Wu Hao's view, one hammer deal is too cost-effective, and the long flow is the truth. In fact, in addition to money, or he does not value the benefits in this regard. What he really values is actually this kind of cooperation that uses technology and cooperation to bind them closely with each other. In other words, he is increasing the weight of Hao technology, and he is also increasing their influence and voice. Only in this way, some talents dare not pay attention to them, so that they can be feared. The influence of a company that is rich again is very limited. But if this company connects a large number of companies, its influence cannot be ignored. In the face of Wu Hao's insistence, Tang Fuxing had no choice but to cope with such a cooperation plan. Since this is already the case, they must get this technology as soon as possible, complete relevant optimization and improvement in front of other companies, enter the market as soon as possible, and seize the opportunity. The same is true of the smart voice chip. Compared to the first two technologies, this technology or this news is more influential. On the second day after the press conference was over, the company received emails and phone calls for cooperation intentions from all parties, both at home and abroad. There are even companies that can't wait to send a team of business representatives to negotiate with them as soon as possible. Wu Hao smiled slightly, watching the fish swimming towards Hook with interest. Although the storm caused by this conference will not be dissipated in a short time, the disputes caused by the financial taxation have also come to an end after the relevant explanations of the tax department. On the third day after the press conference, the tax department posted relevant instructions on its official Weibo. The statement clearly informed the public that all taxes payable by Hao Technology Co. Limited were paid in full and on time, without any arrears and tax evasion. In the future, the taxation department will continue to strengthen communication with Hao Technology, and do a good job of providing corresponding tax payment services for it. As for the financial and project opacity of Hao Technology Co. Limited, there are also professional lawyers to answer. That is, Hao Technology belongs to the Private Enterprise Limited Liability Company, and is not allowed to make financial disclosure to the outside world. Hao Technology also issued an official statement on the official website and Weibo, further emphasizing this matter. Then a lawyer's statement was also stated, which stated that the individual marketing accounts and bloggers who had conducted rumors within these days would be held legally responsible, and relevant evidence collection work had been completed. Originally followed the normal process, so I was scared. Let these people apologize and withdraw the previous articles. But some people use this to be brazen and even worse. Therefore, Wu Hao also became fierce, letting people form such a team of several lawyers specifically to deal with these people. This team of lawyers is also very hard, because their compensation and bonuses are directly related to the number of cases handled. The security check process will also be announced in the dedicated Weibo and the company's official website section, on the one hand to show its transparency, and on the other hand to kill $100. Toughness and huairu are relative, and sometimes there are things that must be toughened. The softer you are, the more people will think you are more guilty. Of course, this does not mean that they will not accept criticism and opinions. They will listen carefully to criticisms that are goodwill, real, or directly at the root of the problem, but those who maliciously create rumors and attacks must resolutely fight back. Therefore, a stalk has also formed on the internet. When someone attacks and maliciously rumors Hao Technology and Wu Hao, there are always a group of people below who always ask him if he has evidence, and show it. However, these bustling outside worlds have nothing to do with Wu Hao. Their current priority or focus is to meet with the following teams of business negotiators from major companies and conduct relevant cooperation talks with them. For major cooperation projects that involve the interests of both parties, The negotiations are cumbersome and the time spent on sawing is relatively long. And to deal with so many business negotiator teams at one time, to be honest, WuHao was too busy for them. They also did not expect that the things launched this time would be enthusiastically responded by such a company, so that many large domestic and foreign enterprises sent important representatives to talk to them and discuss the possibility of cooperation. And there are many old acquaintances among them, so WuHao also needs to come forward to deal with them. As for the series of products facing the public in this press conference, the response was quite average. On the one hand, because these products are basically upgraded versions of the original products, without some new ideas, naturally they have less appeal. On the other hand, because this time WuHao and they cannot do too much publicity, the market response is slightly inferior. But it doesn't matter, they don't have much expectation for WuHao, the mass-oriented products in this conference. The role of these products is just to enrich the product types and give the public more choices. Unlike before, these products released this time will not replace the original products, but as an upgrade supplement. In other words, the public can still choose the original product, and of course they can also buy the optimized product. With WuHao, especially after the establishment of Y Media, their content marketing has become more and more mature. It can be said that the entire content revenue is already very substantial, and it is almost taking up 1/3 of their overall revenue. Among them, several major paid application services have also played a very important role. The biggest source of income should be the sales of various voice packages. This month's sales are very objective and continue to grow at a high rate. The next is the AI instant interpretation application. Its growth momentum is even higher than the growth rate of voice packets. In the future, as their sales continue to increase in overseas markets, this growth rate will continue to expand. The last one is the intelligent virtual housekeeper service application they launched last year. Its revenue is also objective, but it is slightly inferior to the previous two projects. However, the momentum of growth is fairly acceptable, and WuHao is quite satisfied with this. These three services are expected to bring WuHao 50 to 60 billion in revenue this year. www.mentalnovel.com. This is definitely a very objective number. You know, virtual services like this have higher profits, so they will get a large portion of these revenues. In addition to these three main service projects, Micromedia has also actively developed a series of other main projects, such as film and television, news media, software advertising, and some other related docking services. However, these have just begun. Although they have begun to bear fruit, they need a long-term continuous investment cycle to be patient. WuHao also has a requirement in this regard, that is, the user experience must not be reduced. Especially the advertising must be strictly controlled. In this regard, he has not criticized the marketing planning team over Y Media, and even has a lot of disputes with Lin Y. I was not saying that Lin Y was wrong, but that WuHao was more demanding. Lin Y upholds the operating ideas of general operators. She is now the head of Micromedia. Naturally, she hopes that Micromedia will improve as soon as possible with so many resources and huge investment. What about WuHao? What he sees is the overall strategic layout. The related marketing strategy or development direction of Micromedia must be consistent with the overall development interests of Haolt Technology. Different levels. Naturally, the way you look at the problem is different. Of course, although he and Lin Y often quarreled over these matters, these are professional matters and do not affect their feelings. Sometimes Lin Y also shed tears because of WuHao's excessive words, and even played a small temper. But under the comfort of WuHao one night, the next day was still radiant and full of spirit. Suddenly, WuHao, as a force, was miserable. He yawned during the day and it was difficult to raise his spirit. Unmodified version. Mr. Jia. Happy cooperation. WuHao picked up the signed contract and stood up and smiled at the middle-aged man in a suit and leather in his 40s. Happy cooperation. The general manager Jia quickly grasped WuHao's hand, then shook it vigorously, his face excited. At the same time, Several photographers who waited specifically pressed the shutter button in their hands to record this moment. Whether it is a super battery or a smart voice chip, Wuhao can provide a limited number of them this time, and they need a lot of companies, so they can only take a bidding method. Divide the output they can provide into several equal divisions, such as smart voice chips, with 100,000 units as a unit, and bid separately for these companies and manufacturers. This is also a reluctantly acceptable solution. If the negotiations are separated, on the one hand, so many companies will talk separately and it will be a waste of time. I am afraid that it will be difficult to end without a few months or even half a year. On the other hand, it is relatively fair and transparent. If negotiated separately, each promised conditions are different. Some large companies will also use resources or related influence to win orders, which is very unfair to some small and medium enterprises. And it is difficult to ensure that there is no shady operation or some other fools in this separate negotiation. So using this method of bidding, everyone chooses a price that they can accept for bidding, and the one with the highest price wins. This bidding is not a work of art. For major companies, this is a raw material or an important part. Therefore, the major enterprises will not give any shockingly high prices, but will give a quote based on the market valuation of these components and a hard price that they can accept. Because of the limited quantity and the relationship of competition, this quote must be the closest or the acceptable base price in their hearts. In this case, to be honest, it is still unfair to those small and medium-sized enterprises, and the financial resources of large enterprises are not comparable. Therefore, after the announcement of these output shares, all of these companies were snatched up by the companies, and the prices quoted made these small and medium-sized enterprise representatives secretly swallow their mouths, but were discouraged. Originally thought it was an opportunity, but I didn't expect it was snatched away. The bitterness and powerlessness in the heart really made these representatives of small and medium-sized enterprises mixed. To be honest, Wuhao also has some unbearable feelings. After all, they have also grown from small businesses little by little. Now he sees that these small and medium-sized enterprises are suppressed by big companies. But these are market rules. If he rashly changes these rules, I am afraid that he will become the public enemy. In addition, he is not a good person who is compassionate and compassionate. Although it is a little uncomfortable, what does it have to do with him? Besides, it is already fair to choose this method of bidding. They have not grasped who is to blame. Using this method, Wuhao also completed the first large-scale external supply project of related devices in the shortest time. This also foreshadows a transformation of them, from the original simple technology product enterprises facing the market and the masses, to a core technology company that takes into account marketing and industry supply. Using this method, major enterprises have obtained component products and technologies that they urgently need. And Wuhao and they have achieved great profits, but also reached the plan he set up at first. That is to strengthen cooperation and contact with major enterprises, increase their voice and influence in the industry. After this bidding activity, Wuhao also promised these representatives that they would further expand production and strive to supply more enterprises. And it will continue to open up a series of related advanced technologies and products to provide more enterprises with advanced technologies and products with excellent performance. Of course, compared to physical products such as super batteries and smart voice chips, such open bidding is definitely not appropriate in terms of technology, especially virtual technology. So I can only talk about them one by one, and in addition to most car companies, there are some companies engaged in new energy. For example, companies engaged in solar power generation are very interested in Wuhao's super battery and this battery cluster array management technology for large battery packs. The reason why I am interested is mainly due to the particularity of the projects undertaken by such enterprises. Solar power is actually using solar panels to receive sunlight for power generation. The principle is a photoelectric conversion technology. However, this technology has one drawback, which is that it relies heavily on sunlight. the intensity of sunlight is large, the amount of radiation is large, and the amount of power is large. Therefore, most of these solar power stations will be built in those inland areas where the average annual solar sunshine is long, the radiation is high, and the rainfall is small. Because of this, these solar panels can only work in daytime and sunny weather, and do not work at night or in rainy weather, and the amount of power generation will also be unstable due to the amount of radiation. www.mtlnovel.com. So this requires a mediation so that the power generated by the solar panels can be evenly supplied to the power grid. So in general, large battery packs are also used in conjunction with solar panels. These large battery packs store the excess power generated by these solar panels, and then slowly release it. Compared with the battery pack in a car, this large battery pack is much larger and its system is more complicated. It can be said that the size of the battery pack directly determines the size of the solar power station, so this type of solar power generation companies and related departments are very interested in Wuhao's super battery. However, the cost of this kind of super battery is higher than that of general storage batteries used in solar power plants, as well as lithium-ion batteries. Therefore, it is generally difficult to get large-scale promotion except for some key guarantee projects. Compared to this super battery, these enterprises and related departments, they value the lawsuit as Wuhao. They launched this battery cluster array management technology for large battery packs. The battery pack of this large-scale solar power station is generally composed of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of batteries. So how to manage such a large number of batteries is a very headache problem in the world. Don't look at this as simple charging and discharging work. How to discharge so many batteries and how to fully charge so many batteries is very tricky. Not to mention that it involves some safety management issues. It can be said to be very complicated. In addition to this large-scale solar power station, this battery cluster array management technology for large battery packs is also used in other fields and industries. For example, emergency power supply systems for computer rooms, information data centers, and communication base stations in some private enterprises. This is also composed of a generator and a large battery pack, in order to provide temporary power supply in the event of a sudden power failure. Of course, to say that the biggest operation or most important use of this technology is in the military field. In fact, this technology is also a battery cluster array management technology developed by them in cooperation with the military. Among them, Wuhao's cluster management technology naturally dominates. Because of this, they have obtained the civil use rights for this technology. Compared with the more reliable and efficient battery cluster array management technology for military use, this technology for civilian use has been castrated in some key data and technology areas, or the military version is one generation ahead of the civilian version. Only in this way, this set of technology has the possibility of civilian use, and this set of technology is also listed in the list of export prohibited and restricted technology. In other words, this technology is forbidden to export, and it is limited to domestic use. This is also why many foreign auto companies came to the news and eventually failed. This technology and even their super batteries are also widely used in the military field, and he does not know the specific applications in those fields. But there are some that he knows better, such as a new quiet submarine that is being developed. The above uses the super battery they developed, as well as the battery cluster array management technology. In order to maintain quiet performance, the first submarine uses the most advanced electric water jet technology in the world. What provides energy for it is the large battery pack equipped in the boat, and a complete battery cluster array management system. It can be said that the output power of the battery pack determines the speed, range, and even the performance of a series of weapons and equipment of this first submarine. Simply put, the power of those high-performance weapons and equipment is naturally higher, so the power required is naturally higher. This is also an important reason why conventional submarines are difficult to counter nuclear submarines, that is, their own energy power is too low. This time, on this new silent submarine, In addition to the diesel engine used for emergency power generation, all the daily energy supply to the submarine is responsible for this group of high-performance battery packs. Although the cost of this super battery is much more expensive than the average battery, compared to a submarine, the price is not much. As an important R&D leader of this super battery and battery cluster array management technology, Wu Hao was also fortunate to be invited to participate in a related technical demonstration meeting on this submarine. Because it is an important project technical demonstration meeting, the degree of confidentiality is very high, especially for experts who are not in the system, such as Wu Hao. The requirements for confidentiality are higher. Not only did he attend a 2-hour course on confidentiality regulations, he also signed a bunch of related documents. Of course, these are all worthwhile. He has contacted many core projects that many people have never had access to or even heard of in their lifetime. Wu Hao also visited and even personally touched a lot of weapons and equipment that he only saw on the internet and magazines and periodicals, which made him very excited. At present, the construction work of this quiet submarine has been fully launched. In addition to using the original battery and the battery cluster array management technology, most of the number 1 boats have been built, and the second boats using their new lithium batteries and new technology have also construction started. The exact time of completion is not yet clear, but it is certain that the invited guests of the launching ceremony will definitely have its share. Another benefit of participating in this project is that he is really included in the list of important technical experts in the military system. Included in this list, the relevant review of his work has been completed, which can be considered to further determine his identity. This also means that he will more easily participate in the research and development of some important projects in the future. Those sensitive and important R&D projects and research units can now safely invite him, but no, he has received invitations from many projects for him to participate in relevant technical demonstration expert meetings. It's just that he still has a bunch of things on the company's side, so he can only take the time to participate in some important project meetings, and other invitations can only be declined on the basis of time schedule. As for the meetings he went to, he didn't go for nothing. Some of his opinions, as well as professional advice and understanding, also made many people shine, and really solved many difficult problems. This has also been affirmed and appreciated by many project leaders and experts, which has also made him a lot of fame in the system. In the past, he attended these meetings. These old experts also joked that he was a little Wu expert, and even some people were very hesitant to ask if he would like to read their master's and doctoral degrees. However, some of the opinions thrown out by Wu Hao and his profound professional accumulation, especially his achievements in information technology, especially artificial intelligence, have made many experts know him again. Even at a reception, an old academician held his hand and regretted him. If his age is better, www.mentalnovel.com. With his expertise in artificial intelligence and the achievements in the fields of array management technology and super battery are enough to select the academicians of the Academy of Engineering. In this regard, Wu Hao has nothing to regret. On the one hand, because he was really young, he never went there. On the other hand, he belongs to the kind of person who doesn't love to show the limelight, so he is not very interested in such things. Besides, in his current status, there is not much difference between having this name and not having it. It is left to people who need it more. Of course, this is also related to his special identity, so it is better to keep a low profile in these aspects. For this reason, he attended each of these meetings very low-key, trying not to attract the attention of others. Like some photography and video environment, he can avoid as much as possible. Although this kind of thing is nothing in the country, everyone will not say anything, and they will even get praise and praise. But not in foreign countries. Some ugly forces like to choose such things as articles. The development of AI technology in the international market is getting better and better, and the proportion of the company's total business is getting higher and higher. This easily touches the interests of some other companies and capital giants, so it is still best to leave as few handles available for these people as possible. With the temperature increasing, Anxi also gradually entered the summer. The flowers receded, and the leaves were shaded. The employees who have just passed the May Day holiday are now devoting themselves to tedious work. After hesitant and busy cooperating with other enterprises, Wu Hao finally got rid of the complicated things. Of course, things are far from over, and in June, they will usher in a new summer new product launch. However, Wu Hao threw all these things to Zhang Jun, and he plunged into some projects being developed. Located next to the 4 parks of Heot Technology, there is a newly renovated park. This park is basically in the same form as the original 4 big villas, and they are composed of 4 to 5-story office buildings. After the relevant administrative and marketing departments of Heot Technology moved to the adjacent high-rise office building, the original 4 parks were basically handed over to the R&D department. With the increase of various projects in the R&D department, the number of R&D personnel also continues to increase, and now has reached more than 3,000 and nearly 4,000 people. This is only here, not counting the project development team members in other branches. The original 4 parks with so many people are definitely not enough, so they are gradually scattered to some of these small parks in the surrounding area, and some information and software project R&D teams are located in high-rise office buildings. Compared to high-rise office buildings, everyone actually prefers this low-rise park. Therefore, the several parks around the original 4 parks were all rented by Wu Hao, and they became specialized R&D laboratories. The park next to the original 4 buildings is a scientific research building belonging to a hardware R&D laboratory. In fact, there is no longer a so-called hardware R&D laboratory. The original hardware R&D laboratory has been split into more than 10 special research laboratories. These include microelectronics, mechanical engineering, new materials, new energy, chemistry, and a series of project research and development teams involving such hardware and basic research. How about the R&D teams of these projects, which are usually independently managed and researched without interference? Only when relevant projects are needed, relevant personnel will be drawn from various research laboratories to form a project research and development team. This includes the related R&D project team, or special R&D laboratory of the Smart Home Robot HS_2, which was launched at the press conference some time ago. The name of this laboratory is the Research Laboratory of Automated Machinery Technology, and its main task or work is to develop automated machinery products. What is an automated mechanical product? This contains a wide range, such as the Smart Home Robot HS_2 they introduced some time ago. However, this product is not their main product, or rather a derivative product of their related research projects. Speaking of this, perhaps everyone has understood that this automated machinery technology research laboratory is a steering laboratory set up by Wu Hao to develop related technologies in robotics. This laboratory was established very early. Initially it was just an R&D team of several people, and with the launch of their Smart Home Robot HS_1, which has achieved good results in the market, this team has also expanded rapidly and now has more than 80 people. Of course, this is not the only laboratory doing robotics research. In fact, there is also a laboratory, but it mainly focuses on artificial intelligence, that is, AI research. Compared with the artificial intelligence research laboratory that favors system information, this automated machinery technology research laboratory is mainly responsible for research in automated machinery. In popular terms, one is responsible for the development of the robot's brain, and the other is responsible for the development of the robot's body hardware. The main task of this automated machinery technology research laboratory is to develop a flexible robot body hardware project. The 2 laboratories are independent of each other, cooperate with each other, and compete with each other. Wu Hao is the general manager of these 2 laboratories, and the adhesive and coordinator between them. He is responsible for leading the related research and development projects of these two laboratories. Because the entire project is very large, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and huge investment, Wu Hao also formulated a very detailed long-term development plan for this. In order to participate in the air show held in Zushi this fall, as the first time Wu Hao participated in the exhibition, they must come up with one or two products that can live in the market. Although they have developed a series of civilian and police security drones, this is not enough. So Wu Hao hopes to get a piece of equipment that attracts people's attention before participating in the air show. So he focused his attention on this remotely controlled intelligent robot. To put it plainly, he controlled the robot to work through remote control. This technology is actually not new. It has been used in many exhibitions and even some industries. It's just that these products are very basic, slow to move, and have limited scope. And what Wu Hao developed this time is a smart robot arm that can be controlled in real time. www.mentalnovel.com. Simply put, it is the use of wearable devices to synchronize the movement of human hands to the robot arm to achieve real-time control of the robot. This technology is also a cutting-edge field that major military powers in the world and some science and technology giants are scrambling to study, and its application prospects are very wide. For example, the strength of our average human arm is very limited, and it is basically impossible to pick up a heavy object. If you manipulate the manipulator, you can lift this weight very easily. It can also be remotely controlled, which allows people to stay away from the scene and avoid danger. Because the manipulator is very flexible, it can be said that it is no different from the real hand's flexibility, which can be used for some delicate operations. For example, experts at large hospitals in large cities can use this set of robots to perform remote surgery. Its operability and flexibility are far more convenient than the current remote control technology. Or, using this manipulator, we can remotely control and disassemble some dangerous devices to avoid personal injury. Or, we can use this manipulator in areas where we humans can't reach for detailed operations. For example, repairs of equipment on the deep sea floor, operations in the space environment, and delicate operations in tiny spaces. Plutonium is also widely used in the military field, which means that you can have a very flexible and able to carry heavy hands, for loading some large arms and ammunition, or repairing some large weapons and equipment. Or use its remote control feature to remotely control some weapons and equipment to reduce personnel sacrifice. Of course, the difficulty of this technology is also very high. And this is not just a technology, it involves many fields, from information control systems, to hardware systems, to the entire telex control system, which is very complicated. Among them, the rarest or most core one is the telex control system, and the other is the information control system. Simply put, the data of the movement of the human arm is transmitted to the robotic arm synchronously, so that the person can flexibly control the robotic arm as if using the arm. The principle is very simple, but the actual technology is very complicated. The first is the technology for the collection of human arm motion information. This technology requires that the sensors worn on the body can accurately capture the motion signals of this arm. In this regard, there are currently three mainstream solutions. The first is to use the brainwave control scheme, which is the brain-machine control technology of the recent fire. In fact, the brain waves generated by thinking and imagination are used to control the movement of related robots. When we all imagine an event or a picture of an object, the brain waves released are not the same. The brain-computer control technology is to use different brain waves of us to control the device. For example, after your brain imagines an idea of moving forward, the brain will release such a brain wave. The brain-computer system recognizes this brain wave and then converts it into corresponding electrical signal instructions to control the device to move forward. At present, this technology has been applied to some fields, including the brain-computer-controlled wheelchair for patients with hyperplegia. Patients can use their brains to control a wheelchair to stop movement and so on. There is also the use of this brain-computer controlled technology for text-related input. It is said that the input speed can reach 70 words per minute, which can be said to be very fast. At present, some technology companies want to use this brain-computer controlled technology to develop related bionic robotic arms, so that those with disabilities can also use this bionic mechanical prosthesis to obtain the corresponding sports operation capabilities. Although progress in this area is relatively slow, many enterprises have already developed prototypes of related bionic mechanical prostheses. Although this is still a long way from being practical, the most important step has been taken, and only continuous development and progress are needed in the future. The second solution is to use sensors to record the trajectories of limb movements for operation control. Each of our limbs, such as arm finger movements, has a trajectory displacement in three-dimensional space, and this solution is to use relevant sensors worn on the hand to record these trajectory displacement movements, and then synchronize to the robotic arm to realize the synchronous movement of the robotic arm and the human arm. The third technology is a bionic control technology that uses myoelectric signals to control the movement of the manipulator in real time. Collect the myoelectric signals and joint angle signals of the muscles of the human upper limbs when doing flexion and extension on the vertical plane, and input the processed myoelectric signals and time signals into a neural network predictor to predict the joint angle. The predicted joint angle is used as the control signal of the virtual manipulator to control the manipulator to perform the same motion as a human. The test results show that the maximum mean square deviation of the manipulator's motion trajectory and the upper limb elbow joint trajectory is less than 2 degrees, and has a strong correlation, which realizes the electromyographic signal to control the movement of the manipulator. However, this technology is still not mature enough. The main problem is that the capture of these electromechanical signals is not accurate enough, and it is easily susceptible to interference from human bioelectricity and surface static electricity. So even the second solution is the most used and the best solution. In fact, research on the related technologies mentioned in this set of solutions has always belonged to Hayo's key scientific research projects, because this technology is not only related to the development of their related bionic synchronous robotic arm, but also the sale of the VR glasses they will release soon. So the research and development of this technology started very early and has already achieved good results. In the foregoing, we mentioned several ways of human-computer interaction with VR glasses. In addition to the control handles currently used by everyone, this type of wearable gloves with sensors has also become the focus area of many VR manufacturers. With this wearable control glove, VR glasses users can control many functions. You can even experience grasping the object in front of you, or touching the object in front, etc., and experience the functional feeling that some interactive devices cannot experience before. The Automated Mechanical Technology Research Laboratory sample team wants to use this set of technical results that have been initially developed successfully to control the robotic arm. In fact, the two principles are basically the same, except that the wearable gloves used on the VRI device control the virtual limbs in the VR virtual world. In the Research Laboratory of Automated Machinery Technology, this kind of wearable gloves is used to control the real robot. However, the technical difficulty of manipulating the manipulator is much higher than that of manipulating the virtual manipulator in the virtual world. www.metalnovel.com. Manipulating virtual equipment. Related problems can be corrected and compensated by programs. But to control real robots, all these require the cooperation of hardware and software. Not to mention, just to say that the complex parts, numerous sensors, and some related instruction set program groups on this manipulator, as well as the coordination and unification among these complex devices. This is not a casual development from another, this is a complex systematic engineering project. involving a wide range of subject areas. Although Wu Hao's current research strength is constantly strengthening, their advantage is still in information technology, and hardware technology, especially basic technology, is relatively weak. This has brought a lot of unexpected difficulties to the entire R&D team. Some of them can be solved with money, but some cannot be solved with money. Wu Hao has also been paying close attention during the entire project development process, and has personally invested in related research and development, helping the research and development team solve many difficult problems. There are still some problems that can only be solved with the members of the R&D team, such as some problems with materials and components. They can only find their own solutions on the one hand, and on the other hand ask some other related equipment and component suppliers for help. Even in some materials and important load-bearing and pressure-bearing components, he also asked the relevant military enterprises for help, hoping that they could manufacture custom-made components for him. Fortunately, there is his identity as a non-staff expert, so there is no big problem. And the price of such custom parts is relatively high. These companies are also willing to take these private orders. General Manager Wu. Okay. Wu Hao nodded slightly, and then signaled to everyone to continue working regardless of him. For his arrival, everyone in the laboratory is not surprised and fresh. In fact, since this time, as long as he has time, he will come to the Automatic Machinery Technology Research Laboratory to participate in the research and development of related bionic synchronous robotic arms. This time, he heard that there was a new breakthrough in the research work here, so he rushed over, entered the comprehensive test center on the first floor of the laboratory, and there was a very complicated equipment in the middle of the open space. This device is installed on a red steel bracket. In the middle is a series of equipment and instruments flashing various lights and densely lined with various thicknesses. In the two sections of the equipment, it is too similar to human left and right arms, mechanical equipment. And this is the engineering prototype of the intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm they developed. Around the device are some young people wearing uniforms, wearing black t-shirts with baseball caps or headbands. These young demons are discussing this engineering prototype of the intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm, or just a few in the surroundings. There is something busy looking down at the computer console. Seeing Wu Hao coming in, the busy people nodded at him with a smile, and then continued to work. Suddenly, two people surrounded by a group of researchers saw the situation, and then smiled and sent the people to continue working. The two people approached him now. General Manager Wu, you are coming so soon? I'm not happy. I heard that you have made new progress in your work, and I can't wait to come over. How about, what new results? Wu Hao laughed at them. Your side please. One of the young men with a beard and a dreadful eye led him with a smile in front of the engineering prototype of the intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm, and then introduced with a smile, after the technical research of our scientific research team, we have exposed the problem of out-of-sync limb movements was solved. At present, the degree of human-machine motion coordination has reached 90%. Basically, the normal motion of both hands can be simulated and tracked by our intelligent bionic synchronous manipulator. He explained to him that the young man was Chu Taniu, 31 years old this year, and a doctor of Rumi engineering. The main research direction is advanced mechanical automation. Previously, he was engaged in robot research and development at Stone Power. Because of our tense relationship with me, many overseas students or technicians working in ME's important and sensitive business sectors have been affected. There are also some unfair and even discriminatory treatment. Lu Chushaniu is one of them. He was first transferred from the core technical team for no reason, and then received a letter of dismissal from Stone's motivation, because there were several experiences of returning to visit relatives in the middle. Therefore, the relevant departments of the state of Me were suspected of stealing the core technology of the smuggling company, because the investigation had no results and evidence, and he was directly fired for security reasons. Chu Taniu was naturally very dissatisfied with this. He asked the company to give an explanation, but there were no results, and the subsequent employment experience in me was not ideal, so he chose to return to China. However, domestic research work in this area is basically some national and system research institutes. The research on the commercial nature of enterprises is basically rare, and they are still at a relatively low level. So after many turnovers, he came to Heo Technology and eventually became the head of this automated machinery technology research laboratory. Not only is directly responsible for a laboratory, the position is much higher than the original one, and the salary is also much higher than when it was in me. When he was in the RICE, his annual salary was 250,000 meters a year. After deducting taxes and other messy 7 years, he could not get much money. In China, his annual salary bonus and some welfare subsidies, such as zero total, can reach 3 million. And compared with the country of China, the domestic environment is naturally better. Of course, the environment referred to here is not the natural environment, but the human environment and research environment. I don't want to talk about the human environment. They are all Chinese. The culture and habits are the same. There is no barrier and they can be well integrated into it. And the research environment, Wu Hao also gave him full trust, not only let him take charge of the entire automated machinery technology research laboratory, but also made him responsible for such core research and development projects. I can say that it greatly satisfied the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his heart, and made him work harder. Oh, can I try now? Wu Hao glared before seeing it. For this intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm, he has to actually get started and test it every time to judge its development process. Of course, I can help you dress. Chu Taniu naturally knew Wu Hao's thoughts, and then smiled at him. It is good. Wu Hao nodded and walked to the side of the bionic synchronous robotic arm. Here is an iron frame. Below the iron frame is a human-shaped cross. Above the cross are many wearable devices with dense lines. From gloves www.mtlnovel.com to wristbands, elbows, and short vests. Looks like a set of individual combat protective equipment. Wu Hao walked to the cross, and then with the help of several technicians and Chu Taniu, he first put on a vest and then elbows, wrists, and gloves. After the banding was done, he slightly moved, and then signaled to Chu Taniu to start. Chu Taniu nodded when he saw this, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Activate the Bionic Synchronous Robotic Arm Control System." Started, synchronization rate 5%, 0%, 5%, 20%. With the voice of the technical staff, the progress bar also increases a little, and Wu Hao can also very clearly feel the self-test vibration from the sensors in the relevant protective gear worn on his body. I saw the protective gear tighten a little bit until it fit tightly into Wu Hao's skin. But this doesn't make him feel too tight, but just right. The reason for this is mainly because the thickness of each wearer's arm, including the palm and fingers, is different. So the R&D team will specifically design a function that can make these sensors adhere to each wearer's skin and thus be more accurate. Capture arm movement data for different wearers. 90%, 95%, 0%. Synchronization is complete. As the progress bar was completed, I saw that the two intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arms located above the test plus actually dropped their hands naturally in the shape of Wu Hao after a round of movement. Wu Hao tried to raise his right hand, and at the same time, the right arm of the intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm on the test stand was also lifted up, and maintained a relative height substantially similar to Wu Hao. Wu Hao smiled when he saw that. Oh. Wu Hao smiled and smiled. Seeing him smile, Chu Taniu next to him and a group of scientific researchers also smiled. Wu Hao then tried to wave with his right hand, and the right arm of the intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm also waved accordingly, very flexible. Synchronization and latency are quite good this time, Wu Hao said with a smile. After Chu Taniu heard him, he smiled and introduced to him, "We have made a lot of optimizations and upgrades on the system this time, which has greatly improved the system's computing speed. And it has also optimized its motion components to control it more lightweight and flexible. Wu Hao nodded his head, then raised his left hand and opened his left and right hands. As for the two left and right robot arms, the left and right robot arms are also opened as he looks. Unlike a human hand, a robot has only 3 fingers. In addition to the single thumb, there are 2 fingers side by side. The movement structure of the joint is the same as the structure of the palm of a human finger, and it is also exquisite and flexible. However, these mechanical fingers are not exactly the same as humans. They are more like an animal's paw than a hand. Wu Hao intentionally moved his fingers and found that the 3 fingers on the manipulator also moved with his finger movements, which was very flexible. Among them, his thumb is also controlling the thumb of the robot, and his index finger is the one that controls the thumb most on the robot, or this is the finger of the robot. The remaining 3 fingers, ring finger and pinky finger, control the remaining finger on the robotic arm juxtaposed with the index finger. However, the flexibility is relatively poor compared to the thumb and index finger. Of course, this also conforms to the physiological structure of the human body. In general, the thumb and index finger of our 5 fingers are the most flexible, and the remaining 3 fingers are used to assist in gripping. In order to control the robot arm more conveniently, the research and development team reduced the fingers of the robot arm from 5 to 3. Although they are reduced, it does not hinder the normal function of the robot and is more convenient to operate. You finally chose this 3-finger solution. Wu Hao laughed at Chu Taniu. Chu Taniu nodded and replied, "This is the plan we have chosen together after a series of tests and demonstrations. Although the 3 fingers are 2 fewer than the 5 fingers, they do not affect the functionality of our overall robot. And 2 are missing. This means that there will be a lot less arithmetic control programs, which will also reduce the operating pressure on the system." At this time, the young man of about 27 years old standing next to Chu Taniu also said, "Easy first, then difficult. This is, after all, the engineering prototype we initially developed. There are some problems that need us to slowly improve and optimize. In fact, each of the 5 fingers of a person is very important and has a corresponding function. Just to speed up our current research and development progress, we reduced it to 3. These 3 fingers can basically retain more than 85% of our normal arm's functional movement posture, so normal use has little effect." The 27-year-old PhD who speaks is called Meng Hai, a PhD in microelectronic engineering from the University of Science and Technology of China. This is Wu Hao's brother and one of the talents he has abducted from the University of Science and Technology. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "I didn't blame you. Since it is the result of your discussion, I certainly respect it. And at this stage, you can come up with such an engineering prototype, and you have done very well." 3 just pointed 3 fingers. Follow this first, wait for us to touch the technology in this area, and then upgrade and optimize. Oh, I would like to thank President Wu for your help. It is because of your participation and valuable technical materials that our research work can progress so fast. Chu Taniu shot at him a little bullshit, and Meng Hai also laughed and said, "Yes, especially your information and data control system. It has helped us too much." Wu Hao smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's our own project, and I won't help you." Xa said. Wu Hao tried to control again, and saw that he rolled his palms and then clenched his fists. And the 2 robot arms turned the palms like him, then tightened their fingers and clenched. Wu Hao smiled when he saw this, then put on a boxer's posture, raised his right hand, slightly lifted his left hand, and then tried to punch forward. In order to exercise, he usually goes to some fitness classes. Please personally teach him some fitness techniques. In addition to some usual sports skills and equipment, personal education also recommended boxing to him. It is said that proper boxing exercises are conducive to the coordination of exercise limbs, cardiopulmonary function, and the ability to release stress on yourself. Wu Hao often also goes to boxing www.mentalnovel.com under the coach's professor. I still know a little about these boxing moves. Ziz, following his two-handed movements. The two robotic arms also learned how he punched a few straight punches in the air, and even finally learned that he took a left uppercut. Wu Hao, who carefully observed the movements of the robotic arm again and again, saw that he could not help frowning, and then he stopped and said, "The time delay is still a little high, and in high-speed action, the followability is slightly worse. But the strength is okay, you can feel the explosiveness when it punches." I heard that Wu Hao was troubled there. Chu Taniu and Meng Hai could not help looking at each other, and then laughed bitterly. Chu Taniu smiled at Wu Hao bitterly. "No way, under high-speed motion, our sensors capture more data instantly, so it takes a certain amount of time to process. This is usually not felt under normal movements. It can only be felt under high-speed motion. And in the end it is mechanical equipment, certainly not as flexible as our arms. So there is a certain delay in movement. Adding these two factors together, you will feel that there is a certain delay between the robot arm and your movements, and that the followability is a bit poor." Wu Hao heard his fist and tried again before he nodded. As Chu Taniu said, it is indeed a problem in this regard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any solution in this regard?" Meng Hai shook his head. "Under normal circumstances, there will not be much impact. As for the delay and follow-up problems under high-speed motion, we can only continue to optimize from the two aspects of hardware materials and system software." Wu Hao nodded when he heard what Meng Hai said. Indeed, problems like this could not be solved in a day or two. Delay and followability are the core issues that must be faced in the development of all artificial intelligence machinery and equipment. It is very good that their project can achieve such achievements now. Although it has his related technical support guidelines, it should not be too harsh. Thinking of this, he said to the two and everyone present, "Continue to organize personnel to explore these two issues, and strive to get this area as short as possible. Use everyone's subjective initiative to get everyone involved. There are 3 Zhuliang who can top 1 Zhuliang. I don't believe so many of us can't put together a few Zhuliang." Having said that, he glanced at the people present, and then thought for a moment before continuing, "In this way, list these issues and offer a reward. The bonus should be generous, from tens to hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. Whoever solves the problem can get the bonus. It can be studied individually or in groups of several people, but be careful not to affect our normal work tasks. In this regard, you must grasp the scale, and achieve fairness, impartiality, and openness, and mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. This is also a chance for you to make a fortune. I think everyone is very young and many of them have no room or car. So everyone is cheering. Maybe you solve a problem and make $1 million, then it will be easier to buy a house." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when he heard him. In fact, since Hao Technology's main business has improved, everyone's wages, especially those of R&D technicians, and even welfare bonuses have soared. Many employees who have been employed for 2 years or even 1 year have begun to buy a house. In addition, considering that the company will go to the new headquarters park on the other side of Linghu, many employees also choose to buy houses there, which has further stimulated the housing prices in Dongqing district, especially near the surrounding area of Linghu. This not only makes a large number of real estate developers are actively taking land there, but also motivates many employees to start actively buying houses. This is also the most discussed issue in the company's internal community, and everyone is most concerned about it. Even Wu Hao and Zhang Jun are planning to buy a house over there. Of course, unlike the employees, they have their own requirements for their future residence. And now that I have money, I have to make a better home for myself. After laughing, Wu Hao continued to test. "Can you test the function?" "Of course you can." Chu Taniu nodded, then motioned to a few staff with security doors, and pushed in a few flat cars. There are some test objects on the flatbed, including tires of large trucks, large lead ingots, rough wood, and some irregular items. Waiting for everyone to make room, Wu Hao's manipulator robotic arm grabs the large truck tire. Of course, there are still some difficulties in initially controlling the grabbing function. On the one hand, because his position is not in front of the robot arm, but on the side, the visual field observation is not intuitive enough. On the other hand, he used his own hands to control the robotic arm, and if he wanted to grab that big tire, he had to make himself look like he was holding the tire. It also has to adapt to the size of the robotic arm and the related spatial distance, so it is difficult to operate, but getting used to it can be quickly grasped. When he saw his mouth rise, his hands made the appearance of lifting an object. At the same time, the robotic arm simulated the posture of his hands, and then lifted the big tire on the ground. Wu Hao tried to raise his hands, and the robotic arm over there quickly lifted up the big tire. The response is flexible, and there is a feeling of lightweight. What kind of big tires are there? Wu Hao asked Chu Taniu, who was standing next to him. 80 kilograms. Chu Taniu proudly said. Well, it feels easy. Wu Hao laughed, then controlled the robotic arm to lower the tire. It's just that I'm not very careful when I put it down, so let go when there is still a certain distance from the ground. The big tire hit the ground with a bang, causing a loud noise. From this, Wu Hao also confirmed that Chu Taniu's words were not false, and this tire was indeed heavy. The weight of 160 pounds, although many of us with strong strengths can still lift it, is not as light as a mechanical arm. General Wu, be careful. Chu Taniu reminded quickly. Mistakes. Wu Hao embarrassed a bit, then focused on the section of wood that was about 2 meters long and over 40 centimeters thick. He manipulated the robotic arm and then grabbed the wood, but because the wood was smooth, it failed to grab several times. In the end, Wu Hao tried to grasp it hard, and saw that the fingers of the robotic arm penetrated into the wood, and then lifted the wood up. Good strength. A word of praise. Wu Hao raised the wood a few times in the air, and then gently placed it on the ground. Finally, he set his gaze on the big lead ingot. Lead itself is relatively heavy, and lead ingots as large as this must be very heavy. Sure enough, as he guessed. Seeing that he set his eyes on the large lead ingot in the middle, Chu Taniu hurriedly introduced to him, this is our final test object here, weighing a total of 200 kilograms. The heaviest object lifted. Try to be as slow as possible during the test. Our ground has been damaged several times. And such a heavy object www.intelnovel.com is also a test for our robotic arm. We just finished it, and the relevant tests have not been completed. If it is broken, I am afraid it will take a long time. Relax. I'll try to be as slow as possible. Wu Hao appeased Chu Taniu and other scientific researchers who were nervous next to him, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Try to bend down and control the robotic arm to approach the large lead ingot above the flatbed below. Grasp both sides and fasten the lower edge. Wu Hao tried to slowly lift it, but when he slowly raised his hands, the robotic arm over there didn't move, and tried again. Although the robotic arm trembled a little, the lead ingot remained the same. This time, Wu Hao directly increased his movements and finally picked up the lead ingot. However, he did not raise it, but stopped it at a height of about 50 centimeters. At the same time, Wu Hao is also observing the state of the robotic arm. There have been some crunching sounds on the robotic arm, even a slight trembling. Book guest reading URL. The crowd was startled when they heard the sound. Wu Hao, who was manipulating the robotic arm, stopped immediately, as if he had been trapped in an acupuncture point, and stopped for a moment. General Manager Wu, don't move, don't move. Chu Taniu shouted Wu Hao, and at the same time he called people to start the inspection. After ordering these quickly, he stared at the robotic arm and waved to Wu Hao, General Manager Wu, now you slowly put down the lead block. Be sure to slow down, not too fast, and do not have any extra actions. The slight tremor of the hand can also be transmitted to the robotic arm and cause the robotic arm to tremble. Understand? Wu Hao didn't have any extra words to say, but under the command of Chu Taniu, he slowly controlled the manipulator to slowly lower the lead block he was still holding. While he was manipulating, Chu Taniu and Meng Hai and other technical staff were staring at the robot arm, for fear of any further problems. This intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm engineering prototype is the result of their hard work. I have tested so many times before and the performance is very good. What is wrong with my body today and how can it be my boss's turn to test? There was such a big problem in front of my boss that everyone's face was a little unsightly. After all, Wu Hao attached great importance to their project before, not only taking the time to participate in research and development, but also asking people to give asking for money. This time, I wanted to take advantage of Wu Hao's arrival to perform well. Who knows that the stage appeared near the end. 200 kilograms of lead ingot, they tried it before, no problem at all. Why did it happen today? And the loud noise really surprised everyone. Under everyone's attention, Wu Hao controlled the robotic arm to drop the lead ingot little by little. It wasn't until he landed completely that he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he were reporting the large lead ingot himself. Seeing him stand up, several technicians standing aside came to help him take off these wearable devices. Chu Taniu and Meng Hai, however, did not care about Wu Hao. They had surrounded them with many technicians to check what happened to the robot arm. Wu Hao, who had taken off these wearable devices, did not come forward to disturb him, but took the water and waited for the test results while resting. After about 10 minutes, Chu Taniu and Meng Hai nodded, and then came over. Wu Hao immediately asked, "Did it get detected?" Chu Taniu nodded and said, "The preliminary test is that the load bearing in the robot arm is broken." "What's the reason? Is the lead too heavy?" Wu Hao Wenyan glanced at the robotic arm road that was still testing in the distance. Chu Taniu shook his head. "We have carried out this load test many times before, and there have been no problems in the bearing. Now, the radial and axial load of the bearing is not enough, and the fracture surface is not caused at one time. It should have cracked before. It's good to be able to find out the problem, then start to solve it when it comes out. Experiments, there will inevitably be failures. Find out the problem and solve it," Wu Hao said with a smile and comforted. He knew that the two men in front or all the technicians present were more uncomfortable than he was now. Therefore, there is no need for him to say harsh words, which is undoubtedly worse. A smart leader should speak comfortably at this time, so as to warm people's hearts. Meng Hai also sighed at this time, slightly frustrated. "We have found a lot of manufacturers of this load bearing. This time the broken one is still a big brand of Laogo. I didn't expect to be so dry. The things of the big brand are not necessarily good." And then try to find the relevant component manufacturers. Wu Hao comforted again. In this regard, Chu Taniu shook his head. "This bearing is directly related to the load-bearing capacity of our robotic arm. In simple terms, it determines how much our robotic arm can pick up. In this regard, we have tested many bearings of the same type have not met our requirements." Wu Hao heard a little thought, and then said to the two, "In this way, I will return to you to contact a few domestic manufacturers specializing in this area. You go and talk to them about their requirements and see what good products or solutions they have. Method. If it doesn't work, let's design it ourselves and customize it. Don't be afraid to spend this extra money. You also know how much this robotic arm can pick up, but it is directly related to the quality of our products and market competitiveness. So we must win this problem, understand?" The two heard a tight expression on their faces, then nodded in response. Well, Wu Hao's face slowed down, and then he looked at the busy crowd in the distance and said, "After my series of tests, the overall performance of our intelligent bionic synchronous robotic arm is still very good, which is worthy of recognition, but also encountered many problems, such as the delay and follow-up problems we mentioned earlier. There is also the issue of safety and reliability. and things like this should still be less. The future market positioning of our robot arm will definitely not be used only in some high-end precision environments. Most of its application scenarios will be extreme operations in some complex, high-stress environments. Therefore, it must be strengthened in terms of its reliability and security. I don't want our stuff to be laid on the scene after being used twice. This is hitting our brand. You reading www.youcansu.com hit our word of mouth. If this is the case, it might as well be ashamed. Hearing his words, both men bowed their heads. Wu Hao said nothing more than beat them because he was more concerned about the project during this time, and often came here with special care. Therefore, R&D technicians will inevitably have some pride. And now such problems occurred, and I hope everyone can learn lessons. Well, don't be so sluggish. Wu Hao calmed the two, and then waved at them to the next wearable device, said to them, this set of wearable devices still needs to be improved. On the one hand, the overall wearable experience is still a little too messy and complicated. As a result, the wearable time is relatively long, which is not good in this respect, and it should be optimized in terms of ergonomic design. It is not necessary to say that it is particularly comfortable to wear, but at least it should not respond, and it is not easy for the operator to feel tired. On the other hand, it is the problem of manipulating the perspective of observation, and this aspect must also be addressed. In this non-first perspective, the operation error is too large, the experience is very bad, and many functions are limited. This last item. Wu Hao looked at the two, and then said, I hope this wearable device can further feedback its status to the user. Feedback status? The two were a little puzzled. Yes. Wu Hao nodded and said, interaction is mutual. The movements of our operator's limbs can be felt by the robotic arm, so the state of the robotic arm should also be felt by our operator. On the one hand, the operator can feel or observe the basic state of the device at the moment in real time. On the other hand, it is also convenient to operate, adding more operating experience. Seeing the two still confused, he further explained, in simple terms, the operator should also feel this kind of force when he is manipulating the mechanical arm to lift a heavy object or other actions. For example, I raise a large lead blocks. Then the operator of mine should also feel the weight of this lead block. The lighter things are easy to lift, and the heavier things are more difficult to lift. In this way, the operator can know how much weight is the limit that a robotic arm can bear. When they heard the words, they nodded a little bit. Although they understood the meaning of Wu Hao's words, how to realize this idea left them with no clue for a while. In this regard, Wu Hao is not in a hurry. This is just a little guidance from him. How to look at the subjective initiative of the two. He will help at a critical moment. After discussing with the two for some technical issues, when the time was almost up, he left immediately. After all, the company has more than just one project. There are many projects, and he has to take advantage of this time to go and see more. Only by knowing the progress of these projects and having a good idea in mind, can he plan and decide the direction and content of the work. However, it was already afternoon in this lab, and he was still tired. Looking at the time, he was too lazy to meet the company again at this point, and then greeted the secretariat, then drove to Y Media. With the vigorous development of Lin Y, the development of Micromedia is very fast. Basically a few days is a big change. In this respect, Lin Y has done a lot better than him, and it can be said that the capable and fierce and vigorous performance is fully exerted. For the arrival of Wu Hao's big boss, the employees have been surprised. After greeting him, everyone was busy. When he came to Lin Y's office, he found that the secretary was standing there waiting for him. General Manager Wu. The young female secretary smiled at him. Wu Hao nodded, then went in. Lin Y, who was working at the desk, did not look up, but continued to do her work, and said, you sit first, there is still a little thing to do on my side. Seeing Lin Y's serious look, Wu Hao didn't bother, but walked to the rest area and did it, and the female secretary just now had been served with tea. When the woman secretary left and the room door closed again, Lin Wai looked up and stared at Wu Hao, who was already smoking on the sofa, and said, "The sun is coming out to the west today. Why is your Grandmaster Wu coming to me? What's the purpose here?" Wu Hao said with a smile and waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's just that time has come to look around." "Oh, it turned out to be inspection work, so I don't need to worry about meeting the heads of departments, and let them give you a detailed report on the company's recent operation." Lin Wai looked at him with a smile. Wu Hao shook his head and looked at Lin Wai with a smirk. "Without them, just go back and report to me slowly at night." "Well, hooligan." Lin Wai flushed slightly and saw a smirk expression on his face, but then smiled. "Are you busy over there?" Wu Hao played the soot. "I can rest for a few days temporarily, but it will be a summer conference right away. It is related to our main launch of new products this year, so it may be more busy." Hearing this, Lin Wai nodded slightly, her face a little darkened. Both of them were very busy during this time, so the time spent with each other was very short. She is going on business trips to discuss related cooperation issues, and Wu Hao is a joint spinner, who is either dealing with the company or drilling into the laboratory. Rarely one of them has a break, but the other is busy, so they have only had a limited time since the new year. Sometimes Lin Wai regrets it. Not only tired, but also very annoying. More importantly, we have so little time with Wu Hao now. However, she is by no means the kind of unscrupulous woman, and she also knows the importance of these things. So a little disappointed, she immediately turned her attention to the new product in Wu Hao's words. "So, your VR glasses have been successfully developed, can they be released for sale?" Wu Hao shook his head. "It can't be said either. It can only be said that the current stage of the product has reached the requirements of the market. As for the research and development is far from over, we still need to continue to improve. Originally, I planned to wait for a while, but many people are already impatient now." Wu Hao didn't say who was impatient, but Lin Wai could think of those people. There are some people in Heot Technology, and certainly there are outsiders. It only made Wu Hao determined to release it in advance. It seems that he has been under great pressure. Indeed, Wu Hao was under a lot of pressure during this time. This is mainly because they have not come up with new products this year, and the market is weak, which leads to their second quarter revenue forecast to fall a lot, which puts the entire market department and even the company under a lot of pressure. He had originally planned to wait, but at the strong request of the marketing department and others, he agreed. "We are still talking about projects on film and television copyright www.mtlnovel.com. I will go back and let everyone work harder, and strive to give you more quality resources before the product goes on the market." Lin Wai spoke to him. "It's hard for everyone." Wu Hao nodded. "What is it?" "This is all right. Heot Technology is the parent company and the largest service target of Micromedia. If any problems occur with Heot Technology, we will also be affected." Lin Wai shook her head and walked to Wu Hao. Looking at the tired young man in front of her, she couldn't help feeling distressed. I saw her snuggling at Wu Hao and whispered to him, "Since you can rest for a few days, take a good rest." "I'm done. Let's go home and I will cook today." Wu Hao held Lin Wai's delicate hand, then shook his head and said, "No more. Let's go out to eat. We haven't been shopping together for a long time. Today, I will go shopping with you." "Huh?" Lin Wai said a soft voice, then tightly grasped Wu Hao's hand and kneaded, for fear he would take it away. Since it was said that they would go out shopping with Lin Wai, naturally they could not dress for work, so both of them changed into more casual clothes. For example, Wu Hao put on a pair of loose slacks, white shoes, a t-shirt, and a hat. And Lin Wai put on shorts, sneakers, and show off her long legs. In order not to be recognized, the two were very low-key. As for Cao Wai and Luff, they followed behind them and closely watched the situation around them. Rarely have time to go out, so the two are in a good mood. Lin Wai also changed the usual strong and powerful style in her work. She nestled beside Wu Hao and was very sticky. "Come, try this. Lin Wai pulled Wu Hao into a brand clothing store, then picked up a t-shirt and smiled at Wu Hao. Forget it, you've bought enough. Wu Hao motioned to his bag full of hands. You only have a few clothes. Buy a few more. Those old ones go back and throw them away. Lin Wai shook her head and continued to look at the clothes on the hanger. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head with a smile. I'm not your girl. I just need to wear enough clothes. It's a pity to throw them away. If you don't like it, you can donate it to a dedicated charity. Cut. People will care about your clothes. Lin Wai poked her lips, and then said to the salespeople waiting attentively, are there any bigger ones in this style? Yes, I'll get it for you right away. You and your boyfriend must be tired. Sit down and take a break. We have coffee juice here for you. A saleswoman in business attire directed at Lin Wai said softly. These salespeople are all human beings, and when they see more people, they naturally know what people have about their spending power. As soon as Lin Wai and Wu Hao came in, all these waiting female salespeople were in front of them, and then they all gathered up. Especially seeing Wu Hao's brand logos on the bags carried by his hands, this made these salesmen more enthusiastic. Seeing such a professional attitude from female salespeople, Lin Wai was in a good mood, and then went to the rest area and sat down. Wu Hao was helpless when she saw this, so she had to sit down with her. This woman has a very paranoid love for shopping. For them, the things they buy are far more enjoyable than the things they turn to see, or the process of buying things. During this time, Lin Wai was busy, so she rarely had time to go shopping. So this time after Wu Hao went out for shopping, she seemed to be unsealed, and she was very happy. Although Wu Hao has some complaints about this, who makes Lin Wai happy? He was busy at this time and didn't have time to accompany Lin Wai. It was so hard to have time to accompany her out. Naturally, how happy and how come? As a result, Wu Hao was again under the command of Lin Wai, like a scarecrow, and became a shelf for trying clothes. Every time she saw Wu Hao appearing in front of her in new clothes, Lin Wai looked up. Every time I heard the exaggerated honey exaggerated by the salesman, Lin Wai was happy to shut up. Although she also knows that these are the compliments of the salesman in their professional habits, she is still very happy, which makes Wu Hao very speechless. Finally, after buying a few more clothes, Lin Wai let Wu Hao temporarily. After entering an international brand makeup store, she focused all her attention on the bottles and cans recommended by the female sales. And Wu Hao finally had time to sit down and take a good rest. This is not an easy job to accompany his girlfriend shopping, but you have to do it. I am afraid that this is also a painful experience that many boys must go through during the dating period. Turning around to look at Cao Wai and Luf, who were standing in front of the paving pretending to call and chat, Wu Hao smiled slightly, then picked up and took out the yellow can of functional drinks in the bag and drank. Although the waiter would also pour water on him, he would not normally touch it. It will take a while to see Lin Wai, and Wu Hao is worth bored out to play. Opening WeChat, it turned out that Zhang Jun was the first to leave a message for him. This guy was very dissatisfied with his early departure behavior and asked him what he did. Seeing this, Wu Hao smiled, and then replied, I haven't been with your sister-in-law for a long time. Today, I went out with him to go shopping. We plan to have a barbecue, will you come? He mentioned that he went for a barbecue in the end, but he was actually mad at Zhang Jun. This guy is working hard to lose weight during this time, so the coach has strict requirements on his recipe. It's cruel to him to let such a meatless guy be frightened. And Wu Hao, from time to time, will also hit him, on the one hand, amused. On the other hand, it can also help him to firm his mind. Wu Hao originally thought that the goods would be sent to him immediately, but he did not expect to call him directly. Seeing this guy called in such a hurry, Wu Hao was a bit surprised, but still connected with a smile. Sure enough, as soon as it was connected, Zhang Jun's full-bodied screaming came. Your uncle, don't tell me if you leave early. The old man who ran off came to your office to look for you. And your office, can't you move to a high-rise office building? Every time I go to you there are many ways to go, which is inconvenient. What are you still doing there? It's too inconvenient to work. Hurry up and find time to move here. It's not that you haven't prepared an office for you. You have more offices than mine, so I'll preempt them if I don't come again. Also, I went to your uncle. Did you deliberately rectify me? Knowing that I'm working hard to lose weight, you can use a barbecue to beat me. You wait for Lao Tzu to lose weight, and see how I retaliate against you. Why don't you talk? Don't you dare to say it? Hello. Hearing Jiang Jun said so much on the phone like a bean, Wu Hao was full of black lines, and then said silently, have you given me a chance to speak? Is there anything? www.mentalnovel.com. I'm fine. Hang your uncle. Jiang Jun cursed, and then scolded Wu Hao, where are you eating barbecue? I'll come to you. Aren't you losing weight? Wu Hao could not help asking. What's wrong with weight loss? Isn't it for people to eat to lose weight? I'm sure you can eat this barbecue today. Not only I'm here, but I'll also pull Yang Fan and Dong Tsai. Letting you confuse you is a great girl yet. Wu Hao had several thick black lines hanging on his forehead. After thinking about it, he had to tell the other side helplessly. Wait. Jiang Jun hung up the phone. Talking about it, Wu Hao also regretted it at this moment. Why did he reply to Jiang Jun with a text message? It seems that there are a few more light bulbs in these two worlds today. No, I have to find a way to find a girlfriend for them. I've been hurting me every day. Who can handle it? Lin Wai, who was applying cosmetics over there, noticed Wu Hao's strangeness, and then asked him, what's wrong? Who called? Wu Hao sighed and said, Fat, I heard that we are going to have a barbecue, so we are going to come here cheekily. Oh, let him come over. Anyway, we haven't been together for a long time, so they called Zixia Dong. Lin Wai said with a smile. Although Jiang Jun was helpless to interrupt their date, Lin Wai also knew the relationship between Jiang Jun and Wu Hao. So come on. Anyway, it's a bit too cold for two people to eat barbecue. Wu Hao nodded, and then said to Lin Wai, how about your friends? If you have time, call them together. Huh? Lin Wai glanced at him, then came to understand instantly, then smiled. I called them to see if they are free. Okay. Wu Hao smiled and beckoned outside. I saw Luf, who had been paying attention to his movements, hurried in. Wu Hao handed her all the bags around, and said to her, drive the car over, let's move the place. Okay. Luf nodded, glanced at Lin Wai and went out. This scene was also seen by other customers and waiters in the store. Everyone looked at the two of them while the other side talked quietly, and some even raised their mobile phones. Lin Wai felt the changes around her, but stood up helplessly and smiled at the saleswoman who was on the side of the service. Give me a set of these models, which are faster. Okay. The saleswoman nodded and walked out quickly. Lin Wai, however, came to Wu Hao with a little gas. Can't wait to say a word. Do you need to urge me like this? Haha, am I not looking at you like that? It's gone. I'll go to checkout. Then he picked up the phone and walked to the checkout counter. After looking at Wu Hao, the little girl at the cashier's desk flashed in front of her eyes, and then couldn't help getting excited, and her attitude was extremely respectful. Until Wu Hao finished paying the bills and left with the purchased things and Lin Wai, the little girl patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The saleswoman who has been with Lin Wai's service a little while is a little curious. Who is this man, so generous? These sets of cosmetics are down by 60,000 to 70,000. He is Wu Hao? The little girl said in a voice. The female salesman asked with a mobile phone casually, Wu Hao, who? And that Wu Hao, that young rich man. The saleswoman next to her couldn't help annoying. Wu Hao is the one from Hao Technology. There are still a few Wu Hao. I knew it was him and I came over to take a photo. Pay attention to the service attitude. If you take out your mobile phone, everyone is likely to have gone. Who the woman is so beautiful? I don't know. It should be Wu Hao's girlfriend. I'm envious. This woman is so terrible. Wu Hao, who was already on the bus, was thinking about going there for a barbecue, and Lin Wai was calling her to invite her girlfriends and friends. After both parties were busy, Lin Wai laughed at Wu Hao, I have met a few people. In addition to Zuzai and Cao Xinai you saw before, there are two. They are all my friends. My previous relationship was not bad. Oh, do these people have boyfriends? Wu Hao immediately concerned. Lin Wei gave him a white look and said, why, you want to make an idea, talk about who you care about, and use me to help you become a matchmaker. What's messy? What are you thinking in my head? Who am I talking about? Jiang Jun, they asked. These guys are also old, and it's time to find a target. Otherwise, the old trouble will bother us. Wu Hao was unhappy. Giggle, while Lin Wei pouted and laughed. Her hand reaching back to Wu Hao's waist also retracted. And Wu Hao could not help but swallowed. This woman really is a vinegar jar. If he answered wrong or hesitated just now, it is estimated that his waist will suffer again. It's about half an hour's drive. Everyone came to a very high-rated baked bar in Beijing. The so-called grilled bar is simply a barbecue-themed store, which mainly grills and basically can grill anything. Wu Hao, the house they came to, is also relatively expensive in Anxi, focusing on fresh ingredients. The drama said that these ingredients were all air transported from various places, and all that could not be eaten every day was disposed of, never overnight. Of course, the price of such a high-quality service naturally rises. The average price of more than 4,000 yuan is not what many working-class people can afford. Wu Hao naturally didn't know these places at first, but as his fame grew, so did the opportunities to deal with some entrepreneurs and bosses in Anxi. Many people also want to make friends with him as a young talent, so some people drag him into this WeChat group, which is the boss of some localities in Anxi. Although many people brought him closer to chaos associations and organizations, he refused without exception. Only a few that he really couldn't refuse would join in brazenly. But after joining www.mtlnovel.com he didn't say much, but many people greeted him, but he pretended not to see it. Although Wu Hao doesn't talk very much in this group, just occasionally there will be some things to ask in the group to see who has the resources in this area. Most of these bosses in the group are in their 40s and 50s, so they are talking about some healthcare and gourmet food. Wu Hao will occasionally look around when he has time. Under the recommendation of the boss's blueprints, he remembered this store. So today I plan to come and try it out and see how it goes. Wu and Lin Wei came to this store, and then the waiter briefly asked them for their requirements, and enthusiastically introduced them into a private room with a screen style. In fact, barbecue is not suitable in the private room, but he did not want to cause trouble, so he chose this kind of semi-open private room. In addition to this kind of private room, there are actually all kinds of closed, but the kind is not very good. It should be lively for a barbecue. It needs to have that kind of atmosphere. It doesn't make sense to stay in a private room. But what surprised him was that the sharp-eyed waiter recognized him and called the boss. The boss is a middle-aged man in his 40s who is very well dressed. Zai first shook hands with Wu Hao enthusiastically, gave a polite greeting, and then invited him to a private room and so on. But these were rejected by Wu Hao, and the boss didn't bother too much, seeing that he was having a meal with his girlfriend in private, so I briefly talked and then left. After a while, he also sent a nice bottle of red wine, which made Wu Hao smile and shake his head. The order Wu Hao and Lin Wei did not expect is that it was not Jiang Jun who came first, but Zuzai and Cao Xinai. The two seemed to be outside, so they were able to rush over so quickly after being invited by Lin Wei's phone. Wu Hao hasn't seen these two people for a long time. Zuzai hasn't changed much, still so hot and mature. On the contrary, Cao Xinai changed a little. Not only did she pick up her eyes, she also became more daring in her dress, but her personality became more enthusiastic. After the two of them greeted Wu Hao, they immediately chatted with Lin Wei. Next came Jiang Jun and they were more casually dressed. Jiang Jun directly wore a large t-shirt and floral pants, while Yang Fan and Zhu Xiaodong also dressed very casually. After seeing Zuzai and Cao Xinai, the three were surprised at first, and then complained to Wu Hao. "You guy, why don't you say something to a beautiful lady? Let's at least clean it up. Wu Hao was a little speechless about this. Who would have thought of this picture of you off work? Forget it, just like that. It is not a formal occasion anyway. Zai Zui and Cao Xinayu, you all know this before, so I won't introduce more. The three men nodded at the two girls opposite, while Zuzai and Cao Xinayu nodded in response. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest mobile terminal, HTTPS. When Lin Wai saw this, she couldn't help but break the deadlock and said, "Let's bake first and eat first, and two people are not waiting for them." I said. Lin Wai started calling the waiter to order. It's actually ordering some grilled ingredients. If they are interested, they can bake it by themselves, or they can have a special chef cook it next to them. After some adaptation, the atmosphere was not as embarrassing as before, and everyone also found some topics to talk about. However, the focus of the topic is still on Wu Hao and Haoyu technology. The two girls, especially Cao Xinayu, seemed very interested in their affairs, so they kept asking. And Zhang Jun and Zhu Xiaodong also deliberately show off, and the conversation was fiery. So the new product you are focusing on this year will be released soon? Cao Xinayu was interested. Zhu Xiaodong nodded and said, soon, another week or two. Can you give us 2 tickets at that time? I heard that your scene is very lively, and we also want to see it. Cao Xinayu asked immediately. Huh? Everyone glanced at Cao Xinayu and didn't think how long it took for a long time to talk about it. The girl started thinking. Zhu Xiaodong is not a rookie, so he smiled slightly. This is fine, I will notify you when the conference is held. After hearing Zhu Xiaodong's promise, Cao Xinayu also smiled, and then the glass touched him. However, this scene was seen by others, and everyone shook his head slightly. If Zhu Xiaodong said that there might be a drama to consider, but this kind of promise first, and then push for a time, obviously is a euphemistic way of rejection. But this Cao Xinayu is completely unknown. Lin Wai also turned her attention to Zuzai and asked what was happening. Zuzai shook her head and didn't speak, but the helpless expression already explained everything. These Wu Hao all looked in their eyes and felt sorry for this girl named Cao Xinayu. It was a pretty good girl. How long hasn't it changed? For them, a ticket is naturally nothing, and they are given if they want to give it. However, people who frowned on this idea as soon as they came up caused everyone to frown. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled. The cosmetics and perfume on Cao Xinayu's body were very heavy. Wu Hao is very sensitive to the smell of this pungent makeup and perfume, and said nothing after frowning slightly. Just as everyone was talking awkwardly, Lin Wai's 2 friends came. Both girls are pretty, and they are both very well dressed. However, after seeing Cao Xinayu, the 2 girls frowned and couldn't help but frowned. Although they were very hidden, they were still seen by many people present. Mr. Wu, Wai often talks to you about us, and today I finally saw a real person, more handsome than in the photo. The talking girl is Liang Sisi, 24 years old this year. As soon as she arrived, her arms held by Lin Wai were very close. Oh, you just call me Wu Hao? I have always heard her talk about your friends. I have long wanted to see you, but I have no time, Wu Hao said with a smile. The girl who came with Liang Sisi was even cooler. She cut her hair an inch, which was shorter than the hair of the boys present here. The figure also belongs to that particular medium-sized one. If it wasn't for that delicate face, I'm afraid everyone would think of her as a boy. And this girl actually had 2 flower arms, which made Zhang Jun look at them. This girl is called Shenlan, the blue of the blue sky. Since coming in and taking a seat, her eyes have been turning on Wu Hao and Zhu Xiaodong. In addition, it is very refreshing to drink, and I want to compete with Wu Hao. With the addition of these 2 girls, the whole party was even more lively. Everyone will talk about some interesting things they have heard, but the center is still on Wu Hao and Lin Wai. www.mentalnovel.com who let them do it today. While Cao Xinayu also interjected from time to time. Every time I interjected, it seemed to be rushing to talk. leaving everyone a little speechless, so everyone ignored her over time. Wu Hao, can you take a picture together? Liang Sissy pulled out her phone and eagerly tried. Yes, let's take a photo together. Cao Xianyu quickly took out his cell phone when he saw this. Wu Hao said with a smile and shook his head, next time. Today's occasion is inappropriate. Seeing this, Lin Wai said boostily, his is very special. Old reporters will dig up some of his information to take the opportunity to hype, so let's keep a low profile. Otherwise, let's take a few shots. After that I sent a circle of friends. Okay. Although Liang Sissy was a little disappointed, she picked up her mobile phone and posed for a selfie with Lin Wai. Only Cao Xianyu froze with her mobile phone. Her face changed. In a happy atmosphere, the dinner was officially ended. Although Liang Sissy, who was still thinking about it, proposed that everyone go to KTV to continue high, but was rejected by Wu Hao and Lin Wai. Seeing that they refused, everyone was not interested. So everyone said goodbye. Shenlan directly put on a black motorcycle helmet, then stepped on a black road car, leaving Liang Sissy. Starting, he watched the wind-like female man ride away, and the rest of the people saw each other and said goodbye. In the end, Cao Xianyu was standing there holding a cell phone, watching Wu Hao. They immediately got back in the car and didn't know what they were thinking. What's up with Cao Xianyu? Wu Hao could not help asking in the car home. Lin Wai played with her cell phone and said, wait, I'm asking. Wu Hao laughed at Lin Wai and said, the two friends you came to today are very interesting. What's the point? Why, interested? Lin Wai turned to look at him and asked. Wu Hao shook his head about this. No. Just ask casually. I can see that these two girls are also well educated and have good manners. The Shenlan made me jump, too. Giggle. Lin Wai pouted and laughed. We all called her Shen Yi, who came out of the military area compound, like to fight against each other when we were young. When we went to school, no one dared to bully because of her support. I still remember that when we were in high school, several boys in high school bullied a girl in our class. She carried the stool directly and knelt down and begged some boys for mercy, and she was finally punished by the school. So violent. Wu Hao was surprised. It's nothing. She had a boyfriend while in college, but his boyfriend was cheating. She went straight and kicked the man's underside, and was almost fired. Lin Wai said with a smile. Wu Hao shook his head again and again, suddenly feeling a cold below, and his thoughts broke up in a hurry. She also made friends with Nan. I thought she was. Wu Hao slightly pointed out. Lin Wai shook her head and smiled. Many people think she is, but she really isn't. In fact, she is kind in heart, but it just feels a little too much like a man. I fell in love with extreme sports before, and I like to drive and hike on my own. This is not the case. This is really a loud man. Wu Hao said with a stunned expression. Doesn't her family care? Lin Wai glanced at Wu Hao, then shook her head with a smile. Oh, no matter what, her dad almost broke off her father-daughter relationship with her. But she still plays with herself, plus she is the only child, so she follows her. Well, talent. Wu Hao thumbed up. Lin Wai giggled when she saw this. Don't say that she is really a personal talent. She opened a club and made tens of millions of money by virtue of her own ability. All the money she played was made by herself. I can compare this number. Strong. He praised Wu Hao and then asked, what about Liang Sissy? Like my family, they both do business. Parents have a good relationship, so our younger generations also have a good relationship. She is about the same age as me, so she has grown up from a young age. Although not as close as Zuzai, she also very nice, Lin Wai said as she played with her phone. After hearing Lin Wai's introduction, Wu Hao probably understood. In simple terms, this is a circle, and the communication circle of parents gradually forms a circle of their children. This is also the reason why the second generation will be easier to succeed than ordinary people, because they are born with a lot of rich resources. With such a large circle of support, it is easier to do anything. If nothing else, just borrow money. It's basically impossible for us ordinary people to pick up $1 million, but for them they can't handle it. This is incomparable. I thought of this. Wu Hao couldn't help looking at Lin Wei. His girlfriend is definitely not fuel efficient, etc. So that everyone can gather around her, enough to prove her ability. What are you looking at? Lin Wei asked, noting Wu Hao's gaze. Nothing. Wu Hao shook his head and said, I think they seem to have a lot of opinions on Cao Xianyu. Lin Wei laughed and said, I wasn't originally in a circle, because my relationship was brought together. Because of the different environment in which I lived since childhood, it is inevitable to get along with some contradictions. But I did not expect that Xianyu is now changing. It's so big. How long haven't I seen you? Are you asking what happened? Wu Hao asked. Tong Lin Wei put down her mobile phone and nodded. Ask out. Zhu Zai said Xianyu wanted to enter the performing arts circle, but there has been no chance. So she started to broadcast live from last fall. However, it seems not so good. No wonder the change has been so great. Wu Hao said suddenly. He now understood why Cao Xianyu would be so interested in their company and their affairs, and couldn't wait to ask Zhu Xiadong for the invitation to the conference. And she was so active when taking pictures. I'm afraid she planned them before she came. If he agreed at that time, it is estimated that the photos they took together at this time may be accidentally posted on the internet. Sure enough, fame and interest. Let this little girl who was pure and somewhat introverted suddenly changed her appearance. Aren't you angry? Lin Wei looked at Wu Hao and asked. Wu Hao waved his hands and said, I'm so angry, just a little sigh. In the face of fame and fortune, even a simple girl will eventually become so complicated. Hee hee. Lin Wei smiled and held Wu Hao's hand and said, since you don't like it, I won't call her later. Just now Sissy and Shenlan are still complaining about me in private messages. Why did you call her? There doesn't exist. I don't like it. www.mentalnovel.com. Look at yourself. It doesn't matter if you like it, but you should pay attention to it. Don't be sold. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. I'm not a kid, so it's so easy to be sold. Lin Wei gave him a white look, and then said to him, I took a look today. Zhu Xiadong seemed to be interested in Zhu Zai, but the last time they left WeChat nothing has been going on. Well, I also noticed that Zhang Jun's kid has been staring at Liang Sissy. Wu Hao also smiled. Let's find some time to call everyone together and deepen the relationship between them, Lin Wei said slightly. Wu Hao heard what he thought, then shook his head and said, forget it, let it be. Don't arrange it deliberately. Anyway, we created it, and they also left the WeChat phone. In the end, what it looks like to look at themselves. Let's not too much blending. 81.8. 1z.go. Both sides are friends. Don't get the last pig Beiji look in the mirror is not human. Ha. Lin Wei nodded, but then turned around and seized Wu Haoli's voice. No, who do you say is pig Beiji? Hee hee. Wu Hao laughed, and hurriedly said to her, we're in the car, pay attention. Lin Wei, who had reacted, suddenly sat back again, then stretched his hand to his waist, and then threatened softly in front of Wu Hao, who do you say is the pig 8 ring? I am pig Beiji, let go. This weekend, I want to take a day off, relax and change my mind. In order to adhere to the code, I haven't been shopping for a long time. I just go around today and buy myself winter clothes. Also get together with friends and have a drink. Before the old man asked me, I have been shirk out of time and survived. Don't wait, I will be a little bit earlier tomorrow. Military Science and Technology asks for a vacation. It is hitting by hand for a rest day. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest updates. After a series of preparations, Haor Technologies 2022 Summer New Product Launch Conference was also officially held in Anxi. Because of a series of previous publicity, this summer's new product conference attracted the attention of many media. Among them are not only many very active domestic media, but also some foreign media that are very interested in this. The entire media reporter crowd alone has reached more than 300, which is no less than the number of media reporting groups at a medium-sized international conference. In addition, a series of guests attended. In addition to some special guests, there are some partners, manufacturers and so on. Of course, in order to give back to the majority of users, this time they also very happy to draw 500 lucky viewers from many users to participate in this conference as lucky fans. These people add up to more than 1,000. But that's not all. Wuhao also took nearly 1,000 people from the company's employees to participate in this conference, which is a benefit for employees. About this new product is also a strictly confidential project within the company. Very few people know, so most employees are also very curious about the new product that the company is about to release. Wuhao selected these employees to participate, and also wanted to introduce them to the products released by their company. Its main purpose is to cultivate the collective sense of honor of these employees and strengthen their confidence in the company. Of course, the conference site of more than 2,000 people naturally could not choose the original convention and exhibition center, but was placed in a small stadium. Taking into account the participation of so many employees, this time they chose the location of the conference in Anxi. Generally speaking, such international conferences are basically in first-tier cities such as Shanghai, Beijing or Shenzhen. And Wuhao put them in Anxi, which made many people not quite understand. However, in Wuhao's view, as long as his product is amazing, then the conference can be placed anywhere. If your product isn't high enough, then you can give it away wherever you want. In the final analysis, it is the product for them. This is the first time such a large-scale press conference has been held, so I feel a little pressure. Wuhao, in particular, had to stand in front of more than 2,000 people for the first time to give a lecture, which was also a challenge for him. To this end, he started a related rehearsal work a week in advance, and strived to be foolproof. But he also understands that it is basically impossible for such a large-scale conference to happen without a situation, so he still has to be smart. It was mid-June and the weather was getting hot. The entire backstage has been busy, and is sitting in the final preparations for the conference. Whereas Wuhao, sitting on the sofa in righteous manner, carefully looked at some of the processes and presentations at the press conference, and from time to time he also marked it with a pen. The staff of the makeup and styling team next to him are helping him to clean his hair and make some powdering. Because the weather is hot, in order to avoid sweating, this time I also modified it slightly to avoid sweating affecting makeup. In fact, he really hates this kind of powdered makeup, especially in summer, which is very uncomfortable. But this time it can be regarded as a global live broadcast. If the powder is not used, the light will be very ugly on the face, and the video will be the same as the dead face. So even if he is uncomfortable and doesn't like it anymore, he has to be a ninja. Well, almost. How about you? The makeup artist next to respected Wuhao respectfully. Wuhao looked at the look in the makeup mirror, then nodded slightly. Let's do it. It's hard. His hair was short and he couldn't do any hairstyle, so the stylist just blown it a little and made a more natural hairstyle. As for the makeup, I did not make too much decoration. Everything is still based on nature. It is more casual to wear. A black t-shirt with the company logo printed on the left chest, an urban grey tactical multi-pocket casual pants, and a pair of board shoes, very casual. After finishing all this, it's almost time. Then he went to the stage to start waiting, and the staff quickly helped him put on the headset and performed a simple commissioning. At this moment, Zhang Jun hurried forward and said, "How are you preparing? Let's do it, and watch it live." Wuhao said casually, then looked at him and said, "You are not with the guests off stage. What are you doing here?" "Oh, isn't this worrying? So come and see." Zhang Jun licked his mouth and laughed. "Don't worry about it." Wuhao scolded in annoyance, then looked at the crowd in the front row of the audience with his eyes. Because it was held in Anxi, or such a large-scale conference, some leaders and friends came to join in the fun. Even Lin Wei, his elder husband and mother-in-law came, and it was considered as a favor for him. But he looked around because he didn't see who was coming because the lights were dim. Countdown to the scene. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. President Wu played. Hearing the voice of the live guide, Wu Hao walked up to the stage. When he walked to the middle and stopped, the lights turned on, and there was a burst of applause from the audience. Although he faced more than 2,000 people this time, because of his previous experience, he stood on the stage without much nervousness. Hello everyone, welcome to our HAO Technology Summer Product Launch Conference 2022. Sorry, this conference is coming a little later. It is precisely because of the delayed release time that we have more time to carefully polish this product. Now I can proudly announce to you that after this press conference tonight, early in the morning, our products will be available for evaluation in our 50 official brand stores nationwide. www.metalnovel.com. You can also experience our products in some of our authorized dealers in more than a dozen countries overseas. In addition, all new products we are selling today will also be released simultaneously online and offline in 5 days. For consumers who are interested in this product, you can choose to go to our offline brand store for the first time on-site experience. If you feel good about getting started, then you can place an order for our product in 5 days. Poppy. As soon as his words came down, everyone on the stage applauded. At the same time as applause, many people are discussing in a whisper. At the beginning of this press conference, Wu Hao released such heavy news, which really surprised everyone. What kind of product made him have the confidence to announce this series of amazing news at the beginning of the press conference, which made everyone curious? Book guest reading URL. Yes, we are so confident. After speaking, Wu Hao paused, glanced at the audience and then said, looking at all the past product release conferences, there is no such case that can be as transparent as us and show the truest state of the product to the majority of consumers. We used to say that hearing is false and seeing is true, but we don't know how. It seems that this is not very reliable, and what you see is not necessarily true. So we have a saying that is not as good as trying it out. That is to say, how to measure a product. Everyone just try it out. No matter what you said on the stage, if you try it yourself, you will know that what you said on the stage is true. Those gimmicks are even falsifying. From the time of making our first product, we at HAO Technology are determined to make the best products in front of everyone in the most authentic way. We don't engage in any marketing routines or gimmicks, and we have no overwhelming requests for celebrity endorsements. I always think that a good product is an advertisement in itself, and a good word of mouth is more effective than any advertisement. It is precisely by adhering to this concept that we have won the praise of the majority of users and accumulated a huge product fan base. Now every day, our community is active with millions of users, and our forum community has become a wonderful little world among the majority of users. In this little world, there are many touching and warm stories. Many of them are already well known, so I will not introduce them here. After saying this, Wu Hao changed the page PPT, and then continued to preach. There are many rumors about the new products we are focusing on this year. Some say we want to enter the mobile phone industry. Some say we want to do computers, and some say we are going to do TV and other home theaters. Many people have roughly guessed through some of the patents we have applied for in the past, and many are close to the answer. Just to ensure that this product is shocking enough when it is released, we have adopted very strict confidentiality measures. Even within our company, not many people really reached this product. There were a lot of employees of our company present, and like everyone, this was the first time that I really heard me introduce this new product. The real machine samples that we ship to various offline brand franchise stores for display are also sealed at this moment to ensure that no one will leak them in advance. That's right, it's so strict. Because I hate being spoiled by people in advance, this will disrupt the content of the presentation materials that I have so easily prepared. It is really annoying. Hee. After hearing what he said, everyone in the audience chuckled and immediately applauded again. Wu Hao, however, stood still and waited for the applause to stop before he continued. So what kind of product is worth our troubles and so secrets? Let us work together to reveal our carefully polished products for everyone. In fact, many people are right, that is Huawei One_VR wearable device. Oh, pop-a-pap. A cheer followed by a round of applause. These were all applauded by fans and their employees, without guidance. However, we can see that some people still showed disappointment. It was originally thought that what amazing new products could be released this time, but it was VR. But this thing has not flooded into disaster. Is it worth the effort? I know that many people may be disappointed. Why the new product we have spent so much effort on is a VR product that has been rotten on the street for a long time. Is it because of us that Jiang Lang is exhausted? Or do we start to become greasy and start playing gimmick? Wu Hao shook his head. None, we don't have enough confidence that we won't take this product out. So please give us some time and let me guide you through this Huawei One_VR wearable device. I believe that after my introduction, you will find a new world. With a change of breath, Wu Hao yelled to the audience, before we formally introduced this product, or before we formally decided to make this product, we were already thinking about many problems. For example, why do we make this product? What advantages do we make of this product over the similar or existing products on the market? Why consumers want to buy our products and so on. First, why do you want this product? Because I think these VR products on the market are not what I want, or they feel bad for me. Sorry, what I said is too straightforward, but it feels like this to me. It's terrible. I have experienced products from many manufacturers, but without exception I am very uncomfortable. So I want to make a VR wearable device in my mind and make a product that is better than these products on the market. VR products or VR technology is actually not new. This technology has been born for decades and is well known by everyone. We have a lot of desires and imaginations for this technology, and they are very rich. For example, a movie player introduced this year ago is a story in the VR world. I like this movie very much and watched it many times. It is also under the inspiration of this movie that I am also conceiving the VR world in my mind. So can we realize the Oasis world in the movie? Everyone glanced down at the stage, and everyone widened their eyes waiting for Wu Hao to answer. Many people have watched this movie, and they are all shocked by its wonderful plot and special effects stories. Now Wu Hao brought up this movie at a press conference about VR products. So does this mean that they have realized the technology in the movie? www.mentalnovel.com. I don't want to answer it now. Please continue to look down, or you will have an answer after you get started. First of all, we know that there are two parts that make up the wonderful Oasis world in the movie, which are the hardware part and the content part. The two support each other and cooperate with each other. Without the support of high-performance hardware equipment, you can hardly experience the wonderful content in the virtual world. And without wonderful content, it would be useless to have this hardware device. So today's conference we will introduce this product from the hardware and content, because there are too many things to explain. I will choose such a special conference format to present it to everyone, and introduce this one in as simple and understandable as possible. No, it should be said that a series of VR products are introduced to everyone. In other words, what we bring to you today does not indicate a VR glasses. There is also a series of auxiliary equipment based on VR glasses, whose purpose is to allow users to experience a virtual world. Of course, there are only one purpose for more devices, that is, to make users more quiet in the virtual world, and to give users a better experience. So, please let me take the lead in introducing our products from the hardware side. And the first thing I want to do is the main body of our set of virtual VR products, VR glasses. Its official name is VR headset, but I prefer to call it VR glasses like everyone else. Wu Hao smiled, and then changed a PPT and then said, good products will bring us good feelings, and hardware equipment is the fundamental factor that determines the quality of this product. So when creating this VR product, the biggest headache for us was the many hardware problems. To successfully develop this device, we must first solve a series of complex problems on the hardware. Perhaps everyone has heard more or less that in the past few years, we have acquired a series of factories. It recruited a huge scientific research and technology team, invested a lot of funds and resources, and obtained a large number of related technical invention patents. This is our ranking of domestic patent application companies in recent years. As you can see, our patent application volume has been increasing rapidly year by year, and we are always in the first echelon. Even in the first echelon, our number of patents is among the top. And most of these patents belong to technical invention patents and practical patents, and only a few belong to shape design patents. With a change of breath, he went on to say, of course, so many technology patents are piled up with resources. In recent years, our investment in talent introduction and project research and development has also continued to grow rapidly. Maybe everyone has also heard that the salary we give to outstanding talents is very generous. In our company, there are many scientific and technical personnel with annual income of 1 million. Although I can also be regarded as a scientific research technician, in front of these big men, my salary is the lowest. Of course, the salary is definitely higher than that of interns and cleaning staff. After all, do I have to eat too? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed, and then applauded. In their opinion, the entire company is yours. Do you still care about this ordinary salary? Many companies' chairman or CEO now claim that they only pay 1 yuan, but Wu Hao reverses, and claims that they will be higher than interns and cleaning staff, and they say they want to eat. After everyone smiled, Wu Hakai emphasized with a smile, please rest assured that my wages and income are paid strictly on time and on time, without any omissions or delays. In this regard, we also welcome the general public to supervise us. The premise is that you must be realistic. It is ours that we will face bravely. It shall not be ours, and we hope that everyone will not spill dirty water on us. Otherwise we will also take legal weapons to protect ourselves. After giggling, after a slight chuckle, Wu Hao then turned around and said, it is also thanks to our huge investment in talent and technology that we have been able to continue to introduce new products in the past few years and come up with a series of let everyone amazing products come out. Today, our product is carefully polished by focusing all the resources of the company. So not to talk nonsense, let's see the true face of this product. Speaking of it, Wu Hao directly released a picture. Only a white VR glasses is shown in the picture, and one day is similar to a device like a PX game console. Around these two, there are a series of other products. However, these disappeared immediately, and only the white VR glasses and host device were enlarged and displayed in the middle of the large screen. After zooming in, you can see the true appearance of these two products. Although the white VR glasses are not all white in general, they still have white as the main color and black as the background color. Among them, in addition to the product logo in the lower right corner of the front, the 2 rows of indicators are on the top. The host-like device is more founder, like a miniature desktop computer host. There is a cutting edge on the upper edge of the host, and there is only one physical button on the cutting edge. This is our VR glasses device. It consists of wearable VR glasses and the system host. First of all, let's talk about this VR glasses, which is the core of all our VR equipment. We put a lot of effort into this VR glasses. Wu Hao changed a page of PPT, enlarged the photos of this VR glasses, and then continued, first of all, the overall shape design. We still follow the simple style that is more popular now, and tried to make it look simpler. The entire VR glasses are very small and light, their volume is only half of the current products on the market, and their weight is only 1/3 of these products. The reason for this is not to cut corners, but to make it easier for our users to wear. Many VR glasses on the market are large and bulky, and they feel a little overwhelming to wear. It's okay in a short time, and a little tired for a long time. Our device has learned the lessons of those products, and strives to minimize the weight of the entire device. This also allows users to better use this product, even if it is worn for a long time. While reducing the volume and weight, the performance of our VR glasses has not decreased, but has improved a lot. It can be said that it is an era ahead. Speaking of this, Wu Hao pressed the remote control, and the VR glasses on the big screen behind it changed. They were broken down into a schematic diagram of the structure of the parts. www.mentalnovel.com. The glasses consist of two core parts. One is located at the frontmost display screen, the other is the optical lens group between the display screen and the eyes. The former directly determines the quality of the pictures that our users see, while the latter determines whether our users can get a completely immersive experience. Let's start with the display screen. At present, the display screens of most VR glasses on the market are divided into two ways. The first is to simply and rudely plug the phone into VR glasses, and use the phone screen and the phone itself to play and display related content. Therefore, everyone also deserves the quality of such products. The second is more particular, using a special display screen to display playback related content. This is the way we use, equipped with a very high quality display screen for this VR glasses. As you may know, we acquired a TFT LCD panel manufacturer in Suzhou a long time ago. Of course, many people are wondering why we bought such a factory near bankruptcy. Is it really as the outside world guessed? Are we really ready to enter the mobile phone or TV industry? Book guest reading URL. Wu Hao looked at everyone and shook his head. Yes, since then, we have begun research and development of this product. So why do we spend so much effort to specifically buy such a dying TFT LCD panel production plant that is on the verge of closure? Why not directly seek cooperation with other display panel companies, or directly purchase or build a widely recognized OLED display panel production plant? After asking a few questions, he glanced at everyone, and then slowly answered, in short, these display products on the market did not meet our requirements, so we chose to spend huge sums of money to acquire such a display panel production plant. As for why to choose a TFT LCD panel, this has our own considerations. With regard to the strength of the two display technologies, LCD and LED, this is actually not only in the industry, but also on the internet. The two have advantages and disadvantages. But in the current recognition, OLED technology is much more advanced than LCD technology. But it also has its own defects, such as burn-in, because OLED screens are organic materials, so it will age faster than LCD screens using inorganic materials. And because the display of the OLED screen is composed of small pixels, each pixel is like a self-emitting LED lamp. The change in the light and dark colors of these pixels directly determines the change of the display content. It is precisely because of this uneven change, the aging speed of each pixel will be different, and the screen burn-in phenomenon will occur. In addition, OLED has a major drawback, which is the direct reason why we did not use this display screen. That is, it has a serious strobe problem. And this strobe has a greater harm to our eyes. Although the strobe cannot be seen directly by the naked eye, it can stimulate nerves, cause visual fatigue, and even cause tears and headaches. Everyone knows that in all VR glasses, the screen is inevitably close to the eyes, which can be said to be in front of the eyes. This way of directly facing the screen, long-term wearing will cause damage to our eyes. So we must choose a screen that is relatively less irritating and harmful to our eyes. And LCD screens are clearly more dominant in this regard. Then there is the consideration of screen clarity. We know that pixels make up our screen. Therefore, the more pixels there are at the same screen area, the clearer the screen becomes. However, the OLED screen pixel arrangement will cause the two screens to have the same resolution, but the screen clarity will be worse by 1/3. So with the same resolution, the OLED screen is not as clear as LCD. Because our eyes are too close to the screen, we must require this screen to have a higher resolution, so that the picture we see will be more clear. Otherwise, the picture you see will be very blurry, and even all fruits or mosaics. Having said that, I have to admire the previous users of VR glasses with mobile phones. How did you endure such poor picture quality? Hee hee. Everyone laughed. There was indeed a flood of VR glasses. So many companies took the opportunity to launch their own VR glasses. Said to be VR glasses, is actually a VR box for mobile phones, consisting of only a few simple lenses. The mechanism is simple and irritating, and the picture quality is naturally not to be said. But that's it. There are still many people who are keen to buy fooled. It is precisely because of the unscrupulous marketing of these companies that VR technology has rapidly cooled down, and even once dropped to freezing point. It has only slowly returned to the public after the technological development in recent years. Taking a sigh of relief, Wu Hao swallowed his throat and moistened his throat, then went on to say, so for all these reasons, we have chosen the TFT LCD display panel technology, which is more advantageous in this respect. Of course, this does not mean that LCD display panels have no disadvantages. It has a lot of disadvantages, such as the colors are not bright enough, the power consumption is relatively large, the screen display response time is relatively slow, thicker than the OLED screen, can't it be bent and folded like the OLED screen, and so on. Therefore, after acquiring this TFT LCD panel production factory, we did not rush into production, but began a long process of production process transformation and technology research and development upgrade. Those who follow us know that in the past few years we have applied for a series of patents on display panels and display technologies, so that many people think we are going to enter the mobile phone and laptop TV industry. No. We have been building a high-quality screen for this VRI from beginning to end. Fortunately, the hard work has not been wasted. We did it. We successfully developed a new generation of LCD based on the original TFT LCD reality panel technology, display panel technology. I won't say more about the specific data, I will only mention a few key words here. 8K, 240Hz, wide color gamut, low frequency flash, all of which we have on this screen. What is 8K? It is 4 times the resolution of 4K, which means it is clearer and more delicate than the 4K screen we see. That is to say, even if you look at this screen up close, you will still it is very clear. And this will bring us users a more realistic experience, and make our users feel as if they are in the real scene. What you see is almost identical to what you see in the real world outside. Of course, in order to achieve this effect, you must also have such a high-definition image. This aspect belongs to the content category, so I won't talk about it. The 240Hz high refresh rate guarantees the continuous smoothness of our display. That is to say, on our screen, you can fully experience the 120-frame ultra-high definition that can only be experienced in high-definition digital cinema. Movies allow you to see subtle changes that are hard to see on ordinary screens, and feel the shocking feeling that this high-definition picture quality brings to us. Next is the wide color gamut www.intelnovel.com low frequency flash. I will not introduce more of these two. Our new generation of LCD display screens has undergone a series of improvements and optimizations in real-world technology, enabling it to achieve more beautiful colors than those OLED screens on the market today. Here are 2 comparison charts. You can take a look. This LCD screen using our new technology is fuller and more colorful than the screen using OLED technology. You can test and compare this. We are very confident about it. As for low-frequency flicker, this is the advantage of LCD screens. It is just that we have optimized and improved on this basis, so that the index and frequency of its strobe have been lowered. This can further protect our eyes and minimize the series of discomforts that occur when users wear VR glasses for a long time. Having said so many professional data at once, Wu Hao's brain was hypoxic. Fortunately, I have remembered these before, so I can still carry them. After taking a sigh of relief, he smiled again. How about, this screen is great. In the future, we will also actively cooperate with some mobile phone, notebook and TV manufacturers to promote this screen and use it. Among the various display products that benefit the majority of consumers, They bring shocking visual effects that have never been seen before. Poppy Poppy. Sure enough, after hearing Wu Hao's remarks, the audience broke out with warm applause and applause. At the same time, many people, especially some of their partners sitting in the front row, whispered. The representatives of several partners sitting next to Jiang Jun even got the moon near the water tower and started talking to him, asking and confirming the authenticity of the matter. The big bosses of various manufacturers who are paying attention to the conference in front of the screen also picked up the phones and started to arrange. Xping, the CEO of Maze, even shouted on the phone, "I don't care what method you use, I must talk to this screen, otherwise you don't come back." On the other side of the phone, Tong Wan looked at Wu Hao, who was standing on the screen, and shook her head. "I'll do my best, and I will let people book the latest flight today and fly Anxi overnight." "It's not your best effort, it's certain," Xping shouted on the phone without hesitation of his image. Tong Wan did not say anything. She sighed after hanging up the phone. "I am afraid that Haoe technology has sharpened the knife and is waiting for them." She didn't quite look at this Haoe technology before. She thought that the company that these little farts could control could have anything, and she went to get it easily. But after really dealing with each other, she felt the difficulty of the other party. So the thought of contacting the other party again, her head could not help but hurt again. At the press conference, Wu Hao gave the audience some time for digestion and discussion, and he took the opportunity to drink a bottle of water. After seeing that the discussion was getting quieter, Wu Hao walked back to the middle and smiled at the audience. "It seems that many people are very interested in this screen, and I am relieved when I am happy, because the cost of developing this screen is not small." With a slight smile, he went on to say, "This screen solves many of the problems on the screen display of our VR glasses, but it also brings us a difficult problem. That is to say, the 8K resolution and 240 Hz refresh rate bring us ultra-high definition and ultra-smooth image quality, and also put tremendous pressure on the entire image processing system and storage system. This pressure is not only in terms of image compression and decoding algorithms, but also in many technical difficulties such as the entire hardware storage network transmission. Today's entry-level 4K video is 30p, 8 bits, and carrier-grade 4K video is 60p, 10 by. The ultimate 4K and Ultra 4K, and the upcoming 8K is 120p, 12 bits. Among them, the ultimate 4K and Ultra 4K require an access bandwidth of 50 m, and 8K is more than 100 m. For home broadband we currently use, there is nothing wrong with transmitting such a large amount of traffic data. But our broadband network not only transmits these picture data information, but also a series of other interactive information. And we also need to consider the speed of uploading and downloading to ensure that its latency can meet our usage requirements. Therefore, we must have a powerful image processor, and the mainstream image processors can no longer handle such large image data. Therefore, the image processor must be redesigned to deal with such huge image data information to avoid the problems of high heat and huge data processing. Secondly, the current 4K HD resources on the network are relatively small, not to mention the clearer 8K resources. So we must build a rich 8K resource library to meet the needs of users. But this belongs to the content category, which we will talk about later. Let us talk about the hardware first, which is why we have to design a special host box outside the VR glasses. Only such powerful hardware equipment and powerful system can bring true high-definition picture quality to our users, as well as being immersive virtual scene body experience. In order to achieve an immersive effect, we have redesigned the optical lenses in VR glasses, that is, between the screen and our eyes. After referring to many excellent products in the market, we also have our own thinking and standards, that is, how to make users experience a more realistic immersive visual experience. After throwing this question out, Wu Hao took a look at the crowd and then continued, "Everyone knows that the design and manufacture of optical lenses is very troublesome, not to mention a complicated structure of optical lens groups. The order of these lenses, distance, and even shape will affect the refraction effect of the imaging. This requires us to continue to carry out experiments to achieve an ideal effect. In order to reduce unnecessary waste, we first designed a checking procedure. The supercomputer is used to continuously calculate the entire optical lens group and even the single lens itself to achieve the ideal result in a model. Of course, computer calculus alone is not enough. You have to actually test it. Especially real-life testing is essential. After all, the calculated effect is not as good as the actual test experience. And in order to adapt to different populations, we have also selected different wearing users, such as myopia, astigmatism, hyperopia, presbyopia, and even strabismus, etc. These users we meet in reality, have them wear the experience for themselves and then modify it a little bit based on their relevant wearing experience. This is also the reason why we will delay the release of this product this year. That is, the actual wearing test link in this regard has not been completed. Therefore, we have been working overtime to complete the testing process in this area, and strive to bring better user experience to our users. Papap. His words came down, and there was a burst of applause from the audience, which was also an affirmation and praise for their attitude of adhering to product quality and being responsible to users. Thank you. Wu Hao bowed to the audience, and then took a sigh of relief. After our unremitting efforts, we finally developed this group of optical lens groups that fully own our independent intellectual property rights. www.novel.com. Only this group of optical lens groups includes 7 layers of optical lenses. It is also on this group of optical lens groups that we have applied for a total of 22 various technical inventions and shapes and practical patents. From the shape, to the cutting process, to the order of arrangement and combination, and even shock-proof, anti-drop protection technology, etc. It can be said that each technology patent is the result of our hard work. Of course, this hard work is not in vain, and the immersive visual experience it brings is absolutely unprecedented. The scenes and pictures you see after wearing it are definitely more shocking than the real world you see. Wu Hao said with a smile. In our final test, we need to select a group of employees as test users of our products to wear and use this product in order to give us their most authentic experience. When some very reluctant unlucky employees were pulled for wearing tests, these people didn't want to take them off. In the end, due to time constraints, our technicians forcibly turned off the equipment. As a result, these guys were anxious to quarrel with our technicians. Book guest reading URL. Unmodified. While the audience was laughing, Wu Hao said with a smile, "These employees often come to ask afterwards, when will the next test work be carried out, can we continue to find them, etc. Some people I also want to use relationships to see if I can buy one internally in advance." Of course, the test population is not limited to these employees. There are many professionals. While this product has been praised by these professionals, it has also received a lot of feedback. Based on these comments, we also optimized it again, and finally presented this device. So having said so much, everyone must want to see for ourselves the real machine of this VR glasses. We have the following staff to send the equipment to the stage. After speaking, I saw a beautiful female staff member wearing a summer uniform and pushed the cart to Wu Hao. On the cart, there is the black host and white VR glasses in the big screen. At this time, a camera stepped onto the stage and aimed the lens at the equipment on the cart so that the audience who were present and watching the live broadcast could watch this product up close. Wu Hao signaled the female staff member to go down, then picked up the VR glasses and smiled at the audience. This is the main body of our carefully developed VR glasses equipment. It looks very small and exquisite, completely different from the bulky and awkward inherent image of those VR glasses equipment on the market before. And it's also very lightweight. The weight of the entire VR glasses is only 295 grams, which can be said to be very light. This allows our users to wear it for a long time without feeling tired or putting too much pressure on our cervical spine. The entire VR glasses rely on the elastic band on the back for wearing and fixing. Users can choose the appropriate tightness according to the size of their head circumference. On this glasses, we only set a touch button on the right side for our users to turn off the VR glasses. We did not equip this VR glasses with a dedicated headset. This requires everyone to choose to buy according to their world situation. We always believe that professional things should be left to professional people. Although we have achieved good results in intelligent speech, we are not good at audio quality, so we decided to leave this aspect to our users to choose. For convenience, we also set two audio interfaces on the right side of the glasses to support the connection of headphones and microphones. We have also joined the famous professional earphone manufacturer Uoshi to develop this kind of short-wired stereo headphones. Of course, if you don't like it, you can also use our ordinary gaming headset. We also have an audio interface on the host device, as long as you don't dislike too many wires. Ha 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 ha. Everyone at the scene heard his words and laughed lightly. This is indeed a very human and thoughtful design. Full respect for the user's personal use situation. You can buy this short line interface headset, or you can choose ordinary headsets. It is very free. After demonstrating the use of the disconnected interface headset, Wu Hao continued to laugh and said, "We have not set some conditions in this regard, and I believe that other headset manufacturers will follow up later, so everyone will have more choices." For this reason, many people have persuaded me even to call me an idiot, say I wasted a good opportunity to make money. I just gave this opportunity to others, and others may not be grateful to you. But I always feel that I should leave more space for users. Don't learn that some companies hold everything in their own hands, but in the end they have nothing. Do what you are good at, and do what you do better than others. We have always adhered to this philosophy, doing what we are good at, and doing what we think are better than others. So from our first product release to now, our products and our technology have been learned and imitated, but they have never been surpassed. I am proud of this. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed and applauded immediately. In recent years, a lot of products imitating them have appeared on the market, but without exception these products can't compare with Wu Hao's products in performance. Even though many large companies have launched some intelligent voice products in the past 2 years, they are still slightly inferior to Wu Hao's products. While these companies were still trying to learn how to crack and imitate their products, Wu Hao released new products, which made these imitation people feel embarrassing. Applause was falling. Wu Hao refreshed his thoughts and said, "Okay, that's all about VR glasses, nothing more." It is connected to our host computer through a high-speed data cable, which can be separated from the two devices. Plug it in when you use it, and unplug it when not in use or when you put it away. We equip users with a 2.5-meter high-speed data cable. Of course, users can also choose a longer data cable according to their actual needs. However, this data cable belongs to our special customization, so you need to buy the designated professional data cable, otherwise it will affect the use experience and even damage the device. Our mainframe is very similar to a small computer desktop chassis. There is only one power button on the front. There is a row of status indicators next to the button, but there is no other. On the back of the host is a series of functional interfaces www.intelnovel.com. In addition to the interface connected to VR glasses and basic interfaces such as power and audio, we also set up multiple function excuses. You can use it to connect. You can also use your computer to directly connect the network cable. And you can choose to purchase some other external devices to expand its functions. In addition to the most basic keyboard and mouse, there are a large number of devices to choose from. For example, there are more common operating handles on the market today, or some other simulation equipment for various games, such as a steering wheel for a racing game, or a simulated flight cockpit for a flight game. And we will also bring a new type of interactive equipment for our players, which we call Smart Sensor Gloves. This glove is not much different from our common gloves in appearance, but we have set a lot of sensors inside, and users can wear this glove for related operation interaction. And, in the virtual world, you can touch, grab, or even wave or manipulate some virtual items like a hand. While Wu Hao said, pictures of this pair of smart induction gloves were also displayed on the big screen behind. The gloves come in black, blue, yellow and red. Its shape is not much different from the gloves we usually wear, but it is a bit cumbersome, like a kind of warm gloves. The material of the whole glove is also special. It looks like a new imitation leather material, a bit like the shark skin who is bragging. If it is not the data cable at the end, I am afraid that everyone thinks this is a pair of ordinary gloves. After showing these, Wu Hao went on to say, don't look at the appearance of these gloves. They are very ordinary and are not different from the gloves we usually match. But in fact, there are many cutting-edge technologies. First of all, let's talk about the material of this pair of gloves. When you see such a pair of gloves, someone will definitely ask, this type of closed gloves can be worn in winter, and it will be too hot in summer, which will cause sweat on your hands. Please rest assured in this regard that the glove material we are using this time is a new type of polymer textile material. It has good breathability and is very thin and light, and does not make our hands feel too hot and sweat. The inner lining of this glove also uses ice silk that fits the skin very well. It can be said to be very silky and comfortable. The second thing I want to say is the various sensors that are spread on the gloves. These sensors will accurately record the small changes in the wearer's hand in real time. Even a small jitter of the finger can quickly capture it. This means that our wearers can use this pair of gloves for some subtle operations and control, and it will be very versatile. In addition to being able to experience the delicate operation feeling close to the real in the game scene, you can also use it to do everything in the virtual world that we can usually do in our hands. For example, make model sculptures by hand. In order to facilitate our related game and film special effects production, we designed and opened a 3D modeling software based on VR equipment. In this software, you can wear this pair of gloves and make models yourself as if you were making clay sculptures in reality. The speed and delicateness of its model construction far exceed the traditional 3D modeling software. In addition to this fine modeling, our 3D modeling software also supports the construction of large scene models and simultaneous modeling tasks for multiple people. That is to say, in a model-making scene, multiple or even dozens of people can work together at the same time. The same complex model may take weeks or even months to complete in traditional software. With this software, it may be completed within a few days, which will undoubtedly increase the work efficiency of modelers, shorten the project cycle, and save a lot of money. What's more, this software is very easy to use, which is basically similar to playing plasticine in reality. Of course, it is more difficult to do well, which requires a lot of study in the art structure. Soon, we will launch this software to the market, and interested users can download and use it at that time. I believe this software will be the gospel of all modelers and even everyone. Even our technical open staff said that this software will change people's lifestyle to a certain extent, and even change the world. It may be an exaggeration to say so. Let's assume a scenario. One day, the pot in your house suddenly fell down and broke, and you urgently need a new pot to transplant the flowers in the broken pot. But you don't want to go out to buy, and ordering express online is too slow. Then you only need to use this software to make a flower pot very easily, and then use a home 3D printer to print a flower pot, which is very convenient. Anyone who knows a little about modeling knows that it is too easy to make a flower pot using 3D modeling software. In fact, I don't need to assume that this scenario can be realized now, and it is very simple. Anyone with a little knowledge of modeling can do it. But the advantage of our technology is that you don't need to understand this software, Ordinary people can make it, just like pinching plasticine. Of course, the flower pot I said is just a hypothesis. You can use this software to make something you want. Like the handmade models that our young people like very much, you can make them. Or some dolls pinched by children can also be used to achieve it. Or some home appliances you need, or some DIY things. These can be achieved. This means that your lifestyle and lifestyle items will change, and these changes are enough to affect the entire world. Papapap, Wu Hao's words fell off, and there was applause from the audience. Although many of you here don't understand the 3D modeling industry, from Wu Hao's remarks, they can also feel the broad prospects of this software. Especially the multi-person work he just mentioned, the zero threshold is easy to get started, and so on. It really made many people shine. The scenario he envisioned has become a hot topic for many people to discuss. Glancing at the reaction from the audience, Wu Hao continued, I will preach here about this 3D modeling software, and I will mention it later in the content. Speaking of this pair of smart induction gloves, it can actually do a lot more. In addition to the virtual scene, it can also be used for real device control. Soon, probably from late October to early November, we will launch a mechanical device controlled by this glove. Welcome everyone to pay attention to it. Okay. Hearing Wu Hao's remarks, the audience, including some people who were watching the live broadcast of the conference, began to be calm. It is used to control real-world machinery and equipment. What kind of machinery can be controlled with this kind of smart induction gloves? They developed a simulation robot. Yes, it must be so. Only artificial robots can use this kind of intelligent sensing gloves to control. No, it's too sci-fi. By the way, haven't you thought about what time will it be in late October and November? Is there anything special during this time? I just checked it and it seems nothing. The only special thing is that there will be an air show in Zhuhai this year. Wu Hao said this does not mean to go to the Pearl Air Show. It is really possible. It is said that Haolt Technology has been working closely with the military. www.metalnovel.com. Then it is not surprising to participate in this air show. It's true. Isn't it a private enterprise? Who said that private enterprises can't get involved in military industry? The country has already liberalized this restriction, and Haolt Technology is more complicated than you think. Otherwise, do you think it will develop so smoothly in these 2 years? Yes, I read the foreign media information that Haolt Technology has been working closely with the military in several fields such as artificial intelligence, drone cluster array control technology, image recognition and processing technology. It is said that the newly developed super battery has also been invested in the construction of a new type of silent submarine. 666. Is it so bullish? No, this is too low-key. I think Haolt Technology is a small business that relies on intelligent voice. Small business, upstairs. Don't you know that it has become the largest unicorn among domestic technology companies? Book guest reading URL. Back at the conference site, Wu Hao changed to PPT. The screen shows the decomposition of the smart sensor gloves. He glanced at the teleprompter on the front of the stage and sorted out his thoughts. He continued to say, in fact, this pair of smart induction gloves is already perfect. Having it is equivalent to having a pair of dexterous real hands in the virtual world, which can help you operate many things in the virtual world. This is far more flexible, powerful, rich and advanced than any input device in the world. But we feel that this is not enough. Until now, the pair of gloves can only transmit our gestures in one direction, but they can't feed the data information in the virtual world to the gloves so that our hands can sense them. In simple terms, that's when we grab an item by hand. When we grab it, we can feel its existence. As for our pair of smart induction gloves, we can intelligently experience the movement of grabbing a virtual object, but we cannot feel the existence of this virtual object. It seems that we have captured objects, but they are only virtual objects in the virtual world. But what we capture in the real world is air, so nothing can be sensed, which affects our immersive experience. Therefore, we are thinking, Is there such a technology that can touch our hands through our smart sensor gloves when we grab, pinch, and stroke virtual objects? After raising such a question, Wu Hao then replied, "This idea is great, but it is very difficult to implement such a technology. To develop this technology, we must first understand what is tactile. Tactile sensation refers to the sensation caused by the skin's tactile receptors in contact with mechanical stimuli, which is caused by pressure and traction on the tactile receptors. When the external force as a suitable stimulus continues to work or the strong sum reaches a deeper level, it is called pressure. If the nerve discharge record is clearly distinguished, the continuous stimulation of nerve discharge is called pressure, and the non-continuous small discharge is called touch. The adaptation of pressure sensation discharge is slow and the haptic adaptation is fast. Contact points are scattered on the surface of our human skin. The contact points vary in size and are irregularly distributed. In general, our hands have the most digits, followed by the head, back, and calves, the most sensitive. In other words, our hands have a very sensitive tactile system on humans. And how to use technology to simulate the different tactile sensations produced by our hands in contact with various materials is also a problem we must continue to think about and solve in the future. However, after an in-depth study of haptic systems, we also found a preliminary solution. That is to use technology to pressurize the surface of our hands, especially the abdominal surface of our hands. Then use the immersive visual illusion of VR glasses to simulate the touch and pinch of our hands when grasping objects. We have added a self-developed bubble array pressurizing material inside the gloves, which is a bit like the bubble protective film in our box. The difference is that we inject a non-toxic and harmless special gas into each bubble, and use electrons to control the state of the bubble. Usually, this bubble is in a contracted state. After electronic control, the bubble will expand rapidly. From the initial softness to firmness, the overall reaction time is very short, only a few tenths of a millisecond. And through control, we can make this bubble show contraction, soft, hard, and several other states. In addition, it can also control the softness and hardness of the bubbles at different positions through cluster control, thereby simulating the different pressure sensations felt by each part of the hand when grasping different objects. It is also because this array of bubble groups can simulate the degree of occlusion of our hands when taking objects of different sizes, thereby further increasing its realism. To put it simply, when we pick up a water glass and when we pick up a pen, the degree of stretch of the hands is different, and this set of bubble pressurization simulation system can simulate this pinch feeling out of thin air. How is it? Great, Wu Hao asked towards the audience. Papapap. In addition to some applause, his response was more applause. I can see the excitement of many people on the stage, especially those of fans and company employees. Wu Hao pressed his hand with a smile, motioned everyone to calm down, and then said, in fact, this is only the first step, that is, feeling good. The most difficult thing to simulate is the feeling of touching. When we touch objects of different materials, the feeling of the hands is different. How to simulate this is also a major technical problem in the world. Frankly, we don't have a perfect solution in this regard. At present, we can only use this set of bubble pressure simulation system to simply simulate some objects, which can give you an initial touch of touch. It allows you to feel that you are touching an object, not a mass of air. As for how realistic it is, especially to simulate the tactile sensation of objects of different materials, this also requires us to continue to find better solutions. We're sorry, our technical capabilities are still very limited and everyone disappointed. Facing Wu Hao's slightly apologetic apology, the audience in the audience consoled, and then these noisy consolations finally turned into a better applause. And on the internet, countless netizens were moved by his words. Damn, have a good press conference. What a sensational thing to do. Bad review. No, I'm going to cry. Wu Hao is a bastard. Movement. Wu Hao's words will be very frank. Love, I will definitely buy a pair of gloves after the sale. Don't talk about them with this technology. It's a big technical problem in the world. It's not their fault. At least they're working on the technology. Anyway, this smart sensor glove is already amazing. It's great to be able to feel the presence of virtual objects. Upstairs, what you said made me want to go too far. You silver talents, why do I want that? Brother, www.mentalnovel.com. I don't want you alone. Don't say anything. I'll go to the official website to see when I can make an appointment. Haha, you are not smarter than me. At this moment, I am already on my way to our official brand experience store of HeyOl Technology. I'm going. Why didn't I think about it? But it's all night. I'm afraid it's closed there already. No. Today is the launch conference of HeyOl Technology. These brand experience stores must be full of fans watching the live broadcast of the conference together. Don't go there, you won't experience it. No experience. You can take a closer look. I can't wait. Go, go, I'm already in the car. +1. Book guest reading URL. Looking at the audience, Wu Hao said with a smile, in fact, I still have a lot to say about this pair of gloves. It feels like we suddenly have a baby or fun toy, especially for friends. Sharing is to share this joy, isn't it a show off? He. Everyone in the audience laughed. Wu Hao went on to say, but because of time, I can only introduce here. This pair of smart sensor gloves also has a lot of fun experience functions. I can only rely on everyone to understand and get started. Trust me. You will like it. Wu Hao smiled at the audience, then changed a PPT and said, generally speaking, as an ordinary VR user, I have such a high-performance VR glasses, including the host, and such a smart sensor gloves. It is enough to cope with more than 60% of the use scenarios in the entire virtual world. It can be said that daily operations are basically no problem. But for many who pursue the ultimate, this is not enough. We don't just move our hands, we have our feet and our bodies. These may not be used in general operation, but they can be used in some special occasions. For running, for example, you need a special device to record accurate data of your body while running. For example, your left and right feet lift off the ground, the distance between steps, and the running posture, etc. All need special sensors to record. Another example is if you want to play dancing games in the virtual world, then you need a VR motion capture tracker. Use it to capture your body movements and transfer these motion data to the virtual characters in the VR virtual scene in real time. In simple terms, it is such a motion capture device that transfers your real-life motions to the virtual world simultaneously. I believe that audiences who have watched Play also dream of having such a set of clothes as the main characters in the movie. Yes, many fans in the audience responded excitedly. After receiving a response, Wu Hao laughed. In fact, if it is only to transmit our body movements, this technology has already been available and is very mature. At present, there are many types of human motion capture technologies on the market, which are generally divided into 3 types. The first category is the use of optical positioning technology to capture our human motion, which is also the earliest and most widely used motion capture technology. The principle of this technology is actually laser, infrared, or visible light to locate many 3-dimensional coordinates on the sports stage, so as to capture human motion. At present, it has been widely used in the production of film and television animation games for bundling virtual characters in 3D software. Many of the film and television works and animations and even the action expressions of the characters in the game are made using this set of technology. The second category is light and shadow image recognition and capture technology. Simply put, it uses a 3D camera to record human movements, and then uses image recognition technology to identify the movements of people in the pictures recorded by the 3D camera. This technology is also very mature. For example, when we first participated in the Hangzhou exhibition, we performed this show with our classmates from Shanghai East University of Science and Technology. Of course, this technology also has certain limitations, that is, it is not precise enough. it only captures human motion images. If our limb images are superimposed, it will be more difficult to capture. Therefore, we generally use multiple 3D cameras arranged to capture in multiple orientations to improve the accuracy of its capture recognition calculations. The third category is the technology used in the smart sensor gloves I showed before, utilizing a large number of sensors throughout the human body to record the movements of various parts of the body, from the precise capture of the human body's movement posture. Having said so much in one breath, Wu Hao could not help but swallowed. Although I don't know if the audience and the people watching the live broadcast can understand it, some professional things should still be explained clearly. Otherwise it is easy to encounter the bar to find fault and refute. He took a sigh of relief, then went on to say, these three technologies have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although the first technology is widely used, this set of optical capture equipment is very expensive. Our average individual users are very unbearable. Initially, this set of equipment cost about 1 million yuan. In recent years, with the continuous introduction of domestically produced similar equipment, the price of such equipment has dropped a lot, but it is also about 100,000. Moreover, the installation and maintenance of this kind of equipment is relatively troublesome and needs to be completed by professionals, so it is difficult to popularize it to our mass users. Of course, there are some excellent products of this kind in the market, and you can choose according to your actual situation. As long as these devices can support our operating system application protocol. Then, Wu Hao changed a PPT and then continued, the second type is the light and shadow image recognition and capture technology. Its main equipment is this 3D body sensing camera. The price of this 3D body sensing camera is relatively cheap, very suitable for some novices to choose to use. We will also launch such a 3D body sensing camera, which can not only support our body motion capture, but also capture our gestures. Its recognition rate can reach more than 80%, and it can be used in general application environments. In other words, with this 3D body sensing camera, you don't need to buy any smart sensor gloves and this kind of complicated motion capture equipment, so as to realize the basic control and operation of the virtual scene. As an experiencer and developer, I suggest that if you want to buy, you can buy two at once. Then place them separately at an angle greater than 90 degrees with your body, so that it will have a high recognition rate for your limb movements. Of course, it can't perform fine operations, such as the subtle movements of the body, and some of the fine movements of the fingers of our hands, etc. It cannot accurately identify. This is not that our technology is not working, but that it is a congenital defect that originally existed, and there is no way to solve it. He stopped here www.mtlnovel.com, then took the water on the side and took a sip, moistened his angry voice, and then stood back in the middle. With so many people at the scene, the weather was really hot, especially the high-power spotlights in front of the stage. It was uncomfortable, just like walking in a hot desert. Seeing this, the crowd at the scene also gave him encouragement and applause. The content at this press conference today is all dry goods, so this requires him to keep talking. This is a test for Wu Hao, and everyone in the audience naturally sees it. Thank you, Wu Hao said with a smile. As for the third technology that uses sensors to capture the posture of the human body, this is also the technology product we recommend to everyone today. Its principle is the same as the technology of the smart sensor gloves, but we applied it to the capture of whole body movements. This is not a simple copy. In fact, there are a lot of things to consider, such as far more sensors than smart induction gloves, and the technical sequence of the arrangement and combination of these sensors and the correction of the human body. Book guest reading URL. This time, we provide users with two human motion capture and tracking products, namely the ordinary version of decentralized motion capture and tracking personal wearable devices, and the professional version of integrated motion capture and tactile simulation clothing. When Wu Hao spoke, he also called up the pictures of these two devices on the big screen, and then explained, These two products are actually technologies that use sensors to capture human gestures, but they are only in style and function. It's different. First of all, we will introduce the ordinary decentralized motion capture and tracking personal wearable device, which is composed of smart induction gloves, elbow pads, wearable vests, shorts, knee pads, and sports shoes. Among them, each product is equipped with a motion sensor, which can accurately calculate the movement of the worn part. For example, the last sneaker can accurately capture the state of the foot when it is forced and relaxed, and it can also capture the angle of the foot's bending movement. These devices are independent of each other and can also be combined and connected with each other. Everyone can buy them together or buy them selectively, such as knee pads and elbow pads. Many users of these two products can selectively remove temporarily, but it's better to buy, because it can not only accurately capture the movement of our joints, making our overall capture movement more natural and coordinated, but also a protection for us during exercise. There are also these shorts. If you don't dance those hip-twisting dances, you don't need to buy them. Ha 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 ha. The crowd in the audience listened with joy. Indeed, this thing is usually not needed, but for some girls who love to dance, or love to show hips, it has a fatal appeal. When thinking of this, many people couldn't help thinking about the sky. Wu Hao also laughed in this atmosphere. Of course, these auxiliary sensing devices are still very cheap, and they don't suffer at all. Among them, the highest price and the most core is the wearable vest. Not only are various sensors distributed on this vest, which are used to capture some subtle movements on our trunk, such as twisting, bending, sideways, shrugging, etc. The general human body is difficult to simulate the natural human reaction. And in order to protect the health of users, avoid physical health risks that may be caused by continuous use for a long time, we also implanted a special heart rate detection device on this vest to help our users monitor their heart rate in real time and promptly alert them. In addition, on the back of this vest, we designed a small piggyback system. In addition to the central control system of this decentralized motion capture tracking wearable device, this piggyback system also carries a 28,000 mAh new lithium battery. In addition, this set of equipment supports wireless connection transmission, which can allow our users to get rid of the shackles of line and have the greatest freedom of movement. The previous series of equipment, including our VR glasses, can be connected to this wearable vest to form a complete system, and then wired network connection with the host. And this new 28,000 mAh lithium battery can support this system for 8 hours of continuous operation. Of course, users can also choose a wired connection. There is no time limit for this. However, we still recommend that users be able to allocate their time reasonably, and don't overindulge in it. After showing this product, Wu Hao switched the big screen to the professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation clothing display screen. This professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit can be seen as an upgraded version of the previous decentralized motion capture wearable device, or the Pro version. The materials it uses are the same as those used in our smart induction gloves, both of which are very breathable and lightweight new polymer textile materials. The one piece is the overall tailoring and fit design. The advantage of this is that these sensors can better fit our body contours, so as to obtain more accurate capture of our limb movement data. Because it is a one-piece bodysuit, the integrity is better, which also allows us to place more sensors on it, so that it can more accurately capture the subtle changes in our human body. It can connect directly to our VR eyes, smart sensor gloves, and sensor sneakers. We have preset interfaces on the neckline, cuffs and trousers of the clothes, and we also provide connecting cables. On the back of this bodysuit, like the back of a wearable vest, there is a conformal design carrying system. Inside is equipped with a central control system and a new 40,000 mAh lithium battery, which can supply our entire system to run for more than 12 hours. Of course, You can also choose to connect our host with a data cable, so that you can achieve permanent operation. Speaking of this, Wu Hao paused, then watched everyone laugh and said, maybe when I say this, many people are wondering. This set of professional equipment does not seem to be stronger than that of the ordinary equipment. Is it just integrated? After throwing this question, Wu Hao glanced at the reactions of the audience, then shook his head and said, no, that's not the case. This set of professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit is his biggest feature. Almost what makes it attractive is that, like our smart sensor gloves, it uses our bubble array pressurization material inside. The role and purpose of using this material was already mentioned when I talked about smart induction gloves, so I won't repeat them here. What I want to say is that we use this material to cover the whole person almost except the head and feet. And by using the changing characteristics of this material, we can simulate the tactile sensation of our body when touching an object or being touched, bumped, or even a series of contacts. In particular, by using the function of local rapid change of this bubble material www.mtnovel.com, we can simulate a very real touch. In other words, when someone touches your body or touches your body in the virtual world, your own body can also feel it in reality. And compared to the hand touch simulated by our smart sensor gloves, this simulated touch on the body is more real. For another example, in some games we play, which part of our character is shot, or when it is hit, that part of our body will feel, which greatly improves the immersion and realism of the game. Well, I admit, we made the outfit that the protagonist wore in Player Coax. All of a sudden, the audience was in a mess, and even a lot of people stood up. Then straightened her neck and looked at the big screen, wanting to know more about this dress. This news even put a mushroom egg on the internet, which instantly spread across the entire network. Book guest reading URL. In the face of such a noisy discussion, Wu Hao knew that he would not be able to continue talking for a while, and for what he said above, especially the announcement that they have developed the tactile feedback clothes in the player that can sense the virtual world, everyone is not convinced. So he immediately adjusted the content and played a video showing the clothes. As the video played, the noise of the stage gradually weakened. Everyone focused their attention on the big screen, and they were anxious to know exactly what this clothes in Wu Hao mouth was. I saw a classic game screen on the big screen. In the screen, the two characters are now fighting MMA on the ring, and you punched me very hard. The screen turned around and saw two players wearing their professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit, playing with glasses at home. I saw the game side of the screen where the game character was hit. In reality, the surface of the clothes on the two people will also show a red or blue scattering light spot. The center of the light spot is the heaviest and the edge is the lightest. This is also the different degree of force that mimics the point of force on our body. The screen turned again, and saw that on a battlefield filled with smoke, several soldiers were carrying weapons to attack the enemy. Suddenly, a bullet hit a soldier who was charging, and the soldier fell to the ground. In the real picture, a red light spot appeared in the same place where the soldier was injured in the game picture. This time, the spot was more concentrated and the color was darker. Suddenly in the game, a bomb exploded near the soldiers who were charging. Enormous air waves rushed towards them with gravel and dust, and these soldiers began to evade. In the contrasting realistic picture, many players start to hide. The places where the gravel slap on them also flashed some large areas of light quickly, which made these players scream. Soon, came the third game, a nightclub dancing game. I saw a pair of stylishly dressed men and women dancing passionately, and the two were very lingering, forgetting themselves, as if they were thrown into such a beautiful atmosphere. In the contrasting realistic picture, also a couple of men and women are wearing this professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation clothing, wearing their VR glasses dancing and dancing alone. The places touched by the characters in the game screen are also displayed on the clothes in reality, making them more obsessed. This video is very short, just over 2 minutes, but everyone watching it is very excited. At the end of the video, there was a burst of applause from the audience, which was much warmer than before. Wu Hao, who took a break for a while, also returned to the middle of the stage. He laughed at the audience and said, "This video was recently recruited by us. The time is very fast, so everyone is hard." After shooting, when our staff started to pack up the equipment, I didn't expect these people, including all the short film crews, to ask if they could leave the clothes and equipment, and even some people were willing to exchange their film pay, just for the sake of confidentiality, and because this product has not yet been released, our people have rejected their request. As a result, some of them conflicted with our staff, and they refused to let go while holding the clothes. After persuading for a long time, but still no effect, in the end we promised to wait for the official release of this clothes. We gave him one, which let him let go. Yes, we are bad, but who makes him so passionate? Wu Hao showed a helpless expression, which also caused the audience to burst into laughter. I know that this kind of video alone can't convince everyone or feel the charm of it. That's why we have to go to great lengths to display it in so many offline brand experience stores across the country for everyone to personally get started. We have a good old saying, "The is a horse, and pull it out." We have the courage and confidence to let everyone judge the quality of this thing. After the press conference, everyone can go to the experience hall next to us to experience this product in person. Considering that it's late, many people can't wait. So tomorrow everyone can go to our offline brand experience main store in Anxi, and the media and guests can go to the product experience hall of our company headquarters to experience. Having said that, Wu Hao changed a PPT, and then laughed at the audience. I actually have a lot to share with you about this professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit. But time is limited, so this can only be left to everyone to experience the excavation. Below I will introduce to you some auxiliary equipment of this VR glasses. However, compared to the previous models, they are optional auxiliary equipment, and you can buy them selectively. First, it is a fragrance mimic generator. In order to imitate various flavors in the virtual world, such as flowers, food aromas, and perfumes on characters, we have specially developed this aroma mimic generator. This scent mimic generator contains 16 basic fragrances that can be mixed into hundreds of flavors. When you use it, you only need to connect to our host, and then when you touch some scented objects in the virtual world, it will release different flavors for you to smell. It can also be based on some environmental distances and other factors, and the flavors emitted are also different. www.mentalnovel.com. Please rest assured that these fragrances are non-toxic and harmless, and they will spread quickly and will not be in the air. Leave it for too long. You can use it with confidence. The second is an environmental simulator. Inside it we have a fan and a water spray device. Its role is mainly to use it to simulate some of the scenes you encounter in the game. The fan speed is adjustable, including heating and cooling. The size of the spray water can also be adjusted, and the flow rate of the spray is very small, which will not make you feel uncomfortable or become a chicken soup. For example, when you encounter windy weather, the fan will blow on your face. It also sprays water on your face when it rains. For example, when you move forward at high speed in the game, the fan will also blow a breeze to enhance the degree of realism of the game and make it more representative, especially in some special virtual environments. This kind of substitution is really realistic. Therefore, we prohibit some low and old age groups, as well as some users with cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. This is also to ensure your personal safety. That's right, because the reality is too strong. Therefore, Wu Hao must set some thresholds to restrict and prohibit those users who are not suitable for use to ensure their safety. Of course, in reality, many users may ignore such restrictions and use them forcibly. However, this is the user's own choice. What Wu Hao can do is to remind all risks as much as possible. Otherwise, in case something happens, these people will come to their trouble. After glancing at the audience, Wu Hosheng said, we are still exploring about the development of these auxiliary equipment products. Any good suggestions or inspirations from everyone can also be provided to us, and we will listen carefully. Suggestion: strive to develop more such simulation auxiliary products to bring you a more real virtual world experience. Of course, we also encourage everyone to develop such equipment products by themselves, as long as they support our related agreements. This is definitely a very good opportunity for many developers. We will also set up a 100 million yuan fund to support these technical open staff and studios. Speaking of this type, Wu Hao changed a PPT and then switched the topic and said, actually speaking, the hardware part is basically finished. Maybe my explanation is different from that of many big brothers, and it is worse than them. But this is my style. I generally don't deliberately say that this is the product equipment. Those who understand the data parameters that do not understand, and how professional they decorate themselves. I think no matter how good the formulation is, the best performance actually has only one purpose, which is to give users a better experience. I also hope that all developers can use this as a premise, not for good-looking data parameters, and constantly stacking hardware data. Back to our console. Before we developed this VR glasses, many people suggested let me stop engaging in this kind of separate VR equipment, and learn directly from most of the current manufacturers, focusing these things on VR glasses. This can reduce research and development costs, and even reduce the price of the product. On the other hand, such devices can also be accepted by many people on the market today. With such a separate device, a VR glasses with such a large main box, it seems that our technology is particularly poor. Not like this. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Those seemingly integrated VR glasses have actually weakened a lot in terms of performance. It's like a laptop computer and a desktop computer. A laptop computer, no matter how configured, is worse than a desktop computer. In addition, in order to support more large-scale VR games and VR programs, we must configure this product with higher performance hardware devices in order to bring you a better gaming experience. In this respect, our product is transepochal, and its appearance means that we will move from the PC era to the era of VR equipment. In fact, it also counts as a computer, and its configuration is not worse than a computer. The computer can do it, it can do it, and the computer can't do it. In order to make such a high-performance host, our R&D team worked hard day and night. In particular, some of the important accessories, such as processor chips, memory, hard disks, and graphics cards, require us to travel to various manufacturers to negotiate and coordinate, or even help them so that they can develop exclusive accessories suitable for our host. Allowing these major manufacturers to relax and provide us with such customization, on the one hand, is recognition of the prospect of our equipment. On the other hand, we have also paid a lot. I don't want to tell you all of these, and I don't need everyone to be moved about this. These are all things we should do. This time we have 2 VR consoles for you. The main difference is the matching of the height of the hardware. You can choose according to your actual situation, but no matter which one you choose, we have reserved space for everyone to upgrade, such as reserved memory interfaces, hard disk interfaces, and so on. So that everyone can come later to improve their own device performance to adapt to more game and application content. I also came from my student days, so I understand the lives of many young people. Maybe everyone likes this product very much and is very eager, but pocket money in our pocket is very limited, so we will also take care of everyone appropriately in this regard. In addition, we have cooperated with several major online shopping platforms and launched installment interest-free payment packages for everyone, and everyone can choose freely. Of course, you still have to think more about your actual situation, and don't be too far off. The thing is there, it can't run away, it doesn't matter if it's earlier. Poppy Poppy. His words fell, and the audience gave him a warm applause. No one has ever considered this for consumers at a press conference, not only suggesting that those things must be bought, but those things are purchased selectively. And at the end I will tell you that things are there and you can't run away. It doesn't matter if you are earlier. This point, I am afraid, is the most unusual among all the people who spoke at the press conference. In the applause of everyone, Wu Hao took a breath, then changed a new page of PPT, and smiled at everyone again. After talking about the hardware, the next step is the system software. In the eyes of many people, we are relatively strong in terms of systems and software programs. That's right, compared to the hardware, we have the advantage in the program software. Hee. Everyone laughed lightly. Wu Hao also said with a smile, in the products we previously sold, we have proven this to the outside world. www.mentalnovel.com, and this time, we have brought this advantage to this VR glasses medium. We have developed a special VR operating system for this VR glasses to make it more powerful and smoother for users. Although it is completely closed like many game consoles, we also provide users and related content developers with very convenient and fast application development tools. With this application open tool, developers can easily convert many games and program content that were originally applicable to different systems to our system. In addition, we also provide many developers with many development tools and related working procedures used in VR equipment. You can work directly on the VR system, or you can transfer the relevant content you work on to the outside world. For example, the model you make in VR can be completely transferred to the computer, which will undoubtedly improve everyone's work efficiency. Book guest reading URL. Of course, the original intention and purpose of our design and development of this product is not to replace the computer with it, nor can it be replaced. Our purpose is to design this excellent product based on image and graphics to facilitate those who work in this area. To put it plainly, this host is an image graphics processing product. Only strong performance can present higher quality display content for our VR glasses. Wu Hao's remarks relieved the scene, including many people who were following the live broadcast. When many people heard him say that this product could replace computers, it really surprised many people. Many people even think that Wu Hao's remarks are ridiculous. Computers have been developed for hundreds of years. Does this mean that they can be replaced? Fortunately, Wu Hao finally explained that the main direction of this product is still in the field of image graphics processing. There are many new products in this field, and they are not bad, but they are the first to use image and graphics processing technology in the VR field. This has also caused many people to have a strong interest in this product, and everyone wants to know urgently whether this product is really as good as Wu Hao said. Wu Hao, who was on the stage, turned around, and then laughed. In fact, this is not the main use of our product. Its main application field is in our daily life. Audio and video entertainment. We have designed two AI interface interaction methods for this VR glasses, which are two-dimensional flat image interactive interface and three-dimensional image interactive interface. First of all, the first two-dimensional flat image interactive interface. This interactive interface is a bit like the interactive interface between our mobile phone and the current TV. All applications and content will be displayed in the entire VR glasses in the form of icons. You can use the method of head up, head down, left-right tilt to slide, and use eye focus technology to make selections. Of course, we recommend the second way of interaction. That is to use your keyboard and mouse, or VR controller, or this smart sensor glove we introduced for operation control. You can click to confirm it. You can also slide it up, down, left, and right, and you can also drag the pop-up window and expand or shrink it. You can also use it to traffic web pages, or chat, watch videos, listen to music and more. It is worth mentioning that using this immersive panoramic perspective to browse the web is definitely a brand new experience. You can have all kinds of web content around you 360 degrees, so you only need to turn your head or turn your body to see these contents. Or it's covered with various chat windows, using our intelligent voice assistant to help you chat with dozens of people at the same time. Or if you are not too busy, you can watch multiple videos, movies, olive windows at the same time. This flat icon interaction is similar to how we operate mobile phones and TV computers, and it is easy to learn and understand. Basically, you only need to watch a 1-minute demonstration video, or follow our assistant to learn it for a simple and flexible operation. Of course, today's young people are very smart. Basically they can play with it. After a burst of applause, Wu Hao changed a PPT and continued. Of course, compared to this most basic and simple way of interaction, we have also brought a new way of stereo interaction for everyone. We call it a virtual world. From a simple literal understanding, it is a virtual 3-dimensional world, such as the Oasis in Player. In the surprise and excitement of everyone, Wu Hao immediately played a video. I saw the 2-dimensional plane interactive interface in the background. Big screen suddenly turned into fragments, and then evolved into a very sci-fi city picture. There are many buildings in this city, some are landmark buildings in various countries that we can recognize at a glance, and some are very sci-fi or even fantasy buildings. These building facilities constitute a city. This city is not large, but it looks very prosperous. It is decorated with various lights, which makes people want to experience it. What's more noticeable is that there are many company logos and many product advertisements on these buildings or on the street signs. Even on a large screen in the city center, promotional advertisements for the Taobao shopping platform are playing. At this time, Wu Hao returned to the stage, and then introduced to the audience. Yes, this is the virtual world we developed. We call it Penglai. Regarding the word Penglai, I believe many people have heard it. It is the legendary island in the East China Sea, Bohai Sea. Only those with deep source of Fuiyuan can find it, get the elixir on the island, and become a god. There is a record in historical records of Xiao Benji, today's Fengtian, which was returned at the age of 12. Is spread all over the Yueyuan Sidu. The alchemists and goddesses in Fangshi's ancestral temple went to the sea to seek Penglai, but there was no proof. When naming this virtual world, many people gave a lot of very good suggestions. In the end, after we voted, Penglai, a name rich in our traditional culture, stood out. On the one hand, it is a pure land and a blessed land, and all who can come here are profound people of Fuiyuan. And the people in the legend are free and happy, and this is what we want to bring to all players. We hope that this world will bring different feelings to players, and we hope that players will be free and happy in it. Papapap. As soon as Wu Hao's words fell, there was a warm applause from the audience. Wu Hao on the stage could feel the excitement of www.mentalnovel.com. Everyone's applause was falling, and facing the expectation of everyone, Wu Hao smiled. This is the second way of interaction we bring to everyone. Everyone can walk and browse inside like real people. And these applications, just like the actual store, everyone can come in and out freely if necessary. For example, if we set up a large cinema in this city, everyone can walk in. In this movie theater, we have purchased and included many high-definition movie resources, and everyone can choose freely. In the past, we wanted to watch that kind of IMAX 3D movie, and we could only go to the cinema to watch it. Although many movie resources will be released after the movie is released, and then purchased and played by many video platforms. But because of technical limitations, what you see is only high-definition Blu-ray movies, and these Blu-rays are not necessarily true Blu-rays. Who knows? Book guest reading URL. After listening to Wu Hao's ridicule, everyone in the audience laughed. Indeed, each of these video platforms is now under the banner of Blu-ray, but it is unknown whether it has reached the standard of Blu-ray. Everyone also knows that the clearer the video, the more space and transmission bandwidth it takes up, and the higher the corresponding cost. What is even more funny is that in order to play this card, various platforms have given different understanding and positioning to Blu-ray, such as 8M Blue Light, 10M Blue Light and so on. How much water there is, which is true and which is false, I am afraid no one can tell. Wu Hao also said with a smile, of course, I can't guarantee that the image resources in our theater or our VR product will be Blu-ray Ultra HD, because the user's network situation is different, and the quality of these film and television resources themselves is also different. In addition to improving the quality of movie viewing as much as possible, we can also give you more choices. In addition to the picture quality of the movie, it is limited by the limitations of the hardware display device. Those three-dimensional special effects in those films, the shock brought by the giant screen, you can't feel it on the traditional network video platform. Although many video platforms have also launched their own VR movie formats. In fact, it is a kind of rigid 3D stereo using red and blue light. I can only say that benevolent sees wisdom. And many of the massive film and television resources we obtained this time were directly connected with the film producers and distributors, and all of them were obtained from the same film sources as the theater. In addition to 2D movies, you can enjoy the same high-definition giant screen effects as in theaters. And the stereo special effects in 3D movies you see in theaters can also be seen in our VR glasses. Even more, these videos perform better in our VR glasses than in theaters. This is not my bragging, but the result of the direct influence of objective factors. First of all, the theater environment is more complicated, whether it is projection equipment, curtains, sound equipment, light, or even the angle of the seat you are sitting in. It will affect the imaging quality of the movie you see. These things theater will not explain to you, you only have to experience it yourself. Some large theaters and small theaters have different viewing effects. This is the difference brought about by different equipment. Second, the impact of the surrounding environment. For example, when you are watching a movie, someone whispers around, or eats popcorn, or a child kicks your back, etc. These will affect your movie viewing experience. After taking 2 steps on the stage, Wu Hao changed his tone and said, "In our VR device, none of these things exist. What you see is the most realistic filming effect of the film producer. It will not be affected by these external factors and can bring you a more shocking movie viewing experience than in the theater. Especially for 3D Max movies, in our VR glasses, you will see a giant screen that cannot be reached in reality, and you will also experience more shocking stereo special effects than in reality. Of course, we also support 4D and 5D movie viewing experience, using the auxiliary equipment we mentioned earlier, such as the fragrance simulation generator. The hairspray simulator can simulate some environments in the movie, making your viewing experience more immersive. This is not over, because we think we can do better. We have designed a lot of movie scenes for you to choose freely. You can watch movies in the cinema, or in the home environment, or at night, watching movies on the beach and much more. These different viewing environments are for you to choose. Find the most suitable viewing scene to enjoy the visual enjoyment of a movie. I think this is definitely a unique experience. While Wu Hao said, he also changed some viewing scenes on the big screen. In fact, this technology is nothing, but Wu Hao is more realistic, especially the scene at the seaside at night. You can clearly see the waves beating against the beach, the starry sky, and the nearby bonfires and the coconut trees and tents behind, etc. Very beautiful. To the air on the side of the sea, there is a huge curtain suspended, and the movie fragment is being played on the curtain. The changes in the film light will also affect the changes in the surrounding environment, which is very real. It may be too lonely for such a person to watch a movie. It doesn't matter. You can invite your girlfriend or 3 or 5 friends to watch it through the friend system. And, you can communicate with them individually, on with everyone. I think this is definitely a happy experience for many like-minded moviegoers. You don't have to worry anymore. When you see the wonderful content, you can't help but communicate with your peers will affect the surrounding audience. With it, you no longer have to go alone to watch movies alone. Even friends who are separated from each other in the South, the North and the South can gather together to watch a hot film now, which is short in the parents. The applause is still a warm applause, like a tide of applause. Wu Hao stood on the stage quietly waiting for the applause to fall, and then continued with a smile. Similarly, we have also applied this technology to live broadcast of games. In the past year, the Micromedia company controlled by our company has obtained many VR broadcast rights for sports and game competitions. Although there have been news reports, we haven't heard much, which has made many people question this. It's not that we don't speed up and show these wonderful events to everyone. It is really to solve some problems and then bring a better viewing experience to everyone. We have cooperated with the well-known domestic basketball sports event CBA and will bring you a more realistic VR live viewing experience next season. At that time, we will set up a few high-definition panoramic cameras in the front row auditorium of the competition. Users of our VR products can watch these events in close range through the VR glasses. www.mentalnovel.com. Everyone knows that the experience of watching the game on site and watching the game on the screen is completely different because the atmosphere we feel is different. With this method, our users can watch live events up close without being on site, and can also feel the atmosphere of the field up close, which basically restores the real experience of watching the game in person. And like our VR viewing, this set of viewing system also supports multiple people to watch online at the same time. You can find some like-minded fans and watch it together. I think it will be more atmosphere than you watch alone. The same is true in game events. Not only can we watch the scene in person, but we can also feel the wonderful operation of the player up close in the game. At the same time, you can watch dozens of player perspectives at once, and discuss these exciting game content with your friends. I think this way of watching the game can not only meet the needs of most fans and fans to watch the game on the spot, it can also further expand the audience market for various events and promote these sports and gaming competitions. Of course, we can also use this panoramic VR live broadcast technology to bring users more extreme and exciting experiences. For example, we will set up some high-definition panoramic cameras at some scenic spots. Players can use our VR glasses to enjoy the beautiful views brought by these spots in real time. Like this video in the big screen, this is the magnificent scene of Huashan sunrise recorded by our panoramic camera placed on Huashan. We will also look for some beautiful spots based on the votes of users, and live broadcast 24 hours a day. In this way, everyone can enjoy the beautiful scenery far away at home. Members of our open team once envisioned setting up a high-definition panoramic camera in a car, or having someone carry it on their back, for a walk-and-go journey. In this way, everyone can follow their footsteps and browse these scenic spots through these perspectives. Even in the future, our panoramic cameras will be accompanied by satellites or our astronauts in the sky, so that everyone can experience the same space beauty as our astronauts can see. This is not a big deal. Now the cost of manufacturing and launching a tiny satellite is very low. We fully have the ability to achieve it. And we also established our aerospace technology R&D team a long time ago. This team brings together many talented researchers in aerospace. At present, various scientific research work of this team is proceeding fast and has achieved a lot of very good results. For us, making a satellite or launching a rocket yourself is not out of reach, and this may be achieved in the future. There was applause from the stage, and everyone was whispering while applauding. Although it has been reported that HAO Technology has acquired and recruited several young scientific teams in rocket and satellite technology, it has not been confirmed. Today, Wuhao confirmed this at the press conference. Does this mean that HAO Technology's aerospace project has already started and will soon make a big move? For Wuhao on the stage, he disclosed the news today. On the one hand, it also gave the people to build their strong strength. On the other hand, it is also warming up for the next series of projects. From the present, the effect is not bad. Everyone is surprised by the news. Wuhao raised his mouth and said with a smile, "Speaking of our virtual world, we actually spent a lot of thoughts on the construction of this virtual world and also used many technologies. For example, the 3D modeling and rendering technology we used on the characters of the intelligent virtual housekeeper, this time also applied to the virtual world. You can freely choose your own character in the virtual world according to your preferences and appearance. If you abandon Trouble, you can also visit our offline brand experience store. Using the 3D scanning equipment we set up there, we scanned our real image data and uploaded it to the virtual world. Of course, you can also choose various cartoon characters or weird characters. We have designed a very rich skin and hair system for these character images, and everyone can restore these cartoon or animal images very realistically. However, one thing that users and players must adhere to is that the gender of these characters must be the same as you, because in subsequent applications and games, corresponding restrictions will be set. If we cannot use the problem due to inconsistent gender, we are not responsible. The gender of each persona is unique and cannot be modified once determined, unless you abandon the entire character image and something you bind to the character image. A good community needs good order, and every user needs to participate in maintaining it so that this community can develop in a good direction. Then WuHao talked a lot about the virtual world, such as rich clothes and fabric systems. This is also a blockbuster product they have devoted to build, providing all users and players with realistic and beautiful clothing. At first, it will be given to users and players related clothes, but those beautiful clothes in the back will require players to dig and buy by themselves. This will also be one of WuHao's future important profit methods in this virtual world. In addition, they will develop VR shopping systems related to several major online shopping platforms. With this shopping system, users can try on these clothes, shoes and bags in the virtual world. This is also an important way for them to attract these online shopping platforms into this virtual world. Such an immersive shopping experience will definitely open up a brand new online consumer experience. It breaks the limits of our traditional online shopping and enables online shopping users to immerse themselves in choosing clothes. In our traditional online shopping, we need to watch the model's dressing display photos and their size and figure to estimate the purchase, which is not very intuitive, and there will often be some embarrassing situations where the ones you bought are not consistent with the photo display. www.mentalnovel.com. This VR virtual reality shopping system is very intuitive, as long as you use it for characters with really similar proportions to try on these clothes. You can get the corresponding real try-on effect, which is the same as your interview clothes in the physical store. In addition to these, WuHao also talked about some technical innovations. For example, in 3D scenes and games, the most troublesome is the problem of anti-interleaving. These interpolations not only generate a lot of bugs, but also increase and reduce the realism of the virtual world. After a series of technical problems, WuHao completely solved this problem. They not only designed a new set of physical material engine for the virtual world, but also specially repaired some special bugs, making the entire virtual world more real and natural. Generally speaking, when they are introduced here, their press conference content is basically over. But if a brand new product like them isn't attracted by exciting content, I'm afraid it won't completely impress consumers. Although he talked a lot before, most of them are about the role of this product itself, and this content involves relatively little. In particular, this VR device's main game has not been talked about, which makes many people impatient. WuHao naturally knew this, but he put this one at the end. We provide players with very rich game content for everyone to choose from. We have cooperated with some excellent international game manufacturers to launch a series of VR versions of attractions games. Like many of the games that everyone knows well, there are all of them, and related VR perspective optimization has been made. In fact, our VR device can also play some ordinary games, and the immersive gaming experience it brings to you is absolutely unmatched by your computer and mobile phone. In addition to these games, we will also bring you a few games developed by us based on VR equipment. First of all, Speeding Car. This game is a racing game we open. It contains all the car racing items, from general racing to off-road rallying, to some unrestricted wins, etc. It is very rich in terms of models. Players are free to choose parts to assemble, and the choice is very diverse. In addition to cars, we also include motorcycles and formula cars. We also designed a lot of very interesting tracks for players, and included many tracks around the world, such as the more famous in many film and television works, the Bayshore, the First High, the Autumn Mountain, or the domestic Pakistani Yin Brook, Ring Tower and more. With our VR device, you can experience a driving experience that is not much different from professional drivers. The degree of realism is unprecedented, and there is no danger. The second game is a Dota-like multiplayer real-time battle game developed based on the Dota game. Different from the 2.5D sandbox world of previous Dota or Dota-like games, this time we will bring you a defensive three-dimensional world. And the background of the game will also be placed in the feudal war in our traditional mythology, and our traditional mythical characters and the fairy characters created by many of our authors are included. And according to the differences of these characters, we specially designed some unique skills for them with our traditional Xianxia style. After entering this game, you will be transformed into a two-player character in the game, and use the first or third-person perspective to manipulate your character and play against your opponents with your teammates. About this game, we have produced a trailer video, you can watch it. Talking about the stage being dark, the big screen began to play a short movie of this game. I saw one of the well-known traditional mythical characters, or the characters in our traditional costumes playing various gorgeous skills in the game. What surprised everyone most was a young man dressed up as a scholar, using a sword. I saw him shout "Sword come!" and a long sword flew into his hands. With a wave of his hand, he saw that the floating island in the sky was broken by him and fell down one after another. And another blind-looking old man was holding a crutch, and saw that he reached out and clamped a white square inches a board composed of air in the air. At the same time, several black and white dots appeared at different positions in the map, and then formed a matrix method. The enemies in the formation have frozen into ice sculptures. Suddenly, a five-pronged golden dragon emerged from the cold pool under the waterfall near the river in the middle of the map. I saw this Jinlong mouth spit fire and shouted at the air. Several players rushed to Jinlong and picked up the weapons in their hands and cut them off. The picture freezes and gradually darkens. Two big and powerful characters Fengshen flash on the big screen. Papapap. The scene, especially the young people, burst into warm applause and cheers and shouts. You can see that this game is really amazing. The lights turned on, Wu Hao returned to the stage, and smiled at everyone. These two games will soon be put into the public beta. Everyone is welcome to come and experience. In fact, we are in the equipment in the experience hall. These two games have already been installed, and everyone can experience them at that time. In addition to these two games, we have also opened some other types of games. However, due to time, these games are still in open production. Although they are not finished, they have shown their charm, such as gun battle games, large-scale online games, and interactive thriller detective games. Especially this last interactive thriller game has scared a lot of our test girls. Because this is a bit too real thriller, it will have a lot of negative effects on our players' mind and body. So our open staff is hesitant to launch this game. Their main concern is that some players can't stand it, which causes health and personal safety issues. But if they don't launch, they will be a little uncomfortable. From this type of game alone, the experience that this game brings to us is absolutely inexperienced. From this point, it is an excellent game. Finally, after our intense discussions, we feel that this game is still launched. However, for the health and safety of the players, we put a lot of restrictions. Like old and young people, patients with heart and brain diseases enter the game rigorously. We also set an emergency launch button, and players can launch directly if they can't stand it. Although this game is still unfinished, we also install it on related experience equipment. If you want to play, you can try it. However, as a rookie player who has experienced this game, I would like to remind everyone that it is really scary. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the audience laughed with amused tone in his words, and my heart was full of curiosity about this game. Is it really scary? Many people are eager to try it. At this moment, Wu Hao, who was reading at www.uukanzu.com, was finally relieved. After a brief review of what will be tonight, he spoke loudly to the audience. Well, these are the products we are going to introduce today. Below is the price link that everyone is most concerned about. The first thing we want to announce is the VR device that everyone is most worried about. It consists of our carefully developed VR eyes and host. In order to adapt to different user groups, we will launch two versions this time. The first is the basic version, which has a series of high-performance hardware devices such as 32GB memory, 512 solid-state hard disks, 4G video memory, etc. It is priced at 6,688 yuan. The professional version will have 64GB memory, 1TB solid-state hard drive, plus 8GB high-performance graphics ultra-high configuration. It is priced at 8,899 yuan. I know this price is a little bit higher, but I also ask everyone to compare similar VR products on the market and even some branded computers to see how much the same level of preparation is worth. Next is the Smart Sensor Glove. We price this glove at 2,888 yuan. This guy is about the same price as some VR joysticks and other devices on the market. As for our ordinary decentralized motion capture and tracking personal wearable device, we set the full price of this device at 4,299 yuan. The prices of different accessories are different, and you can buy them together or together. Of course, if you buy it together, the price will be much better. As for the professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit, we price it at 18,999 yuan. This guy is relatively expensive. There is no way to cost it here. It is hoped that subsequent sales will reduce costs. This is our press conference, and we welcome you to follow up on some details. This is the end of the conference. Good night everyone. Wu Hao stepped down and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This long press conference was a severe test for his spirit and body. After receiving the water handed over by the secretary, Wu Hao drank and watched the crowd swarming. Especially those media reporters are now rushing to the experience hall next to each other, and they want to take the lead in experiencing the products released this time. Wu Hao smiled slightly, and it seemed that it was better to let them experience it more convincingly. Just follow them, he has enough confidence in the product released this time. Haha, President Wu, what you said on the stage is very good. Your release today will make me an eye-opener. A fat partner representative quickly stepped forward and shook hands with him. Haha. This is also the result of your strong support. Wu Hao shook hands with him with a smile. Where are we mutually beneficial? It is our pleasure to be able to serve a company like yours. The fat representative looked up at those crowds with an envious face and said, to be honest, I want to experience it for myself. The product you released this time is really amazing. Hee hee, how difficult is this? After the official sale, I will give you a set. Wu Hao laughed. The fat representative immediately said with a smile and said, I would like to thank President Wu first. To be honest, I am very interested in this product and would like to try it. Hee hee. Wu Hao and the representatives laughed. A set of equipment is not much money, but so many deputies still have some money. But for him, it was delivered. Compared to the content of their cooperation, these things are all ridiculous and I don't know about them at all. Dealing with these business cooperation representatives is naturally necessary. Occasionally, giving some small favors will not only help them maintain relationships with various partners, but also prevent them from losing ground on some big issues. Not only them, other companies will give even more than they give. This is already a potential rule in the industry. Although he hated it, he didn't intend to change this rule. This is an industry underground rule that everyone is profitable. If he breaks early, he will unintentionally become a public enemy in everyone's hearts. So this early bird, he won't do it. This is also why it is difficult for a newcomer or new enterprise to gain a foothold in a new industry. because he does not know or does not understand some of the rules and things in this industry. And those old birds who have been in this industry for many years want to start a business easily. This is also because he is familiar with the rules in this industry, masters certain resources and connections, and knows what is going on. He naturally didn't understand these at first, but fortunately, there was a group of old birds like Lin Jianliang and Dong Yiming to help them, so he could know these things so quickly. A few words of shame with the representatives of the partners. Wu Hao asked Zhang Jun to help them away. After seeing him busy, this is Lin Wai and Lin Lin came to him. Xiao Wu, the performance on the stage is good. Lin Hongyan praised him. Thank you, uncle. Wu Hao wiped the sweat on his head and answered with a smile. When Lin Wai saw this, she quickly pulled out a pack of wipes from her bag, and then wiped it off. Why is there so much sweat? This clothes are sweaty, and quickly take a bath and change. So many headlights are on, it's naturally hot. It will end soon, and go home to wash in a while, Wu Hao said with a smile. Mother Lin looked at her daughter to help Wu Hao sweat there, smiled, and then said to him, okay, it's late, we should go back, your brother is still at home. Auntie, I'll send you off, Wu Hao said quickly. No, you're busy. Mother Lin waved her hand and looked at him and said, you have more time to come home, I will make soup for you, and it is too vain to sweat so much. All right, Wu Hao said a little awkwardly. Lin Wai blushed, and then dared not look at her mother's eyes. Mother Lin snorted softly, then greeted Lin Hongyan to go. Lin Hongyan smiled when he saw this, and then waved at them. We are gone, pay more attention to your body, don't forget everything when you are busy. Xiao Wu, remember what your aunt said, come home more often. I made some good tea leaves and waited for your good taste. Thank you, uncle. Definitely. Wu Hao and Lin Wai stood at the door and watched them leave, until the two disappeared. Lin Wai said to him, are you going to experience the hall to answer questions in a while? Wu Hao looked at the time, then shook his head and said, forget it, it's too late. Let it be tomorrow. It's just a good time to give these media reporters a night to digest. Now these people's minds are all on those new products. As Wu Hao said, these media reporters are now thinking about these new devices. www.intelnovel.com. When they flock to the experience hall next door, they find that the entire experience hall is full of people. These are some old fritters who sent people to line up in advance in 2 ways after the press conference. Outside the experience hall, there are many fans who are reluctant to leave after participating in this conference and some ordinary employees of the company. These people also gathered in front of the experience hall to see if they could find an opportunity to experience it. However, because there are too many media reporters on the spot, this experience hall is only open to media reporters, which makes these people very disappointed and dissatisfied. Now that the order-keeping staff sees this, they have to send additional staff to maintain order and evacuate these people to leave. At this moment, in the experience hall, there is another scene. It can be said that the vocals are full of emotions, and the shoulders follow. Although there are more than a dozen experience booths in the experience hall, it is not enough to face so many reporters. So many people have to be around, staring at the reporters who are experiencing the equipment with an envious look. And these reporters who are experiencing it are another look. I saw some exclamation and even screaming when they were constantly wearing their equipment. If you didn't see the contents of the VR glasses through the large screen next to you, everyone thought they were going through torture. Because it is very late, and with so many people on site, everyone experiences a short time. This poses a problem for the staff of the on-site organization service, because every reporter who experiences wearing these devices will not be willing to take off once they wear the device. Each time it takes these staff to persuade for a long time, these talents reluctantly take off the equipment. Some people even have a temper, complaining that their experience is too short, they think it is unfair, etc. Book guest reading URL. Handing over the rest of the scene to Zhang Jun, Wu Hao and Lin Wai drove home. In order to prepare for the conference, He has been very tired these days. I spoke on the stage again for several hours today, so now I want to go back to take a bath and sleep. And the matter is not over yet. According to the usual practice, after the press conference, he will come forward to hold a short press conference to answer some concerns of media reporters and the public. It's just that this press conference tonight is a long time, it's a bit late, so I put it tomorrow morning. Back at the conference site, Zhang Junxing organized people to evacuate the crowd there. But many people gathered in front of the experience hall, and hesitated to leave. This also made Zhang Jun anxiously get angry, personally holding the loudspeaker and shouting, "It's very late now, please everyone orderly stand, go home earlier, pay attention to safety on the road." Tomorrow we will show the new products at this conference in our offline brand operation main store. Welcome everyone to experience it. After talking about this, Zhang Jun shouted at the many media reporters in the experience hall, "Dear journalists, it's getting late now. Please don't stay here too much. We will send a car to take you back to you staying at the hotel. Everyone has a good rest. Early tomorrow morning, please go to our company with your guest card." Today, these products in the experience hall will also appear where you are welcome to continue to experience. And at that time, where will Mr. Wu also appear to answer some questions that everyone cares about. Even so, everyone was very reluctant. In the end, Zhang Jun deserves to be asked to do work for these people one by one and advise everyone to leave. Only when these people left safely did their press conference end perfectly. Otherwise, if there is a problem with someone, if caught by these media reporters, I am afraid they will use the heat of their new product release to become a storm enough to make them headache. Despite the persuasion of these staff, some people at the scene refused to leave. In the end, there was no way. The staff at the venues and even the security police who were responsible for such large-scale activities also joined the ranks of persuasion. The people worked together until they were cleared out at more than 12 o'clock, which made everyone feel relieved. However, this does not mean that they can rest. Next, they will clean up the venue while moving the equipment here to the company's showroom to prepare for the journalist experience tomorrow morning. In addition, Zhang Jun will also collect various offline experience stores, including some data information on the network after the conference live broadcast, especially for Hust's offline brand experience stores. It is foreseeable that many young people will soon line up in front of these experience stores in the dark. Therefore, the experience activities of these offline experience stores tomorrow are also very important. Zhang Jun must also implement them one by one to ensure foolproof. At this moment, the internet, like Zhang Jun and Wu Hao, has been detonated by the new products they released this time. Major social platforms and even some news sites are basically reporting and talking about today's press conference and these new products at the press conference. In particular, those journalists who have already experienced have posted some unclear and noisy experience videos to the internet, which has aroused the onlookers of many netizens. One of the most popular videos was a 1-minute short film taken by a reporter. The reporter did not get the opportunity to experience, so he just shot a section about the noisy crowd in the experience hall and the reporters who were experiencing the exclaiming and screaming, and the pale face of an experienced reporter was that crying content. That is, this content was quickly reposted by many people. In just a few hours, the volume of reposting has exceeded hundreds of thousands, and the number of comments has exceeded 100,000. This made the reporter who posted this video casually surprised when he returned to the hotel to check it. Such terrible statistics, but the rhythm of the fire. So he resisted exhaustion, and quickly stayed up late to sort out some of the material he shot, and then posted it online. As a reporter, he knew too much what traffic meant to them. If he can keep so much traffic and turn it into his fans, even if only a small part, it will be a huge gain for him. You should know that the treatment and resources of a famous journalist with many fans and an unknown journalist are completely different. For example, many well-known journalists not only pay high, But also do not worry about finding news clues. Just the submissions from netizens every day on the internet are enough to make them live and taste. Speaking of returning to this video, comments were reposted by many bloggers and big VGates. For example, the well-known technology blogger StarWatcher www.mentalnovel.com, who has been paying attention to WuHao's products, has reposted this video as soon as possible, and commented that from the crowd at the scene, this product really attracted much attention. From the performance of these experiences, the performance of this product is still very good. Keep watching. If I really do as Wu Hao said on the stage, I will start with a set. The well-known blogger Eternal QS also retweeted, VR products have also seen a lot, but have never seen a company that can take such great efforts to specifically hold this conference. To a certain extent, this is considered to be playing with fire. If the follow-up response of this product is not good, HAO technology will suffer a lot in business and reputation. However, from the experience of reporters on the spot, this product still has its uniqueness. But how exactly, this will not be known until I go to the store experience in person tomorrow. The prices of these products are generally high this time. If the performance of the products is not good enough, I am afraid that there will not be too good sales performance. Another big V I want to be quite focused on the professional version of the integrated motion capture and tactile simulation suit. I have also played with VR glasses. Nothing new. As for how this VR glasses look, this has to wait for more measured results from the big brothers. I am more concerned about this set of Sumitomo sensory and tactile simulation clothing. I don't know if it can really simulate the human tactile sensing function like Wu Hao said. Another point is that this Sumitomo sensory and tactile simulation suit can feel the touch signals from the internet. That way, will it be maliciously harassed by others on the internet? For example, to take the opportunity to touch and touch, is this an invasion of us, and how to solve it? Book guest reading URL. The next morning, when Wu Hao came to the company, it was already over 10 o'clock. Today the company seems very lively, with many media reporters and some unsolicited fans. The experience activity in the second floor showroom has begun, so everyone's attention or focus is on these new products. Wu Hao didn't bother, but took the elevator directly from the underground parking lot to his office on the top floor. After Zhang Jun's persuasion, Wu Hao finally agreed to move from the four parks over to the high-rise office on the top floor. Although there is some reluctance, except for the R&D department of the four parks, other departments of the company have moved here. As the company's chairman and CEO, he can't just indulge in scientific research and ignore other things about the company. The office that the company arranged for him on the high-rise here is very large, occupying almost half of the top floor. The other half is his secretary's office and a small conference room. Wu Hao can convene some company executives to have a small meeting here. As for his office, this finally has the appearance of the chairman's office of a large group company. In simple terms, it is a very simple atmosphere. The huge glass curtain wall allows people to stand on the top of the building and overlook the surrounding city. The spacious office is full of functions. In addition to the office space and leisure space for guests, he also has a lounge for him, which can be said to be a luxurious business suite. Unlike many corporate chief executive offices, Wu Hao's office doesn't have large bookshelves, as well as those neat and abundant books to show his knowledge. Instead, the furnishings throughout the office are very simple. In addition to a variety of indoor evergreen plants, there are some furnishings and photos. The most noticeable thing is the large screens hanging in the office. I don't know, what data monitoring center is this? For Wu Hao, these big screens are not pretend, but they really have an important role. Basically, all the information of the entire company will be aggregated into these screens through internal systems, such as the research and development progress of various scientific research projects that he is most concerned about, as well as some ongoing projects in various departments of the company, and some of his own schedules, etc. All these are managed by his personal artificial intelligence assistant Coco. After the relocation, Wu Hao also replaced Coco with more powerful hardware equipment, which further strengthened his computing capacity. It can be said that to a certain extent it is the company's brain and operating terminal. When Wu Hao came out of the elevator, Zhang Xiaolai, who had been waiting here, quickly followed the documents, holding the documents. "Good morning, sir." The door of his office opened by himself, the lights turned on, and Coco's anthropomorphic female voice came from the stereo. "Good morning," Wu Hao answered, then sat down in his office chair. "Coco can help me get the monitoring picture of the second floor exhibition hall." "Okay, I've helped you get all the monitoring pictures of the company's second floor exhibition hall." As Coco's voice sounded, "I saw all the large screen displays of the entire second floor exhibition hall. Image 7 is enlarged," Wu Hao said with a glance. His remarks ended, and the surveillance image of lens 7 was covered with a screen next to it. "I saw people moving in the second floor exhibition hall on the screen, very lively. Many media reporters are standing in front of each experience device, and are experiencing the new products on display with great interest." After watching a few more monitoring pictures, Wu Hao leaned on the back of the chair and took a sip of the tea sent by the staff member. "Where is Zhang Jinren?" Zhang Xiaolai, who had been waiting there, replied quickly, "Mr. Zhang is staring at the relevant experience activities of our offline brand experience stores today." Mr. Zhang was busy late last night before returning to the company at more than 6 in the morning. The command arrangement is working. "Oh, it was hard for him." Wu Hao smiled, and then looked at the monitoring screen on the screen and said, "There are so many people, I think this experience event is difficult to end in a short while." So, everyone invited these media reporters to dinner in our staff restaurant. After lunch, you can arrange for these people to take a break or take them to the company for a reference. This is also a kind of publicity for our company. As for the press conference, it will be in the afternoon. "Okay, I'll arrange it later." Zhang Xiaolai drew a note in her folder quickly, then nodded and smiled. After such a long period of training, Zhang Xiaolai has taken off her childishness when she first joined the company and completely entered her role. His working ability is getting better and better. Wu Hao is also satisfied with this. "I thought about cultivating and observing for a while, and then sent her down to the grassroots to temper it." "Is there anything else?" Seeing Zhang Xiaolai didn't mean to leave www.mentalnovel.com, Wu Hao asked immediately. Zhang Xiaolai nodded, then closed the folder and hugged him in front of him, saying, "Korn, H. Anvo's business representatives are here." The specifications of the team this time were very high. They were executives at the deputy chief level. I heard that they had arrived in Anxi by plane overnight. In addition, Fruit also contacted us earlier. It comes directly from the headquarters of Rice and does not go through a domestic branch. "Oh, these people are really positive." Wu Hao smiled, and then waved his hand. "Ignore them for a few days. Let's talk for a few days." "Want to come here to take advantage? How can there be such a good thing?" After talking about Wu Hao, he thought about it, and then came up with an idea. "So, there are so many reporters downstairs. You arrange people for a while, find a smart point, and then accidentally bring these people to Anxi and contact us. Disclose it and add another fire to our propaganda." "Okay." Zhang Xiaolai smiled. "Well, that's it first." Wu Hao nodded. Zhang Xiaolai knew and immediately walked out. Looking at the back view of Zhang Xiaolai walking out on high heels, Wu Hao shook her head slightly, and then leaned back on the chair and said, "Coco, help me connect with Zhang Jun." "Okay, I'm helping you connect to President Zhang." Coco's words fell, and a few calls came from the speaker, and the big screen lit up, and Zhang Jun appeared inside. "What's wrong? Is there anything I am busy with?" Zhang Jun asked him immediately. Wu Hao shook his head, and then smiled at him. "How is your situation now? I mean these offline brand experience stores." When he heard him ask, Zhang Jun waved his hands quickly. "Don't mention it, I'm almost sad." "What happened?" Book guest reading URL What's wrong? Wu Hao could not help asking. Zhang Jun revealed a complex expression of sadness and joy. It's not that this experience activity is busy, there are too many people in the offline brand experience stores, and a series of things happen. I heard that some young people and college students have lined up since more than 2 o'clock last night. Our offline brand experience store in Beijing has gathered more than 1,000 people. Now, not only is the store full of people, but many people line up to enter the street and even on the road outside the store. I heard the manager Cao said that people from the police station and the sub-district office are here to let them evacuate the crowd as soon as possible without affecting the normal order. The problem is that these people are reluctant to leave now, and our people are okay. So we can only come in to maintain order and avoid some unsafe things. In addition, the matter has been in the news. Haven't you watched it? Oh, I really didn't notice it, Wu Hao said, looking at the screen next to him, and the next screen quickly displayed relevant news reports about their Beijing offline brand experience store. This is also a feature of Coco, which can read some facial expressions and body language of Wu Hao through the camera. Just like this call, it can sensitively analyze some key information in the communication and make corresponding processing according to Wu Hao's meaning. Please, boss, please pay attention to it anyway, Zhang Jun complained, and then said, it's not just the Beijing side now, the situation of offline brand experience stores in other places is similar, especially Shanghai, Jiangxing, Suzhou, and our young people such as Anxi are more concentrated central city with more people. I have informed the managers of the offline brand experience stores, and let them do their best to maintain order, avoid unsafe situations, and do a good job in related services and related consulting and pre-sale. Good job. Wu Hao nodded affirmatively. Now our main job is to do a good job of related experience services, spread out the experience of these experiences, and prepare for our sale. As for the pre-sale work of offline brand experience stores, let them do a good job of this, and put together a report every day. We strive to make this part of consumers who experience pre-sale available on the day of the sale. Okay, I'll start making arrangements. Go back and dock with the factory. Zhang Jun nodded, then said to him, let's gather a bunch of reporters downstairs in the company now. When will you come and send them away? They are like a bunch of flies, and I don't dare to go downstairs, just to be caught and surrounded. Ha ha. This is not very lively. Wu Hao laughed, and then explained, we have to test this group of people for the promotion of this product to a certain extent, so we still have to wait for this group of people. Let them experience it for a little longer. I have asked Jiang Xiaolai to arrange for them to have lunch at the company for a while, and then take them to the company for a tour. This is also a disguised promotion for our company, which is conducive to the external display of our corporate image. As for the press conference, let it be in the afternoon and give them more time to prepare. Oh, you're really big, just in case they come up with a problem for you and see how you answer. Zhang Jun joked on the screen. Wu Hao smiled, then took a teacup and took a sip before he said, I am the master. I can answer as I want. Oh, look at you. Okay, I'll wait to see your performance. Just like that, I'm still busy. Hanging up. Said the screen was dark. And Wu Hao felt his chin and thought for a moment, then opened some news sites and social media, and began to look. Although he has the most confidence to deal with the difficulties of these reporters, the preparations should be made, and some unexpected situations will inevitably occur. Moreover, he also wanted to see the reaction on the internet. It's been more than a dozen hours since the press conference ended, and more information has also been posted online. What some professionals think, and what ordinary netizens think, this is what he wants to know. Unsurprisingly, the focus of the media this morning was basically on their press conference yesterday. Some media headlines are it. Even if it is not the homepage headline, it is also the technology headline. Even some media have also opened columns to introduce some of the products released this time, as well as some live experience reports from the front line. The focus of everyone's attention is mainly on two aspects. One is their high-performance VR glasses, and the other focuses on the one-piece somatosensory and tactile simulation clothing. Compared to the general praise for VR glasses, the debate on this one-piece body feeling and tactile simulation suit is fierce. There are also two aspects of the debate. The first is whether the integrated body sensory and tactile simulation suit can really simulate the tactile sensation of human skin when touching foreign objects. As he said at the press conference, some people think this is true, because Wu Hao's pressurized bubble array material similar to the bubble of packaging film is likely to simulate human touch. And Wu Hao has advantages in cluster array control technology, so it is not surprising to be able to develop such a technology. People who think that it is fake feel that the human skin's tactile system is very sensitive. www.mtlnovel.com The tactile sensations experienced when they are in contact with different objects are completely different. How can there be something to simulate the real tactile sensation? In addition, if really as Wu Hao said, there is a large amount of this bubble array pressurized material similar to packaging film bubbles in the entire clothing. Based on the minimum number, there are also tens of thousands of these clothes. How to uniformly control these bubble arrays is also a complicated problem in itself. These people believe that with the capabilities of Hao technology, such a technology cannot be achieved at all. On the other hand, everyone has also questioned the safety and privacy of this integrated body sensory and tactile simulation suit. Netizens and professionals questioning the safety of this suit are worried that if this suit really has the ability to convert virtual signals into physical tactile signals, then will the virtual attack be transformed into a physical attack, which will cause damage to the wearer? This is still an old-fashioned question. That is, the network security problem of turning virtual attacks into physical attacks. The second concern is privacy and harassment. In terms of privacy, will this dress leak some physical information of the wearer to the internet? In terms of anti-harassment, will someone harass you on the internet, and then use this one-piece somatosensory and tactile simulation suit to transform it into a kind of harassment for your body? There are many other problems like this, and most of them are a kind of fear that netizens have about the unknown. The best way to get rid of this fear and worry is to experience it for yourself. This is why Wu Hao opened the experience activities and so many offline brand experience stores at the same time, just to let more people know about this device, so as to dispel the worry in their hearts and buy with confidence. At 2:30 in the afternoon, many reporters came to a multifunctional conference hall on the 4th floor under the guidance of staff. Today's press conference was held here, so a lot of cameras began to seize the position and set up machines. The reporters were also unwilling to show their weaknesses, seizing the seats in the middle of the front row and then sorting out the questions to be asked later. These reporters were somewhat surprised by Hao's arrangement today. In their impression, it seems that Hao technology doesn't speak very well. Many of their previous interview invitations were ruthlessly rejected by the other party, not to mention being allowed to enter the company for a visit and filming. This time, the staff who hosted them not only were very friendly towards them, they also organized a tour around the company, and invited them to a meal at the staff restaurant. Of course, this is nothing to them, and the interviews with other companies are the same, even better than this. But this is the first time that Hao technology has made these reporters a little lucky. Although I'm not sure whether Hao's change of their attitude to this time is related to the promotion of new products. This time of opening to the outside world has also given these reporters a really intuitive understanding of Hao. First of all, the entire company has an excellent office environment. First of all, the first impression is that the employees here are highly motivated and have smiles on their faces. It can be seen that the working atmosphere in the entire company is still very relaxed and happy, and there is not a lot of serious and dull feeling in many technology companies. Secondly, the working environment is very comfortable, and a large number of green plants are arranged in the office area on each floor. Some floors also have facilities such as fish tanks, ecological tanks, and even cat houses, with many small animals. There are a variety of ornamental fish, including lizards, spiders, turtles, and weird animals like little white snakes. Of course, the most enviable thing is that there is a department that actually looks like a few very cute cats. These cats lie lazily in some places to take a break, and at first glance they are the ones that are usually very well treated. For WuHao, it is very difficult to manage a company with thousands of people. In particular, most of these people are young people, and it is more difficult to manage. These young people are more active in thinking, don't like some rigid system constraints, and it is easy to do something extraordinary. For enterprise managers, WuHao can restrict the behaviors of employees through some regulations, but at the same time, it will restrain and suppress their active thinking character. As a technology company, if you erase the young and active employees, are not afraid of restraint, and are good at breaking the conventional thinking character, it will mean they will lose their creativity. Therefore, after asking everyone's opinions, WuHao formulated a very flexible internal management system. Maybe this content seems a bit ridiculous. For example, in this management system, employees are allowed to be late several times a month, employees are allowed to keep some small animals in the office, and employees are allowed to have a small difference while working. However, this seemingly noisy system has further increased the cohesion and loyalty of employees. The company's voluntary turnover is also gradually decreasing, and the attractiveness of the company's jobs is gradually increasing. In addition, this system has not reduced work efficiency, but has improved everyone's work enthusiasm and efficiency to a certain extent. For example, on the issue of overtime that many companies cannot avoid, WuHao and they also discussed with their employees a scheme that is acceptable to both parties. That is, the company will never force employees to work overtime, but it will not refuse to restrict employees to fight for their dreams. The company never penalizes full-time bonuses for employees who do not work overtime, but it also gives generous bonuses to those who work overtime. So it depends on each employee's own choice, whether to choose to get that fixed salary every month, or to choose to earn more bonuses. The company will not fire you because you don't work overtime, but it will also consider those who work hard in relevant promotion opportunities. In other words, this is a fairer solution, and both parties have the right to choose freely. In fact, the company is now in a period of rapid expansion. The business is heavy, and everyone's work is under great pressure. So as far as overtime is concerned, this problem is very common. This problem has always been the focus of conflict between corporate managers and employees. How to choose a method that everyone can accept is also a question for them to think about. So after hearing the opinions of many people, they chose this relatively fair approach. Employees feel that they have been respected, so they feel more comfortable working and naturally improve their efficiency. For WuHao, in fact, the system has not changed much, it is just a different way. Secondly, the biggest experience of reporters is that the company's meal treatment is really good. www.mtnovel.com is simply a paradise for food. Not only is there a lounge on each floor, there are free supplies such as snacks and fruit plates in the lounge. And every once in a while, the waiter of the restaurant will push the car to the various floors and bring some freshly baked snacks and other things. This has also become the favorite of many girls, thinking that this is the company's warmest service. Compared to these desserts, male employees in the company prefer various coffees and teas. For coffee lovers, there are coffee machines in the lounge on each floor, and several kinds of coffee beans are prepared for them to choose from. Those who like tea also prepared several kinds of tea for them: green tea, black tea, oolong pure, and even health tea, which also made many young people learn to drink tea. And the company's restaurant, after these reporters went to experience it once, gave a very high evaluation. It is indeed a paradise for foodies. What kind of restaurant is this? It is simply a food city. The food in the whole restaurant is very rich and the price is very cheap. The important thing is that the taste is very good. In the words of the accompanying staff, this is also one of the benefits of their company, that is, the emperor is not bad, and the company will not let employees work hungry. Since the company was formally established, Wu Hao has always attached great importance to the construction of the company's restaurant. A good company restaurant can retain people's hearts than many benefits. There is a saying that if you want to keep a person's heart, you must keep their stomach. For these outstanding talents, the compensation given by various companies is actually similar. How to retain these talents? We need to work on other aspects, such as a relaxed working atmosphere and a pleasant working environment. And then there is this rich and delicious meal. People are most adaptable to the environment, but they are also very sensitive to changes in the environment. It is very easy to adapt from harsh environment to excellent environment, but it is more difficult to adapt to the change from excellent environment to harsh environment. Another thing is that enjoying food is the best way to alleviate fatigue and mood. When you are very tired, a meal can often bring you back to full blood quickly. When you are in a bad mood, food can also delight you. This is also a secret weapon that can keep employees working happily, and more importantly, employees will not be disgusted. Compared to the value created by these employees, these costs are almost negligible. At 2:55 in the afternoon, Wu Hao appeared in the multifunctional hall with the crowds of people, and quickly ignited the entire multifunctional hall. At the same time as many flashlights were on, a group of journalists also cheered up, picking up their prepared manuscripts and rushing forward. The staff quickly stepped forward to maintain order, while the accompanying Zhang Xiaolai saw this, quickly picked up the microphone and began to organize. Please keep quiet and return to your seat. Our press conference will begin immediately. We have plenty of time for everyone today. Welcome to ask questions in an orderly manner. The reporters who came this time must have done more or less preparation work, so Wu Hao's close friends, Zhang Xiaolai, the young and beautiful female secretary, has been the subject of many gossips and even many people discussing gossip. There are even a lot of gossip stories about the prince and Cinderella, and even the couple's hard work. Despite the recent news of Wu Hao and Lin Wei, gossip about him and Zhang Xiaolai has not stopped. So when Zhang Xiaolai came forward to maintain order, many reporters quickly returned to their seats to do a good job. They know that if they want to get more interview opportunities in the future, they must not offend the close friend Wu Hao. After seeing that the scene was quiet, Zhang Xiaolai, after getting permission from Wu Hao, immediately addressed the crowd. Good afternoon, friends of the media, and welcome everyone to join us here at Technology Co. Limited to participate in our new products press conference. You can ask some questions about new products and company business, and our general manager Wu will answer them. However, please note that we have the right to refuse to answer some privacy or sensitive issues. Please cherish the opportunity to observe the order on the spot. Now I start asking questions. Please. Zhang Xiaolai glanced at the reporter who raised her hand off the stage, and then smiled. The lady in the third row wearing a white shirt. After seeing the first opportunity to ask questions, this female reporter in a white t-shirt quickly picked up the microphone in hand and stood up excitedly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wu. We are from Zheng Xiali, a reporter from Xincao Technology Network. Please tell me how you think about the products you have released this time. In addition, you have previously revealed that there will be 2 products. Why you didn't see them at this conference, and why?" Wu Hao looked at the female reporter with a very satisfactory question, then smiled, and said to the crowd, "If you evaluate the products you have released, this problem seems relatively simple, but in fact it is very tricky. I want to boast. You say that my wife is selling melon and boasting. If I want to criticize, I'm afraid you will say that our own products are not optimistic, so why do consumers optimistic? So I can only be. This is our sincerity. This product to a certain extent represents our current level of scientific research and technology, and it is also our important annual main product. I believe this product will definitely bring many surprises to everyone, and I believe that you have already fully understood the experience. As for the other product I disclosed earlier, we are not ready to launch it yet. It may take some time, and maybe we can meet you years ago. Has it not been successfully developed yet? Cheng Xili grabbed a question at the end and reluctantly handed over the microphone. Wu Hao shook his head. There is no problem technically, but some problems have been encountered in the promotion and operation. We are actively discussing with all parties to resolve them. Once these problems are resolved, we will release them in time. Hello Mr. Wu, this is Wang Song, a reporter from IT Technology. The amazing VR products and related supporting equipment you released this time are impressive. I'm honored to be able to experience it for myself. It feels very good. But unfortunately the time is too short. I did not experience enough. My problem is that at the press conference you seem to pay more attention to the feelings of these products, and ignore the hardware equipment configuration data. Is it because of your company's shortcomings, or for other reasons? In addition, consumers are concerned about when these products will be available for sale. Wu Hao thought about it for a while www.mtlnovel.com and then looked at him and nodded and said, I have already said this at the press conference. No matter how good the hardware equipment is actually for people. So we should distinguish primary and secondary. What is important should be our experience, not the configuration of these hardware devices. Now many manufacturers have changed from the original technology competition to the competition hardware. This competition itself has changed flavor. As a technician, frankly I also don't like this approach. Good technology and good experience are not only achieved by stacking hardware. It is more dependent on innovation, creativity, and the original intention of our technology companies. In terms of hardware alone, I believe that everyone has already understood the performance and configuration data of our related equipment. It is not worse than some other equipment. I say that it is not an exaggeration to lead all the products on the market. In fact, we only held a press conference last night. Today, many manufacturers and companies have sent representatives to cooperate with us. Our technology is not bad, and has been applied to the latest products of many enterprises. But I don't want to mention this bunch of data and information in the clouds that ordinary people can listen to. It seems to have no effect except to show off your knowledge. After all, what our consumers see or experience is the best we can do. As for the opening time, in 5 days, we will simultaneously open global online and offline sales channels. In fact, everyone can now pre-order in our online official mall and online shopping platforms, as well as our offline sales channels. For online pre-orders, we will launch the conference as soon as possible after the sale, and strive to send the product to everyone as soon as possible. For offline pre-sale, relevant products can be obtained in our offline channels on the same day. Book guest reading URL. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Donkey Ain, a reporter from Fengwin Technology. This time you have released a large number of VR-related products. These products have brought us enough amazing experiences, but also caused many people to worry. First of all, in terms of information security and protection, so many Sumitomo 3 devices are capturing and collecting some user information at all times. Once this information is leaked, it will inevitably bring many security threats and even some harm to users. Like the one-piece body sensory and tactile simulation clothing in many products you released this time, will it collect some user physical information? In addition, we noticed that this clothing can convert virtual signals into human tactile signals. Will this pose unknown danger to the user's personal safety? What if there is a hacker attack to control this suit to cause substantial harm to the user himself? Is this possible? In addition, there is also a concern on the internet, that is how this suit can resist harassment from the virtual network. Will anyone use the clothes to bring tactile sensations to physically harass and violate users? I heard that this reporter poured out so many problems like spitting beans, and other reporters at the scene couldn't help whispering. He also focused on Wu Hao to see how he responded to this more acute question. Shaking his head to stop Jiang Xioli's vocal intervention, Wu Hao thought for a moment, then calmly responded to the audience. You have more questions. According to relevant rules, I can choose to answer only one question or not answer. However, These questions you asked are also among the reporter friends who want to ask questions. So in order not to ask everyone more questions, I will make an exception to answer it. First of all, we have always done a good job in information security and protection. This is also well known in the hearts of users and the industry. Regarding information security, the 1 million yuan bonus we set up at the time has not yet cracked our core system. And we also maintain a very good record. So far no one has cracked our core system and core database. I think from this point alone, we have this confidence to maintain the security of the relevant information of us and our users. As for protection, we have always attached great importance to it, and have done a lot of work in this regard. And our efforts in this area have also received good feedback. At least we have won the trust of user names. Even to protect the information of our users, we have rejected many cooperative projects with very good returns. I won't tell you the specifics. Don't ask. You can't say anything when you ask. He. The reporters present laughed a little, naturally knowing that Wu Hao would definitely not disclose what the project was and who it was. If he said that, I am afraid it will cause another storm. Although everyone is curious, they will not be stupid enough to ask a question that will never be answered. It seems that they can only dig from the other side. After smirking, he continued, I won't say more about the others. What I want to tell you is that we have respected user information, and we have effectively guaranteed the legitimate rights and interests of users in this regard. As for the integrated body sensory and tactile simulation suit, everyone's attention is very high. This is understandable. After all, it is something new. Because of the unknown, fear arises. It's actually no different from ordinary wearable devices, so you don't have to be afraid of it. It collects some user physical information, such as height, weight, three-dimensional, heart rate, blood oxygen content, etc. But these are all classified as user personal information and belong to the strict confidentiality category. Unless the user is willing, it will not be leaked. As for why to collect this information, the first three heights, weights, and three dimensions are related to the virtual model bound to this suit, so that the virtual characters can simulate more details of real human actions. As for heart rate and blood oxygen content, this is actually to protect the physical health and personal safety of the username, which is the same function as our intelligent voice assistant. As for your final question, it is nothing more than the hot topic of how to resist virtual attacks and turn them into physical attacks on the internet. First of all, the technology and materials used in this outfit will not cause harm to the human body. It simulates touch, not pain, let alone injury. For example, in the game, the opponent punches you, then in reality, you may only feel that the body's interlinked position is touched by someone, and you will not feel pain and discomfort. We can't make the clothes that are 100% restored, and we don't have the technology at this stage. Even if there is, it will not be used, because it will cause harm to the human body. In case it is used one day and the user is killed by the virtual player in the game, this is not a big joke. Wu Hao smiled and said, as for anti-harassment, we already thought of this when we designed and developed this suit. In reality, we will be intentionally or unintentionally harassed by some strangers, as well as on the internet. If you don't solve this problem and rush to use this suit, this will probably bring endless disaster to the username. So we have set a switch for the tactile simulation system of this suit. The tactile simulation system will only work after the user actively turns it on. This switch can only be turned on by the user. www.mentalnovel.com. It cannot be turned on by others, so it is very safe and reliable. Users can turn this haptic simulation system on or off according to their environment and their use needs, and others cannot interfere. As for the harassment in the virtual world, this user can take various measures to solve it. First of all, you can block and hack them. As long as the shield blackens the other party, then the other party will not be able to see you in the virtual world, and of course you can choose not to see him. Secondly, if you don't want to block and pull black, you can also report to our virtual police station in the virtual world, and we will deal with it in time. And these malicious users who harass others, we will also give relevant punishment, such as warning the user, or temporary dispersal, ring ban, title and other punishments. Of course, this virtual world is also an internet world, but it exists in a three-dimensional form. So when you are in here, you should learn to protect yourself while maintaining the relevant code of conduct as you do on the internet. Although Wu Hao responded to these questions in a more complete and positive manner, the problems in this area were like opening the reporter's box, and reporters quickly asked questions. Hello, President Wu, Yi Zhen reporter Mao Zhenfeng. My question is still about this one-piece body feeling and tactile simulation suit. This outfit you released this time has a tactile simulation system that can simulate some real haptics in the virtual world, such as touching, etc. I have experienced a great experience. But this also raises a question about ethics and morality, and that is whether this suit will easily derail the thoughts of couples or couples. And this very realistic touch is not a disguised body derailment. I don't know what you think about this issue. Thank you. This question is very sensitive or even sharp, and it is also morally critical and very targeted. Wu Hao glanced at the reporter with glasses, and thought quickly. Then he directed at him and the reporters present. First of all, we are just a company that produces and sells products. The products we produce do not have or have set any attributes. How to use them depends on each user will. We respect the choices of users, as long as its use does not violate laws and regulations, and does not violate moral ethics. We should give full support. It's like a blacksmith. His kitchen knife can be used for cooking and can be used to kill people. Do we just blame this blacksmith for killing someone because of the chopper made by this blacksmith? The sales of products are extensive, and we do not sell specific groups unless supported by relevant systems. After all, it is still a product, a tool. Users are people, and decision-making is also people. As for what you call mental derailment and physical derailment, would this happen even without our equipment? The key to this problem is people, so when we encounter something, we can't blame a tool, but we should reflect on people's related behavior. This question is not easy to answer, so Wu Hao also said it in a vague way. It is not an emotional expert or an ethical expert, so it cannot be analyzed and criticized in this respect, and it can only cope with the past in this way. I didn't give this reporter a chance to continue asking questions. Zhang Xiaolai quickly pointed to another reporter next to her. Hello President Wu, I'm Fan Lilai, a reporter from Penguin Technology. When you answered the question earlier, you mentioned that your virtual world is another form of internet, a three-dimensional internet. When we were experiencing today, we also noticed that in your virtual world, many internet companies have joined in. Does this mean that your company is creating a new type of internet that is different from the traditional classic internet? How is this new type of internet different from the existing internet? I really am a professional journalist with a sharp mind. He can catch the point in his words so quickly and design such a big problem temporarily. So when Fan Lilai raised such a problem, the scene was quiet. And then she whispered quickly. This question is absolutely heavy and novel. Once Wu Hao answered it positively, I am afraid it will become the front page headlines of today's major media. At that time, I am afraid that the entire internet and the entire society will attract attention and response. Wu Hao squinted at the female reporter, then nodded slightly. We are trying this, but there is still a long way to go. Coquettish. Many reporters at the scene were ignited by his words and fell into a debate. Some of the cameras in the back also flashed a magnesium light at him like a machine gun. General Manager Wu. General Manager Wu. Mr. Wu, excuse me. Wu Hao pressed his hand to signal the people to quiet down, and then calmly said, I know this issue is very explosive, but it is not new. I have been trying for a long time. But now we are just picking people up. I just failed to try because of technical limitations. Nowadays, internet-related technologies and even computers have made great progress. So many companies are now trying to combat this. We are not alone. In fact, What we are trying to develop is not the new internet. This is not true. What we have developed is a new internet browsing method that is different from the traditional internet browsing method. Using VR technology, we can upgrade and evolve the traditional two-dimensional internet browsing method into this 3D three-dimensional browsing method. We often say that the internet is a global village and a virtual world. It is just that this global village and virtual world are too abstract. And what we have to do is to make this abstract global village and virtual world concrete. It's like really building a 3D virtual world that is almost or basically the same as our real world. Like the online shopping I exemplified at the press conference, in the three-dimensional virtual world we built, consumers can experience the same real experience as shopping in the real world and shopping in physical stores without leaving the home. This new online shopping method is faster, more convenient, intuitive, humane and comfortable than our traditional online shopping method. This will undoubtedly affect and even change the current online shopping methods, business models, and even some changes in our lifestyle and society. For another example, when we used to browse news information on the internet, we usually used text, pictures, audio and video to get this information. With this set of technology, everyone can obtain this information immersively through VR technology and high-definition panoramic camera. For example, a traffic accident happened somewhere www.mentalnovel.com. Then you can watch the related events in person. Where a ball game is held, you can also go to the scene in this way to get a watching experience that is not much different from the live watching. There are many similar examples, so I won't go through them one by one. This idea is very beautiful and huge, and it is very difficult for us to complete it alone. Everyone needs to work together, and some standards and rules need to be formulated. Even some technologies need to be broken through and resolved. What we are doing now is just a small attempt, and the results are still unknown. However, as a technology company, we have the courage and determination to explore the unknown, which is the development concept we have always upheld. I am also willing to be a pioneer in this area of exploration and to explore the relevant development path for everyone in the future. Crackling. His words fell, and there was a warm applause at the scene. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. After the applause, it really aroused the interest of many reporters on this topic, and then asked a lot of questions. Some problems are tricky and well designed, but they have also been successfully resolved by WuHao. Seeing that this area has been dug up, there is not much gain, so the reporters also turned their attention from some hot topics that everyone is concerned about to some other areas. Hi, Mr. Wu, I'm Yang Hei Yang, a reporter from Global Technology. I have noticed that at this conference, you introduced some office system software based on VR equipment. In today's experience, I personally experienced this application, and I consulted a designer friend of mine about these experiences during the noon break. He was very surprised and excited, and thought that your design and development software was very good. This series of related open application software can break the long-term monopoly position of foreign software in this field, and change the obscure and troublesome operation of these existing software, which greatly improves the work efficiency. Mr. Wu, what do you think about what my friend said, and whether your company plans to use this to enter the field of office application software? This issue is more partial and more professional, and the general public will not care or pay much attention because they basically have no access to this aspect of the content. Compared with the public, the industry, especially the various design industries using these software, pays more attention to this content. This Yang Hei Yang can dig out the content in this regard, and can see his intention in this regard. WuHao looked at him with kindness. Thank you and your designer friend for your appreciation. Please take me to say hello to him. Regarding whether to enter this industry, to be honest, we did not want it at first, because designing and developing a tool or software is far more troublesome and complicated than designing and developing related content. If it were not for our needs, we would not be involved in this area. What you are seeing today is actually designed and developed by us as a last resort. It can also be said that this is the tool we use when designing and developing the entire virtual world. We all know and experience this VR virtual world we built. Whether it is Penglai Wonderland or some of the games we have developed, the content is very large, real and gorgeous. If we use traditional design and production methods, we would not be able to achieve this effect for several years. So in order to catch up, and also to adapt to the development of content in our VR virtual world, we must use this to develop some specially applicable application software to improve work efficiency. Take a game as an example. More than half of its workload is actually in the production of models. These models include large-scale scene models, character models, prop models, and more. This has also led to the prosperity of the entire three-dimensional model foundry industry, and our country also accounts for more than half of the world's model foundry business orders. But even so, the whole production method is still very slow. A high-quality, realistic model requires an experienced model-making staff to spend tens of days, or even months, to complete, such as Transformers, hyper-realistic complex models in Avatar. This not only brings huge production costs, but also takes a lot of time. The model-making software we developed based on VR equipment solves this problem from another dimension. It not only optimizes the method of model making, but also changes the whole process and method of model making. From a single person and a single project in the past, it can be transformed into multiple people working together to complete a project, or one person participating in completing multiple projects. This will undoubtedly greatly improve the production efficiency of single or multiple models. It is estimated that the production time of a single model has been reduced from the original average of 20 days to the current 4 or 5 days, or even shorter. And such production efficiency will also greatly reduce the development production time, thereby further reducing costs. There are many similar software, such as graphics and image processing, video editing, and 3D post-production effects. The initial role or goal of our development of these applications is to develop and produce this virtual world service for us. And this time they are released, on the one hand, they want to share the results of this aspect with the industry, and on the other hand, they attract more people to the development and production of VR virtual world content. Yes, the purpose of WooHow's design and development of these design application software is very simple, just for them to design and build the entire virtual world to serve. Because the entire time period is tight, using traditional production methods is too late. So WooHow used his capabilities to develop these VR-based design and production software. It is also with the help of these softwares that they can be so smooth in the development and production of content and can complete such a large amount of work in such a short world. www.mentalnovel.com. In fact, the design and development of the entire virtual world, it is far from over. Penglai Wonderland needs to continue to expand in size, optimize details and enrich content. And the development of various games must also accelerate the progress, and strive to bring more high-quality game content to the entire virtual world. Only in this way can we attract more consumers, so as to further promote this product and expand market share. Of course, these development application softwares have finally been developed, and WooHow cannot just use them. Still want to make the most of their value, make the best use of it, and bring benefits to the company. He believes that this new design and production application software can quickly conquer a large number of professional designers. After all, efficiency is also related to their personal income. Now there is such a production software that can greatly speed up their work efficiency. I am afraid that both enterprises and employees will choose to adopt it as soon as possible. After all, for them, efficiency means revenue, and who can't live with it? This is also a brand new attempt by WooHow in this field, and he will continue to expand professional application software development projects in this area in the future. In other words, it is to upgrade and optimize the existing professional development software so that it can run in a more efficient way in VR equipment. And using this immersive VR technology, it is very easy to implement some functions that ordinary design software cannot achieve. For example, random conversion from macro to micro, which facilitates the design and development of those large engineering projects. Using this software, R&D designers can build a real high-precision engineering equipment model and scale in the virtual world. This will undoubtedly improve the research and development progress of these projects, and will also solve many problems for these project developers. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Seeing that time was almost up, Zhang Xiaolai immediately announced the end of the press conference. Freed from the siege of these reporters, Wu Hao was finally relieved. This kind of press conference has never been easy. You have to rack your brains and fight with these reporters, and you must always be careful about the traps set by these reporters. Therefore, in the face of this press conference, Zhang Jun and many of them hid far away. After seeing Wu Hao coming out, the goods came forward and gave him a thumbs up. The performance is really good. More and more business leader style. Get out of here. Wu Hao gasped. I'm serious. This time you showed great calmness, and you can talk and laugh in the face of such sharp questions. I can't compare with you. When I answered a reporter's question last time, I was about to be nervous. Zhang Jun rushed. He smiled. Wu Hao shook his head slightly, and then thoughtfully, we can't answer any questions in the future, we need to invite a spokesperson. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Zhang Jun immediately agreed. I agree. It is better to deal with this group of reporters with a professional person to take charge. It is too tired to let us play in person. And I don't think it is just a spokesperson. In the future, some less important press conferences can also be given to others to host. Learn from other companies, set up a few more product or project vice presidents, and let them toss. I think you're afraid I'll let you on stage next time. Wu Hao was not angry. Oh, I'm telling the truth. Aren't all these companies like this? Zhang Jun laughed. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Wu Hao watched the time, and then said to him, I still have some things to deal with, go back to the office first. Zhang Jun nodded. Okay, there are also things that haven't been dealt with. What's the matter? Get together at night. This press conference is over, and we should always celebrate it. Wu Hao said with a wave of his hand. No, I'm tired these days. I have to go back and continue to make up for it. Besides, it's still early to celebrate. Let's talk after the official sale. Buju, believe in ghosts. Take your time, don't overindulge. Zhang Jun shouted at the back of Wu Hao's departure, and then began to think about it, to see who to go out to relax with at night. Suddenly, he remembered the girls called by Lin Wei when they had a party the other day, as if one of them was pretty. When he thought of it, he couldn't help it. At this time, detailed experience reports about these products released this time have also been uploaded to the internet. Compared to the authentic media which is half-beat, these tech bloggers and people who are very sensitive to heat and traffic are more active. In order to get first-hand experience videos, some people even hired people to line up in front of major experience stores at 3 or 4 in the morning. In addition, some high-traffic bloggers and big verses received the same treatment as media reporters and entered the Heian Technology Exhibition Hall to experience related products. The reason why these people were able to make an exception to this rare opportunity is mainly because their previous reports have been recognized by a large number of users and have accumulated extremely high popularity. For example, the best of them initially began to pay attention to the famous digital product evaluation Uplead Gengl, who reported their products. The Upowner Gengl has been caring about Wu Hao's products since he first evaluated their products. And after each new product release, it will be continuously evaluated and reported. It can be said that it has become a fan and loyal supporter of Wu Hao's products. And Wu Hao and they are also very impressed with the up notarization rigorous of the evaluation report. So this time they invited several UP owners including him to attend this conference. For Gengel, he was very honored to be one of the few UP hosts and Big Versus who were officially invited to the conference. When he attended the entire press conference with excitement, his mood was still difficult to calm down, and even more excited. This time HAO Technology did not live up to their fans' expectations and released a series of blockbuster products. For example, equipped with ultra-high VR glasses, smart sensory touch gloves, the integrated touch simulation suit, and the Penglai Wonderland built, and so on. It can be said that one is better than the other, one is more shocking than the other, which is simply the coveted welfare of the players. So as soon as the press conference was over, he ran to the experience hall next door and wanted to experience the product as soon as possible. On the one hand, in order to satisfy my curiosity, I want to experience whether this product is as good as Wu Hao said on the stage. On the other hand, he also wants to share these products and his feelings with fans and netizens as soon as possible. However, he miscalculated. He did not expect that there would be so many people in the experience hall. Many people were waiting here when he came. Helpless, he had to wait in line. After lining up for almost an hour, he finally experienced the first product, the VR glasses. Although it was only 10 minutes, he was still very impressed. Shock www.mentalnovel.com. Real, perfect, gorgeous. He has some words that are so poor that he can't express the special feeling this product brings to him. He hasn't played with VR glasses, but he thinks it is the first time he has experienced such VR glasses. After putting on VR glasses, you seem to be immersed in a real environment. The picture is like what our eyes really see. The picture is very delicate and smooth, and no false image can be seen at all. The second is the shocking 3D effect, especially when he saw the classic special effects shots of some classic 3D special effects movies. The whole person almost jumped excited. It's really shocking. This is much better than watching 3D Max movies in the cinema. Those three-dimensional special effects appear to be in front of you and can be touched by the tentacles. There is also the super real immersion. When I saw Dinosaur Park, I seemed to be in it. The dinosaurs were in front of his eyes, scaring him to fall directly to the ground, or the staff around him helped him up. However, it was not uncommon for this kind of prostitution to be on the scene. Compared with the female reporters who were pale and crying, their condition was much better. Unfortunately, it was only 10 minutes and there were too many people waiting. He could only take off his VR glasses reluctantly, and handed them to the anxious waiter behind him, who didn't care to let the staff disinfect them. He originally wanted to wait in line to experience other products, but it was too late. So he and many people had to leave with the advice of the staff. Disappointed, he is thinking about the amazing experience of 10 minutes while contemplating the related creative content. However, to say that what he thinks most is still how to seize more opportunities to experience more products in the experience activities of tomorrow. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. The next morning, he got up and began to prepare seriously, because he knows, although today is only relevant experience activities for their media, but because there are so many media to experience, even many media that have not participated in the press conference before, will also come to interview and report. So he must prepare in advance so that he can experience more products and equipment. Sure enough, his preparation was not wasted. When they came to HAO Technology, they found that many media reporters had already come. The experience hall on the second floor is full of people, and you can see that some media reporters are gathering in front of a device to experience or communicate. As a digital product evaluation upmaster, he has long yearned for this company that has been introducing new and bright technology products in recent years, and has always wanted to get in touch. However, this company seems to be very low-key and rarely accepts the media's visits. Not to mention that they are the masters of the media. Being able to enter this company he has been yearning for this time has really excited him and a group of self-media bloggers and Big Versus, even those media journalists. Although this time they entered not the 4 parks in the legend, but the new office building next to them. This disappoints some people, because in the disclosure of some big names, the four parks are the core of the entire HAO technology, and all its products are developed here. As enthusiasts of digital technology and half of the practitioners, they are naturally very interested in this technology-oriented R&D center, especially for those unknown new product development projects. And they also want to know what the R&D department of the most mysterious company in the industry is engaged in those products and projects. However, they also understand that it is difficult for outsiders to enter such an important R&D center. In this respect, all major companies are the same. The level of confidentiality of such scientific research centers is very high, and they are rarely opened to the outside world. Although they can't enter the R&D center that they are most interested in, but they can enter inside HAO Technology Company, which makes them excited, especially after they experienced the related products. The staff who received them also led them to visit the various departments of the company. This feeling is like Liu Yi entering the Grand View Garden, while letting everyone grow their mouths. It also gives everyone a preliminary understanding of HAO technology. For Gengel, their biggest feeling is that the whole company is filled with a positive and optimistic attitude. The employees' expressions are relaxed and the atmosphere is very harmonious, far from the serious and even tense working atmosphere they imagine. The other is that the working environment is very comfortable, which is simply a kind of enjoyment. The employees have ample working space, which is not crowded at all, and can be freely arranged according to their preferences, which is very free and considerate. And not only are there many green plants in these office areas, they also have some weird little animals. For example, he prefers lizards, and scared little white snakes, spiders, scorpions, ants, and some fish. The cutest thing is that there are several cats in several departments. They are fluffy and chubby, and people can't help but want to hold and stroke them. Secondly, in terms of some welfare, especially in terms of eating, drinking, and drinking, it is simply inhumane. Not only the restaurant's meals are very rich, but also cheap and horrifying. This is the first time he has eaten a small Australian steak for $15 in such a large restaurant. The taste is very good. The second is some tea and snacks that are usually provided during work, which not only makes them jealous, but also envied many female journalists. Some people even started contacting these staff members in private, asking HAO Technology's publicity department if there are related job recruitment plans and so on. Not to mention other people. It is said that Gengel has such an impulse and wants to come to work here. But in a flash, it seems that people don't need his wild-up master like this. Then he lost his mind and had to focus his entire attention on the products and equipment he experienced today. Today's experience is only a word to describe: cool. Really cool. This is also the first time he has experienced such a feeling after experiencing various new products after doing digital technology product evaluation. It's almost as if the whole person has reached the apex of a good state and wants to lose it. It's really amazing. If it wasn't for him to experience it himself, he would never believe that such a new company can make VR products so mature and amazing, compared with the related VR equipment he experienced before. The product released by HAO Technology this time seems to be a more advanced and mature future generation. In contrast, the Anxi VR device he experienced was like an experimental product that had just been developed and was not mature enough. He has roughly experienced VR glasses last night www.mentalnovel.com, so the focus of his experience today is in addition to these wearable somatosensory devices, but also on some exclusive games. Let me first talk about these wearable body sensing devices. Even if it is a 3D body sensing camera similar to the current market, he also has a brand new experience. That is, this 3D body sensing camera released by HAO Technology is more advanced than similar products on the market. Not only the recognition rate is very accurate, but also the delay is very small, and the chirality is very good. There is no need for intentional performance control, and normal operation is sufficient. which also makes it more flexible, smooth, convenient and comfortable to use. The second is a split-type wearable device, which consists of many wearable devices in various parts. These devices are independent of each other and can cooperate with each other to form a complete somatosensory motion control system. HEO technology also gives players more choices. You can choose the appropriate equipment according to your needs. And even such a complete set of this split-type wearable device is very cheap. Only more than 4,000. This price can be said to be a very cheap conscience even in the relevant somatosensory operation equipment of VR products on the market. And as far as experience is concerned, this set of detachable wearable devices can be said to be a few streets away from the somatosensory operation devices on the market, which is not at the same level. Wearing this device, you are like being able to control the virtual characters in the VR world. Whatever you do, these virtual characters do, plus the immersive experience of VR glasses, it's like immersive. However, the most amazing thing is the pair of smart induction gloves and the integrated body feeling and tactile simulation suit. Everyone who has experienced it is deeply shocked and impressed by its powerful functions, as is Gengel. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. This set of smart sensing gloves, integrated somatosensory and tactile simulation suits and separate wearables are basically the same in terms of somatosensory motion capture technology. The difference is that the first two have more sensors than separate sensors. Therefore, the captured human motion information will be more abundant, and the action posture of the virtual character bundled in this way will be more vivid and real. This can be seen as a performance upgrade and there is not much difference. The biggest difference between the first two and the detachable wearing device is the touch simulation system. Wearing this pair of smart sensor gloves, Gengel can clearly feel the touch brought by touching some virtual items. When grabbing some virtual objects, he can also feel the shape of the objects he is grabbing, instead of feeling that he is grabbing air out of thin air. Although there is no weight simulation system, this set of tactile simulation is really very real, just like it is in a real world. The integrated body sensing and tactile simulation suit allows him to feel the influence of the surrounding environment on his body and some tactile information that the body feels. For example, when he is in a crater, his body can obviously feel the heat. When he came to the ice and snow, he could feel a bit of coolness. He could even feel the wind in the virtual space caressing his body surface. The most real thing that made him blush was that he was gently stroked by a virtual beauty in the virtual world. The real touch made him react quickly, even fighting a cold war. He was not the only one responding at the scene. He could even hear strange sounds at the scene, which shows the status of his experience. Too real. This is definitely a otaku favorite. This made Gengel and many people at the scene have made up their minds, and they must buy a set for themselves after the product is on sale. Although it is a bit expensive, they can't help but firm their minds when they think of the experience just now and their happy life in the future. Of course, this integrated body sensation and tactile simulation suit brings more than just this. It can also simulate the human body's response when under attack. When playing some games, Gengel can feel the touch of the place attacked by the game character. This is different from the previous tactile sensation, because it is more powerful. Although it can't be called pain, you can obviously feel the pressure. There are several games released this time, especially the two games HEO created by itself, and there was a burst of exclamations on the scene. That kind of realism is definitely not reached in the previous game, as if you are a real person. After having these amazing feelings, Gengel did not choose to continue to follow this group of reporters to attend the subsequent media meeting. Instead, he returned to the hotel by taxi alone, began to organize the materials, and wrote the manuscript. He wanted to make a relevant experience evaluation short video while taking advantage of the excitement he had not yet dissipated. So he stayed in the hotel all afternoon. Using the laptop he carried with him, he dubbed the filming and related copywriting. Then, before 10 o'clock in the evening, I uploaded the short documentary of this experience trip to several platforms where I usually publish my works. Among them, there are 3 main ones. In addition to the main gathering place of the domestic Uphost B station, there are still short video platforms that are still popular. In addition, there are Royal Pipes, which is also an important platform for many upmens to enter the international market. Originally, he thought it was too late, and this short documentary will not attract the attention of many netizens until tomorrow. Unexpectedly, just 1 hour after the release of this experience video, it has been put on the home page of several platforms. The short video platform gathered more than 100,000 likes, tens of thousands of comments and reposts in just over an hour. Among these netizens' barrage and message comments, in addition to lamenting the amazingness of these products, the most commented messages are asking how much money, when to sell and so on. To this end, Geng also quickly explained in the comment area specifically about the information directly held, which also caused a wider discussion. It's too expensive to buy. Woo, can it be cheaper? The formulation at this price is already very conscious. You go and see the price of similar products on the market. I checked it. It has a lot more conscience than those VR devices on the market, but the price is still too expensive, especially the one-piece body feeling and tactile simulation suit. The price is almost 20,000. The student party really bought. I'm sorry. It is a VR host of 7 or 8,000, which is equivalent to the price of a good computer, and a set of more than 4,000 most common wearable devices, which is more than 10,000. Which is a bit expensive. Although there are 7 or 8,000 VR hosts, if you look at the configuration, the absolute value of the price can be said to be very conscious. That detachable wearable device is only more than 4,000. A total of more than 10,000 points can still afford it. According to Wu Hao's suggestion at the press conference, you can choose to buy according to your actual situation, and the flexibility space is still relatively large. Although the detachable wearable device does not have a tactile simulation system, it is also good and it is suitable for us who have no economic foundation. The student party used it. I decided to bite my teeth and start a set. The one-piece somatosensory and tactile simulation suit can't afford it. www.mentalnovel.com. But smart sensing gloves must still have a pair. Yes. No matter what, this smart sensor glove must be bought. You can't feel others touching, but you can touch others. I'll go. Yinkai upstairs. 666. I want to buy one too. You group of dregs. I have gone to the physical store today to experience it, and I spent more than 30,000 pre-ordered a set. I can get it on the 21st sale day. I'll go. Worship the Big Brother. Real name Envy. Envy. Big Brother, your family still lacks a sweeping manservant. I voluntarily sign up. Don't pay, just ask for some hands-on experience. Hey, there's no shortage of sweepers, but there's only one warm bed. Are you coming? I'll go. This is good for Big Brother. No, I don't want to be hurt. If you don't go to me, don't you just sell flowers? I'm out of business. Ha 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 ha, strongman upstairs. Seriously? After watching this experience film of Lao Geng, I really wanted to buy a set. It was really amazing, especially the next few games. It was really cool. Lao Geng didn't collect the money. Say something nice. That is, I think Lao Geng should be collecting money, otherwise it will not work so hard. I said you too. While playing, Lao Geng's character is still well known. Besides, don't you say, look at the reactions of those people who experience the scene. Are they all cheating? That is, the quality guarantee of Lao Geng, coupled with Heyo's reputation for product quality in recent years. This cannot be faked. Unfortunately, I can only look at it. I can't afford it. +1, it looks like I have to find a holiday job in the summer. I really want it. Go to Move Bricks, Move Bricks, Move Bricks. I don't care anymore. I must buy a set. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Since Wu Hao's press conference was over, The new product released this time not only astounded the general public, but also astounded the industry. Unlike ordinary people, the focus of the industry is on the technology of these products released this time, especially in the circle of science and technology enterprises that make products. In addition to their market operation capabilities, the most important thing is in scientific research and technology. Everyone's competition is fierce, and battles are commonplace, but in the end, the final decision must be returned to the product. No matter how wonderful the marketing of each company is, these must be based on an excellent product. Otherwise, it will only smash the rice bowl, and it will soon be eliminated by the market. The number of technology companies that have closed down and gone bankrupt in recent years is no longer small, and many of them are once famous. There are various reasons for these enterprises to go bankrupt, but in the final analysis, their products lack market competitiveness and are eliminated by the market. Although for many so-called technology companies, they have the same resources and most technologies. To put it plainly, it is the technology of production supply chain. But in the integrated utilization of these technologies, these enterprises are also different. But even so, there is no way to open the gap. It is the self-research force that really opens the gap. For example, H, although it seems to have a bad reputation, it is unique in the domestic mobile phone industry. No matter how other companies market, it still can't shake its leading position. Even after being placed in the world, HY encountered many challenges and setbacks, but he was still very tenacious and stood upright. And it is supported by the strong scientific research force behind it, and it is precisely because there are many heavyweight technologies in the first place that H will be so calm when dealing with these things. So for many technology companies, when watching other companies release a product, the first thing to pay attention to is how much of this company's products they have. In recent years, with the continuous innovation of intelligent voice technology and related products, HAO technology has quickly seized a large market and has also risen rapidly. In the face of such a fast-growing technology giant in recent years, it can be said that many technology companies have felt pressure or even threatened. In particular, many companies that overlap with HAO's technology business have regarded it as their new rival and a strong rival. Therefore, these companies and even the entire technology circle are very concerned about the special product launch conference of HAO Technology. The leaders of some companies not only watched the entire conference in person, they even organized related technical experts and corporate executives to watch it together. On the one hand, it is to know ourselves, to analyze the technology and related value of this product, and on the other hand, to explore coping strategies. Although they all had a hunch before, HAO Technology has warmed up this new product launch for more than half a year, and there will definitely be a brand new product launch. But after watching the entire press conference, these people were still shocked and amazing by the products released this time, and even felt a little incredible. They can't imagine how a company that has been established for only a few years can come up with such multiple pounds of technology at once. Not to mention, just say that this 240Hz8K LCD display screen, this technology is currently blank in China. Although some foreign manufacturers have also introduced such technology, it is currently only used on some high-end TV screens and has not yet been commercialized on a large scale. Wuhao, they were able to come up with such a screen, which really surprised many people, because Wuhao said at the press conference, this calculation will be shared and cooperate with other companies. Although the specific cooperation method is not clear, and everyone understands that there is no free lunch in the world, I still hope to get this technology or this screen as soon as possible. Although there are some voices on the internet questioning that this LCD screen is not as good as OLED screens, it is an outdated product. But for many technical experts, there is not much difference between the two. And there is not even a big difference between them. Both sides have their own strengths and weaknesses, and even to this day, there are still arguments about who is better or worse. But one thing Wuhao is right is that this LCD screen is less irritating to the eyes than the OLED screen, which is good for eye protection. And this is probably why Wuhao chose LCD screens, because LCD really has advantages in this eye-catching display screen. Not to mention the high refresh rate and high saturation of ultra-high definition screens. This series of technological innovations can be said to make up for the defects of the LCD screen and rejuvenate it. Therefore, related technologies and this screen have become the focus of attention of many TV brands, display manufacturers and mobile phone manufacturers. Everyone sent their business representatives to Anxi www.mtlnovel.com want to communicate and negotiate with Wuhao on this aspect of cooperation. Wuhao, of course, they are very welcoming to this. As far as this screen is concerned, the areas they can use are very limited, so it still has to be launched to serve other companies. Of course, how can such a hard-developed thing be given to others casually? If you can, you have to pay for our satisfaction, whether it is the supply of finished products or parts for display panels, or the grant of patents. For Wuhao, it is enough to have a panel production factory like Shudu, and they are also thinking about getting involved in the display panel production industry. Therefore, after all, technology and related patents need to be licensed out. After all, it is a waste to put it there. In this regard, mobile phone and some TV manufacturers, they did not catch much interest. Compared to technology licensing, they actually want to be able to obtain a stable display panel production supplier. And this is of interest to some display panel companies and some TV manufacturers. In fact, there is not much difference between the two, because the main component of a TV is the display panel. The quality of the display panel directly determines the quality of the TV. Therefore, many companies have both identities, that is, well-known TV brand companies and display panel manufacturers. Regardless of whether it is a TV brand company or a display panel manufacturer, competition in related industries is very fierce or even cruel. So everyone wants to urgently develop new display technology, so as to defeat competitors and occupy a larger market. And this time, Wuhao, they did not do it, and they did it perfectly. Everyone knows the value of this screen, so they all want to get the technology first.